Excelsior, everyone. Exodiofic here, ready to entertain you once again with another thrilling audiobook. Today, we dive into What If Sasuke Joined Novum Chaldea Oneshot, a gripping one-shot that's sure to leave you on the edge of your seat. Before we jump in, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and hit that like button to show your support. Also, be sure to check the description for more details and to support the brilliant author behind this breathtaking masterpiece. Now, without further ado, let's begin.
Chapter 1. Genesis. Sasuke Uchiha, the last member of the Uchiha clan, the savior of the ninja world alongside that guy, the wielder of the ultimate dojutsu, released a tired sigh. It was late in the afternoon when the bell rang, indicating it was time to go home. Well, home for his peers, not for him. Well, you see, he's not exactly rich as it stands currently. In fact, quite the opposite. Yep, the sole heir of the prestigious Uchiha clan was dead broke. So he's had to make ends meet by juggling two part-time jobs. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. The former ninja shook his head lightly at the thought. He didn't show it outwardly, of course, but he was thoroughly despairing his current financial circumstance. His head leaned on his hand as he watched what was outside his window. Normal students, humans, as ordinary as they can be, doing their thing. No ninjas, no chakra, no ninjutsu, and most depressingly of all, no Konoha. No Naruto, no Sakura, no Kakashi. Heck, he even missed Suijutsu, that wet, goofy bastard. He let out a soft laugh from the sheer absurdity of it. It had been 17 years since he was reborn into this new world. Given another chance at life, something he thought was ill-deserved. It was a hell of a long time, but he still remembered his last moments in the elemental nations, laying there in the dirt, with Naruto beside him. Arm blown off and bleeding to death, he had mustered the very last vestiges of his strength to apologize to Naruto and begged him to protect the ninja world without him. A smile graced his lips when he remembered Naruto bawling his eyes out like a babe, begging in turn for him to stay awake until Sakura arrives. What a moron. A strong-willed, overtly righteous moron. Well, unfortunately, he died before Sakura arrived where they lay. He could only imagine how Sakura reacted to his death. Hopefully, she didn't chew Naruto out for it. Wouldn't really be fair to him if she did. The Uchiha had been attending a high school in a city called Fuyuki, in a country called Japan. Cozy place. Thankfully, whatever God spawned him in this world at least allowed him to keep his original appearance, rather than being born as someone else entirely but kept the memories. He still sported the pitch-black spiky hair, the pitch-black eyes, the pale skin, and essentially everything that made him Sasuke. And unfortunately, the god couldn't give him a new family, or at least one that cared for him. Which is fair. He was given a new chance at life. Having a family sounded like too much a luxury for someone of his infamy. As far as he knew, his new mom abandoned him, and went on to marry a rich man and had a new family. So, he'd accepted his lonesome life in stride and lived his life basically relying on himself for sustenance. He hasn't resorted to salvaging scraps from garbage dumps for food and all, but it was still quite the challenge. He'd also made it a sort of a pastime for him to brush up his knowledge on the history of this new world. Evidently, this world's history wasn't as fantastical compared to the elemental nations, but there are still historical events he was interested in, like the Battle of Hanno-ji and the Siege of Constantinople. Interesting stuff, to say the least. Sasuke had also gone out of his way to change his looks. He now sported a black-framed glasses, and his hair had been changed, with the side fringes gone, and the spikes less accentuated. It had been his attempt at not standing out, which worked as far as he could tell. People doesn't give him unnecessary attention like the people mostly girls did back in his previous world, which was a fantastic thing. He still had a group of friends, however. If there's one thing that Naruto had taught him, it's that friends could come a long way. So he'd expended effort to essentially come out of his shell and socialize with his peers, though not overtly so. He still denied going to swinger parties and karaokes and all that, despite encouragement from his friends. Not like he got time for that. Well, he's not as isolated or moody as he was back home. Home. Sasuke frowned, suppressing both good and bad memories from his previous world. Thinking about the past wouldn't do him any good. Besides, he'd actually retained a minuscule fragment of his power, so it's not like he was completely average now. As far as he could tell, at least, he still had a chakra pathway system, which basically every human in this world lacked. Curiously, all X-ray machines of this world can't pick up an entirely separate nervous system inside him, which was for the best. Now, he's not going to be destroying mountain ranges anytime soon, however. He can't seem to access his more powerful eyes beyond the average mature Sharingan, and even using that severely drains or outright knocks him out. Much to his surprise and curiosity, he could still access the Rinnegan now deactivatable, though without the Tomos. As far as testing the Rinnegan goes, he can't manifest any six paths power at all, except for the Azura path. He didn't know why it's this way, but he was willing to find out. Whoever, or whatever sent him here wanted him to have some of his old powers. But for what reason, he didn't know. Though he would have preferred to be completely normal. He doubted he really needed these powers anymore. Nothing out of the ordinary had happened so far in his second life. As far as physical capabilities go, he was peak human, he guessed. Better than the best athletes, but nowhere near even his Jin self, never mind his prime. He could go up to superhuman with chakra burst, but that's it. Yep, he was weak. Then again, this world doesn't really demand for him to be superhumanly strong like the elemental nations did. Sasuke got up from his classroom seat and attended to his part-time job. Not even a single student batted an eye at him as he navigated the school halls. After his part-time job at a construction site, he'd gone to a convenience store to fetch some things. Bag of groceries in hand, he got out of the store. It was already nighttime by then, and thankfully his apartment wasn't too far from here. Just as he was leaving, at the corner of his eyes, he saw something at the glass window of the convenience store, posted on it. It was an ad flyer for a job, as far as he could tell. Chaldea, Security Organization for the Preservation of Human Order. Now hiring. Sasuke read out, intrigued. Preservation of human order. From what, exactly? The pay was great, more than quadruple the pay he's getting from both his part-time jobs. Sasuke read further, noticing the list of job vacancy in their office. Administrative officer, administrative aide, accounting aide, candidate. Candidate for what? He questioned internally. There was a contact number at the bottom of the flyer, in the event that there's an interested job seeker who wanted to contact them. Sasuke ripped the flyer off the glass window and took it home with him. After eating dinner and washing himself, the Uchiha sat on his bed and inspected the flyer further. He'd wondered what kind of jobs they've got, and hopefully they've got ones for part-timers. He thought he'd at least visit their office to get more information, and possibly go from there. He opted to contact them using the provided number at the bottom of the flyer. This is Chaldea, the Security Organization for the Preservation of Human Order. In what way may I be of service? A jovial, overly enthusiastic female voice sounded. Sasuke thought they must be paying them pretty darn good if they're this happy to do their work. Sasuke managed an amused chuckle as he listened. Yeah, I'm interested for a job. I'd like to visit your office to ascertain what kind of work you have vacancy on, and if it aligned with my timelines. He replied. Yes, of course. First and foremost, may I know your name, sir? Though what he assumed was the receptionist of the office inquired. The name's Sasuke Uchiha, currently in high school. He replied. Perfect. Our agent should be there at 7 o'clock in the morning tomorrow to fetch you. Be sure to get ready. She told him, rather happily. Wait, what? But I didn't tell you where I live. Confused, he replied. Oh, don't worry about details like that. We have our ways. She replied cryptically, like I said, 7 o'clock in the morning, okay? Don't forget. Thank you for contacting Chaldea, the Security Organization for the Preservation of Human Order. We hope to see you tomorrow. Click beep, beep, beep. Sasuke could only sigh tiredly. Well, that was certainly something. And they move fast too, suspiciously fast. It's as if they're desperate for new recruits. Hopefully, it's not some black market or human trafficking scheme he's got himself into. With that, he laid in his bed until the sleepiness claimed him. Chaldea, 2017 AD. White walls everywhere. He didn't know what to expect of this Chaldea, but he certainly didn't expect for their office to be this dull. It's like a hospital, but more futuristic. As per the call lady said, men in black suits visited him early in the morning and got him to come with them. He was then asked to stay put inside a military-like vehicle with no windows, along with a few people. He couldn't quite compare to his old self's situational awareness, but he could tell that he was being transported through air. He didn't know where this Chaldea was stationed, but it clearly wasn't in Japan, based on the flight time. It was the weekend, so he didn't need to worry about school the next day, and the people who visited him had said they'd return him if he asked to be returned. It had been several hours of flying when the vehicle he was in finally arrived at their destination. They didn't land outdoors, curiously. When they exited the large vehicle, they were already inside a building. Numerous people, workers in uniforms, and even more of the same vehicle parked at the side. Already, he could tell that the overall size of the building he was in was absolutely massive in scale. Even what he thought was the garage of some sort was already the size of multiple city blocks combined. A worker, who he guessed was a guide, told them to follow him at another section or district of the building, a clinic of some sort. There, He was given a uniform to wear during the length of his stay here in Chaldea, or as they call it, a mystic coat. It consisted of a white, long-sleeved shirt, which he kept open in the middle, exposing a black shirt underneath, alongside a pair of black pants and black shoes. He was also given a watch that would apparently function as a sort of communication device. He was then asked to provide multiple things for authentication, such as voice and fingerprint, as well as blood sample. Then, he was led here. White walls everywhere. He walked down a hall filled to the brim with security cameras and stopped at a door. A rather high-tech-looking door with a screen and flashing lights and technological things he was ill-informed about. This, Chaldea, is looking suspiciously more than just an office. Felt like he was being recruited in an organization on the level of UN or the Pentagon or something. Some machine on the door scanned him from head to toe, then scanned his left eye. A female robotic voice sounded immediately after. Base sequence, human genome confirmed. Alignment, chaotic neutral. Welcome to the data center for the future of humankind. This is the Security Organization for the Preservation of Humanity, Chaldea. Fingerprint, voiceprint, and DNA authentication cleared. Magical circuit assessment complete. Username matched. You are recognized as a member of the primates. Nice to meet you. You're our final visitor for the day. We hope you enjoy your time here. We are sorry, another 180 seconds is needed to complete the admission process. Please enjoy a battle simulation while you wait. Regulation, Senior. Contract servants, Saber, Archer, Lancer. There will be no record of your score. Please feel free to enjoy. Activating Heroic Spirit Summoning System Fate. We hope you have a good experience as a master in these 180 seconds. Then the door opened, beckoning him to enter. Migraine. He was met with a head-splitting migraine after that simulation thing ended. Ugh. He staggered in the hallway, feeling the unconscious world creep up. He sat down and leaned on the wall, before finally dozing off. When Sasuke came about, he felt a licking sensation. Like something, perhaps a small animal, was licking his face. Pai. A voice, female voice, sounded. Senpai. Groggily, he opened his eyes to see nothing but snow. Wait, not snow, but white fur, almost taking up most of his vision. The Uchiha was lucid enough to recognize that there was some sort of creature on him, sitting at his lap and looking up at him. Then he remembered that he'd gotten a migraine and sat at the side of the hallway to sleep it out. He'd been sleeping in a sitting position, his back leaned against the wall, and his head hanging low. Fo. Kyukayo. The animal, squirrel cat thing sounded. What a peculiar-looking animal. Senpai. You're awake. That's no place to sleep, so please get up, senpai. The voice said. He dragged his head up towards the source of the voice and came across a bespectacled girl in her teens with lilac-colored hair. Who? Sasuke squinted his still sleepy eyes to observe the girl under scrutiny. The girl adopted a hesitant expression. That's a hard question to answer suddenly. Mainly because I'm not important enough for you to know my name? No. I do have a proper name, but I never really got the chance to use it. I'm not one for leaving a good impression. The girl told him, her expression somber. Ahem. The girl cleared her throat. Can I ask a question, senpai? She asked. You were asleep, but I don't see why anyone would sleep in the hall. Are you someone who can't sleep unless it's a hard surface, senpai? Without even awaiting his confirmation, she questioned, curiosity lighting up her features, like a curious child observing a puppy. In response, the Uchiha just stared at her a moment, up until the girl wriggled in discomfort under his gaze. Senpai. Please forget about that question if you don't want to NS-. I was sleeping here because I'd gotten a migraine. He replied, cutting her off. The white animal jumped towards the girl, climbing up her body and settling on her shoulders. Seeing that he was still seated on the floor, he got up and massaged his slightly aching head. I see. The girl adopted a look of realization. I completely forgot. I still haven't introduced you, have I, Fo? The girl said to the animal. Fo, it replied. This squirrel-like creature is Fo. He's a privileged life form allowed to freely stalk the halls of Chaldea at any given time. The Uchiha only stared at the animal with curious eyes. He'd never seen that animal before, in this world or the previous one. Looked like a crossbreed between a cat and a poodle dog, rather than a squirrel. Fo led me here, and that's how I met you, senpai. She continued. What sort of animal is he? He asked. The girl blinked. We really don't know for sure. We just assume he's some unknown genus in the squirrel family. I see. Fo. Thank you, Fo. The animal jumped from her shoulders and skittered away. And there he goes, running away on his own again. The girl said with a small, adoring smile, almost exasperatedly. Interesting creature you've got there. Sasuke commented offhandedly. Yup, he's definitely interesting, all right. The girl agreed. She looked at him. Normally, he doesn't go anywhere near anyone aside from me. But it seems Fo has developed a natural liking to you, senpai. She told him. That's great. Now you're an honorary second caretaker for Fo in Chaldea. Is that so? Sasuke sensed a presence behind the girl. Ah, there you are, Mash. That won't do, you know. Running on your own like that, without permission. The former ninja inspected the man, and the man him. Guy doesn't feel right at all. He seems human enough, but Sasuke couldn't shake the feeling that he was something way more than just a mundane human worker here. He wore a green suit/coat, and green bowler hat, and some long hair that came down to his chest. His eyes, which are curiously closed, landed on him. Oh, someone's already with you, the man said to her. He inspected his form, a hand on his chin in a thinking pose. You are. I see. You're the rookie who just got assigned here. The man faced him. I'm Lev Laner, one of the technicians assigned here. He introduced, a good-natured smile in place. And you are. The former ninja looked at him with small amounts of suspicion. Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha. The green man began. So, you're the 48th and last of the candidates, huh? His smile lengthened, adopting a friendly demeanor. Welcome to Chaldea. I'm glad you're here. I heard you're selected from a wide roster of public candidates. How long was your training? A year? 6 months? 3 months? What kind of training are we talking about here exactly? He asked. So you prefer to keep your details a secret? Huh? I like that. Seems you already know how competitive it is in here. So you're going to hide your info from your rivals. The man drawled, curiously eyeing him. That was a genuine question, but let's just go with that. Sasuke thought, remaining quiet. Dr. Lev, Sasuke-senpai's training was less than an hour, the lilac-haired girl interjected. I think he was genuinely asking what training rookies are supposed to be doing. Oh, well now. I see. We had an emergency opening for applicants to fill out numbers. So, you're one of them. Do forgive me if I was inconsiderate, he said, but please, don't be discouraged just because you're just a public applicant. We need all of you for this mission. The man took out a small notebook, likely detailing some information, and inspected it. 38 elite mages, plus 10 talented public applicants. Somehow, we were able to recruit and gather all possible candidates. That's something to rejoice over. This year, 2017, all possible candidates capable of Spiritron diving were brought to Chaldea. Sasuke, for his part, tried to rationalize everything that he's heard so far. 38 elite mages? Spiritron diving? What kind of organization is this? Has he unknowingly joined a movie set or something? Then again, the technological stuff he's experienced seems genuine and real, and not just a movie prop. That simulation room especially. He'd heard of simulated reality before, but to his knowledge, it was just technological theory or sci-fi. If there's anything you want to ask, feel free to ask Mash or myself anytime. The man, Lev Laner, faced the girl. Come to think of it, Mash, what were you talking about with? That's not like you. Did you already know each other before? He queried. The girl, or Mash, as Lev called her, shook her head in denial. No, I'd never met Senpai before. I saw him sleeping here, so I just dash. Sleeping? Lev interrupted. Mr. Sasuke was asleep here? Ah, you went through the simulation when you entered, right? Sasuke nodded lightly. Spiritron dives can get to you if you're not used to them yet. After the simulation, the gate must have opened and you walked over here before you returned to consciousness. It's a type of sleepwalking, if you will. Not exactly. I was already awake when the simulation was finished and just fell asleep here due to the migraine I got right after. Sasuke explained. Oh, well, the simulation has different effects on people. It seems to me that you have a natural resistance to the after effects of simulation, which could mean you have a talent for Spiritron dives. Lev Laner complimented, then he smiled encouragingly. Well, you seem healthy enough, but if you want, Mash here can guide you to the infirmary. But not right now. Sorry, but the director's orientation is about to start. You should hurry up so as not to get on her bad side. The director's the one in charge of this whole operation in Chaldea, and the commander of our special missions. Since you're a rookie from the public, you may have only seen the pamphlet. It was a job at Flyer, but yeah, he confirmed. Yes, that checks out, since the director's profile hasn't been made public. Mash said, Senpai has no connection to the director, only mages from influential magi families that have been around for at least a century show respect to the Animusphere name. She explained. details of which Sasuke has little know or care over. Animusphere? Interesting surname. He internally commented. Sounded like some Harry Potter-type wizard family name to him. Lev Laner nodded. Right, well, whether you know the director or not doesn't really affect your work as a master, so it's not a problem. The former ninja wanted to ask so much what being a master entailed and why it was such an important job. But he opted to discover that for himself, and this conversation has already dragged on for far too long for his liking. But it's important to not be on our bad side. If you wish to work peacefully in this environment, better hurry up. The orientation should be in the Central Command Center 5 minutes from now. The director is putting up a presentation for the newbies. Lev informed. I see. Sasuke acknowledged. Dr. Lev, do you think I'll be allowed to sit in on the orientation, too? Mash asked. If you stand way behind at the back, maybe she'll pretend she didn't notice you. But why? She looked at the former ninja briefly before answering. Well, I just thought I should take Senpai to the command room. It's possible that Senpai might fall asleep on the way again. Lev adopted a worried expression. If I leave you alone like this, the director might yell at me. I should tag along as well, just in case. Lev straightened up. Well, if that's what you want, Mash, then go ahead. You okay with that, Sasuke-kun? The green man asked. Sasuke, upon hearing how the man referred to him, involuntarily shivered in disgust. That was way too Orochimaru-like for his liking. Yeah, sure. It's not like I know where this command room anyhow. Lev clapped. Then that's settled. Well, before that, do you have any other question? Yeah, he did have a question, actually. Why is she calling me senpai, he asked, in curiosity more than anything. Mash blushed beneath her glasses. And Lev smiled. Oh, don't worry about that. Every human your age is her senpai. But it's quite unusual for her to actually call someone like that. This might be the first time. Lev shot a look at her, teasingly. Actually, I'm intrigued. Say, Mash, why do you call him senpai? WL, it's because he's the most human-looking person I've ever met. Mash answered. Well, that. He didn't expect, as far as compliments are concerned. He didn't know whether to take it as a compliment or an insult, to be honest. And also, Sasuke-san just has this aura of maturity around him, like he's older and wiser than he looks. Lev inspected him. Is that so? I hope you don't mind me asking, but how old are you, Sasuke-kun? I'm 17. He answered casually. Eh? So that means we're the same age? That's amazing. The girl beamed him a happy smile. In any case, I think both of you will get along just fine. Lev assured, observing the duo of teens. Well, then, shall we go, Sasuke-kun? She's quite rough at first, but once you get used to the director, she can be a pretty sweet person. Sasuke shrugged. Let's go then. Large automatic doors opened, and they entered the room. Massive, it was massive, like a theater. Blue lights littered the room, and at the center was a globe of some sort, surrounded by multiple metal rings. Overall, it was a pretty impressive sight. This world was no doubt more technologically advanced than the elemental nations, but Chaldea took that up a notch. He'd noticed that there are at least 40+ other people in here as well, waiting for the orientation to start, and all wearing the same uniform as him. So he really was the last one to arrive. This is the command room. Your number, senpai, is single digit. You're in the front row. She gestured for him to go forward, towards the front row, directly in front of the stage. Thanks, Mash. Sasuke thanked, walking towards the empty seats, just as the presentation began. No problem, senpai. Mash replied happily as she retreated towards the back row of the room. The Uchiha sat at one of the vacant seats at the front row, observing in front as a white-haired girl was leaned against a table, her arms crossed and looking positively annoyed, directly below the globe. She must be the director. So young too, impressive. She glowered at him as their eyes met. Well, that wasn't on time at all, but at least all of us are here now. She started. Welcome to the Security Organization for the Preservation of Human Order, Chaldea. I am the director of Chaldea, Olga Marie Animusphere. She declared loudly to everyone in the room. You have been selected or discovered from each nation for your rare talent. And by talent, I of course mean your aptitude in the development of the observation cyberdemon, Laplace, the global environment model, Chaldeus, the completions of the near-future observation lens, Sheba, the heroic spirit summoning system, Fate, and the launch of the Spiritron calculation engine, Trismegistus. With these technologies, we have observed humanity's progress. Spatial Singularity F, a city in the Japanese countryside in 2004. We discovered an unobservable zone that did not exist in history up until 2017. Chaldea hypothesizes that this is the cause for humanity's extinction. You there, the one in front, who arrived late. I'll allow you to ask me a question or a clarification. She pointed at the former ninja. He shrugged and went along. So I'd assume that, because it is a singularity, whatever we do in the past will not affect the present time? He'd read on a little bit of space-time and quantum theory, so he does know about the basics on how that works, at least. The director nodded, precisely. This singularity we found doesn't exist in our observation records. It's like a hole in space-time that just appeared out of nowhere. The hole itself is cut off from proper temporal axis. The 2004 singularity exists apart from the past and the future. There's no need to connect it to our present. It's more stable than regular time travel, and whatever happens, the timeline can still repair itself. She took a breath, then continued. Singularity F is like a tiny stain on the dress that is human history. It ruins beauty just by its sheer presence. Your job is to extract it. That's what will return humanity into its proper, observable course of history. He listened on, as the director filled them in on what their work was, and the complexity of it all. He listened on, when Olga informed them of humanity's fate, that humanity as they know it will go extinct in 2018. Apparently, humanity will just cease to exist with no observable or probable explanation, and that the machine above her, Chaldeas, can't sense the future of humanity or something along those lines. Essentially, they needed to travel back in time towards these singularities to correct what is essentially a stain in the timeline, a period in the past that, if left unhindered, would totally and permanently destroy humanity's future. And each one of them were masters, or as Olga said it, tools, to destroy these singularities by summoning and fighting alongside servants. Spirit warriors from past eras. Everything else was white noise to him, due to the migraine he was feeling on and off, but he did understand that much. That had been too much information to swallow. Firstly, this was way beyond what he was expecting as far as work is concerned. Secondly, doomsday. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. It frankly sounded too much like some sci-fi fiction novel that he'd read a few years ago. He wasn't expecting for everything to be this serious at all. He wanted a high-paying job and got something way beyond that. He supposed this was his second time facing a doomsday event, although the circumstances are fundamentally different. Now that he thought about it, maybe this was exactly the reason why he was reborn here. To solve whatever this is. And also, apparently they're in a building on top of a snowy mountain standing 6,000 meters above sea level. It was about 40 or 50 minutes into the orientation that he felt an overwhelming feeling of danger, not unlike the feeling when he first beheld the sight of the progenitor of Chakra herself. Like something was about to go down any moment now. Like something was afoot that he couldn't quite ascertain. He listened on, as Olga Marie blabbered on about things he couldn't quite push himself to care, as the feeling completely enveloped him. Then the feeling reached its boiling point, as though it was ready to erupt any second, or whatever beast that's lurking just out of sight was going to pounce at any moment. Then it happened. The Uchiha moved. He wasn't anywhere as fast as his previous incarnation, but he was still quite fast with application of Chakra Burst. In a matter of moments, he'd activated his Sharingan, went towards the director, carried her in a bridal carry, and in a few leaps, got towards the door and out of the room in the time it takes for Olga Marie, or any normal human, to blink. Wadash! The director yelped in shock. Boom. An explosion rocketed his senses, the shockwave of it pushing him down towards the floor with Olga still on his arms. What just happened? An explosion. She blurted out in panic, her face contorting in absolute horror. Oh no, oh no, no no no. Sasuke got up and inspected the damage, seeing the room completely destroyed. The walls and ceiling were crumbling, the lights had been busted up, and people very likely dead. Red lights indicating an emergency was filling his sight, and a loud siren noise was blaring out. The only thing that seemed remarkably untouched was the globe thing, the Chaldeas. Then he remembered. Mash had said she was going to be in the room. Shit. Sasuke let out. He was about to run towards the carnage to look for Mash, but felt a tugging at his sleeve. He looked back to see it was the director. Expression of absolute fear and panic decorated her beautiful features. Where do you think you're going? She shouted at him. Mash is still there. I'm going in. He replied, too calmly for the director's liking. And get yourself killed. Are you insane? Are you so desperate to die that you'd willingly dive into a pit of fire? Leave Mash's rescue to the professionals, hey. Sasuke ignored her and went in, keeping an eye for Mash's appearance anywhere in the room. Considering he was at the epicenter, Love probably didn't make it. Mash was his sole priority. Emergency. Emergency. A fire has broken out in the central power station and the central command room. Central areas. Coming up with none. Shit, it's times like this that he wished he still had his near-godly amounts of chakra. The ninja could do nothing but hold her hand in comfort, and the dying girl squeezed it weakly. Don't worry, We're getting out of here. I promise. Warning, all observation staff. Chaldea's state has changed. Both of them looked up to see the globe change from blackened to reddened, as if the globe had been beset by an apocalyptic storm of fire. Mash managed out. Now we're writing Sheba's near-future prediction data. Unable to detect the existence of mankind 100 years in the near future on Earth. So it started already. Sasuke breathed out. Unable to confirm human survivors. Unable to guarantee mankind's future. Chaldea's has turned bright red. No, never mind that. She looked up at him. Central area, sealed. 180 seconds till internal containment procedure. They shut off the area. Senpai. Now. We can't get out. Mash squeezed his hand. You should have escaped earlier, when you had the chance. Sasuke smiled at her. She was much like Naruto, in that she thinks of others before herself. Truly selfless to a fault. What a kind girl. Don't worry. I'm not leaving a friend here alone, he told her. Mash looked at him in surprise, then scrunched her face up as fresh tears started streaming down her face. Coffin vitals. Masters. Baseline. Not reached. Ray shift requirement. Not met. Searching for qualifying master. Found. Candidate number 48. Sasuke Uchiha. Reset as master. Unsummon program. Start. Spiritron conversion. Start. Sasuke observed in both curiosity and apprehension as motes of golden particles started to slowly envelop both him and Mash's body. The lilac girl's hand squeezed further on his. He squeezed back. Ray shift start in 3, 2, 1. All procedures clear. First order, commencing operation. Golden light enveloped all his senses until he could no longer feel Mash's hand on his. Soft ringing in his ears, and nothing but a bright yellow light in sight. Then, very suddenly, he was bombarded with the immense feeling of being sucked in a vacuum. If he had to venture a guess, this feeling would probably be similar to being sucked in a black hole at speeds close to the speed of light. He realized immediately that he was being flung through space and time. He felt vertigo. Then darkness took over. Fuyuki, 2004 AD. When he came to, the Uchiha smelled ash. He sat up and massaged his head as fresh migraine bombarded his brain. After a while, when the pain subsided, he opened his eyes and surveyed the area he was in. For lack of better word, he was in a dump. Everything was thoroughly destroyed. Buildings were set ablaze, roads were cratered, cars upturned, and trees uprooted. The sky was a strange red hue, dominated by the ash from the burning city. He was lying in the middle of 2 collapsed buildings as he regained his bearings. He stood up, still clutching at his head. Ugh. He'd wondered if he'll ever get used to getting flung through time. Grujaya. The screeching noise was apparent, even though basically all of his senses, including his hearing, was being blasted by vertigo and migraine. Sasuke whipped his head to look at his left and widened his eyes when he came upon the sight of several skeleton warriors, each holding different weapons. The one in the middle was clutching a sword, the one on the left was holding a spear, and the one on the right was notching an arrow with its bow and aiming towards him. What? Was his initial response to seeing the undead, but then had to lean his head back when an arrow flew past where his head was positioned a mere millisecond ago. Hostiles. He merely thought, as he got ready for combat. He wasn't as capable as his previous incarnation, but he should be capable enough for a bunch of measly skeletons. He just hoped they don't reassemble or regenerate when destroyed. That would be quite troublesome, to say the least. Sasuke activated his Rinnegan, which thankfully and paradoxically consumes far less chakra than even using his Sharingan. Although, he could only assume, that's because he could only use the Azura path, and not everything else in its arsenal. Basically, his Rinnegan only had the Azura path in it, and it remains unknown currently if he'll ever awaken the other paths. Still, this should be enough for his current circumstance. Azura path. The Rinnegan wielder muttered under his breath, activating the 6 paths power. The skeleton with the sword lunged at him, its blade up high and ready to strike at him straight down his skull. Sasuke blocked the blow by transforming his right hand into a robotic weapon, a chainsaw sword. His weapon not only blocked the blow, but also fragmented the rusty sword. And with a swing of his arm, Sasuke easily dispatched of the sword-wielding skeleton. His chainsaw arm easily slicing through rotten bone and marrow, ribcage and spine. The Uchiha deflected 3 arrows that would have landed on his head in 3 different places. His robotic chainsaw arm returned to normal, then immediately transformed into a futuristic laser blaster. Aiming at the skeleton archer, a light blue glow emitted from the blaster barrel. Not even a second later, a blast of glowing blue chakra shot out and completely obliterated the archer. He doubted it could regenerate from that. The energy blast went through the skeleton with no noticeable resistance as it exploded tens of meters behind the single remaining skeleton, creating a sizable explosion of dust and dirt. The Lancer skeleton dashed at his position, thrusting his spear at the former ninja's midsection. He dodged, weaving out of the very predictable attack pattern. He willed his Rinnegan to transform his blaster arm into a robotic buzz saw, cleaving through the skeletal humanoid from the collarbone down to the hip bone with a single swing. The skeleton collapsed at his feet, unable to do battle. And with that, he was allowed reprieve as his arm returned to normal. The former ninja surveyed his surroundings and found no threat in his immediate vicinity. Only then did he allow himself to relax. Sigh. He let out lowly, crouching down and picking up the Lancer skeleton's skull by the eye socket. He inspected it and concluded that they were real human skeleton. Must be magic, as to why they could move. Senpai! Exclamation point. Sasuke perked up, dropping the skull down as he stood up from his crouching position. He turned to look at the direction where he heard the voice, towards the collapsed part of a building. That was most assuredly Mash, and he wasn't ready to admit he was hearing things or hallucinating. Thankfully, the voice was real. Mash came up to him, running full speed with foe at her shoulders. And is that a gigantic shield she's carrying? Senpai. Mash stopped in front of him, her gigantic shield creating dust as it skidded through the ground. I'm so glad you're all right, Mash said, her face displaying a mixture of worry and relief. Foe, Q-Foe. The animal squeaked at him. Yeah, I'm fine. Sasuke replied to her with a nod. More importantly, how about you? Weren't you injured? Then his eyes came downwards, towards her body, or more accurately, towards her outfit. Mash noticed where he was looking and blushed heavily. That outfit, Sasuke muttered, quite puzzled. Then his gaze lingered towards her shield. Mash felt the need to explain to her senpai. But before she could, the watch on his wrist started ringing. Before he could do anything, it suddenly projected a blue screen right beside where they're standing, taking him by surprise. At the screen was a man with dull orange-colored hair. Right, I finally got through. Hello? This is Chaldea Command Room. Do you read me? The man at the screen said, although both the image and the sound were a bit laggy. This is Mash Kirilight, a member of a team. At this time, I've completed the shift to Singularity F. My sole companion is Sasuke Uchiha, both mind and body intact. Mash responded dutifully, her body straightening, face adopting a serious expression. Ray shift compatibility and master compatibility both satisfactory. Please register Sasuke Senpai as an official researcher. She continued. The man on the screen looked at him. And you must be Sasuke Uchiha-kun. Nice to meet you. He greeted, adopting a good-natured, carefree smile that seemed a bit inappropriate considering the circumstances at hand. The name's Romani Archaman, the head of Chaldea's health department. You can just call me Roman. I'd love to get to know you better, but this is hardly the time for that. Sasuke agreed. That said, I'm impressed you didn't lose your existence. I'm glad, really glad, Roman said, making Sasuke sufficiently perturbed. The thought of literally losing his existence is several notches worse than being turned into a mindless white Zetsu. The man turned. To look at Mash, also Mash. Of course, I'm glad you're safe, too. But what's up with that outfit? The man questioned. He looked like a father who'd seen his daughter wear something vulgar just then. It's shameless. I didn't raise you to dress like that. The man exclaimed, the more shocked than upset. Pink dusted Mash's cheeks, embarrassed. I transformed into this. I can't protect Senpai wearing Chaldea's uniform. Roman raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by transformed? Mash? Did you hit your head? Or was it Dash? Dr. Roman, please be quiet. Mash interrupted. Sasuke internally smirked. That's one way to tell him to shut up without hurting his feelings. Please check my condition. I think you'll understand the situation better. Mash told him. Your physical condition? Whoa, W Choe. Roman suddenly blurted out. Physical strength, magical circuits, everything's improved. You're not so much a human but Dash. Mash nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's right. I'm a servant. Wait, what? Sasuke, to the best of his abilities, tried to understand what was going on. So apparently, Mash survived getting her lower half crushed by a large boulder, and now is a servant? Aren't servants supposed to be dead, historical figures from the past? Did that mean Mash was? What? A female voice was heard at the other side of the screen. Whoa. A hand came up and roughly pushed Roman out of view, revealing the irate director. Did you just say you're a servant now? Her face came closer to the screen. How? WL, I don't exactly remember how it happened, but it seems I have survived by fusing with a servant. As you well know, Director, to investigate and resolve Singularity F, a servant was provided in advance at Chaldea. This servant lost its master in that explosion and was doomed to vanish. But at the last second, he offered me a contract. In return for the abilities and noble phantasm of a heroic spirit, he wanted me to eliminate the cause of this singularity. Mash explained. There was a lot to unpack there. A lot of questions on Sasuke's mind. Seems like the more he knows about the situation, the more questions would arise. A heroic spirit and a human fused. That means you're a... Roman muttered at the side of the screen. A demi-servant. Olga finished for him, her face expressing befuddlement. That's Chaldea's sixth experiment. But why is it successful now all of a sudden? She murmured, Mash, can you confirm if this heroic spirit still has his consciousness? Mash shook her head. No, he gave me his combat abilities, then vanished. He never revealed his true name at the end. So, I don't even know whose heroic spirit I am, nor the noble phantasm I'm holding. At this point, there is too much I don't know. Sasuke could relate. He was pretty much lost on what was going on, though he could gather bits and pieces to construct a bigger picture. Not to mention, everything that happened so far felt like a fever dream. The Animusphere heiress adopted a stern expression, managing to calm herself. Well, at the very least, the heroic spirit at least seemed cooperative enough. The director inspected Mash through the screen. And now that you're a servant, I shall expect you to fight for Chaldea as a force of humanity. Is that clear? Mash nodded resolutely. Yes, director. Then, Olga's eyes settled on him. She looked positively pissed. And you? Where do I even begin with you? She forcibly calmed herself down. We're going to have to talk this out personally. That said, since you're the only candidate who ray-shifted safely in the singularity, you better take on Chaldea's mission to find and determine the cause of the singularity without fail. Do you understand? You do comprehend what would happen should you fail the mission, correct? The complete extinction of humanity, he got that much. The white-haired girl took his silence for confirmation. You've already got humanity's most powerful weapon, Mash. Sasuke noticed that being referred to as most powerful buckled her knees a little bit. That must be a Herculean weight to carry. But she didn't object, likely to prevent disappointing the director. But remember, while servants are reliable allies, they also have weaknesses. They'll disappear without their magical energy source, their master. At the side, Roman peeked at the screen. I'm still analyzing the data, but it seems Mash has become your servant. Meaning that you, Sasuke-kun, has become Mash's master. She's the first heroic spirit to enter a contract with you. I see, Sasuke said, although he was admittedly clueless on how that could be the case. Can you take a look at the back of your hand, Sasuke-kun? Ramani told him. He did as asked and saw red markings, like a tattoo, on the back of his left hand. It was in the pattern similar to that of his old Rinnegan. 3 rings, each possessing a tomo at opposing sides. Those markings are called the command spells. They're incredibly powerful spells that, when used, uses vast amounts of mana to manifest something you wouldn't normally be able to. For example, it can restore a servant's spirit core, thereby healing them completely. You can also temporarily fill them with mana with it, so they'd be able to use their noble phantasms immediately, but only use it like that in emergencies. You can also make them do anything you want, even against their will. Roman explained. They regenerate 1 stroke a day, so be sure to use them when the moment calls for it. You can use them for up to 3 times at any given time. That's incredibly powerful. The command spell seemed like a failsafe to him. Something created to deal with rogue servants. Roman looked at him with an expression of understanding. I know this is all so much, and I don't blame you for being confused. I think I've gotten the gist of it. Sasuke told him. Roman smiled. Is that so? Very good. I'm sure you must have many questions, and we promise to answer every single one of them. But right now, is not the time. Olga interrupted as she glared at the lone master. Still, how did you even become a master? For a regular civilian with absolutely no aptitude for magecraft to become a master is unprecedented. Only first-class mages can enter contracts with servants. There's no way someone like you can become a master, so how did you become Mash's master? Sasuke looked at her emotionlessly. You tell me. The casual and disinterested way he replied to her made the director upset, it seems. Why you? Director. Mash chipped in, nervous. I'm actually the one who forced the contract. What did you just say? Olga voiced out, aggravated. I'll explain, director. And so, Mash explained her side of the event. How it went with the explosion, how there were no other master qualified to be ray-shifted, and how he was registered as her master when she was fused with the heroic spirit and became a demi-servant. He'd missed a few details here and there, but those were the most important points. I see. The young director huffed. At least I've gotten a better grasp of your situation now. Very well. Now that that's out of the way, let me explain to you in detail our current mission and its goals. Director, you're breaking up. 10 seconds until connection loss. Mash informed. Tisk. The heiress clicked her tongue. What is the problem now, Roman? It seems Sheba's output is unstable since we switched to the backup generators. Oh. Well, you can brief them later, Director. Ugh, fine. Mash, do your absolute best to overcome this singularity alongside your master. Olga ordered, voice dripping with authority. Roger that, Director. Mash replied. And you, the Director looked at him. You better come out of this alive, or I'm never forgiving you. Got it? Never forgive him for what? What a strange girl. Nevertheless, he nodded in affirmation. The girl left, allowing Roman to take over the screen. Both of you. I'm getting a strong ley line reading about 2 kilometers south from where you are. Try to get there somehow. That way it'll stabilize our connection. Understood, Dr. Roman. Mash said. Listen, don't do anything reckless, will you? I'll try to bring the power back up as soon as dash. Then, the screen was gone. Let's get going, Mash. Yes, Senpai. Still, you're so dependable. I was actually terrified, so thank goodness. Mash said, looking at him with awe. It's no big deal. I just learned to accept and move on faster than most people. He told her. You're so mature, Senpai. Q, Fofo. Ah, you're here as well, Fo. Thanks for cheering us up. Apparently, Fo-Ray shifted here along with you, Senpai. Ah, I forgot to tell Dr. Roman about that. Mash told him. Sasuke rose an eyebrow at that. Really? Didn't see him anywhere when I woke up? He must have been hiding from the skeletons. Well, it was actually Fo that led me to you. It seems that as soon as he ray-shifted with you, he immediately came looking for me. That said, I was actually able to locate you faster because of an explosion at precisely this location. Mash scanned the area, noticing several destroyed skeleton warriors. So, what exactly happened, Senpai? Did you do this? Sasuke didn't feel it was necessary to lie about his combat capabilities, nor did he have any reason to. I did. I see. That's amazing. You're pretty strong, Senpai. Mash commented. Not as strong as you, Miss, humanity's strongest weapon, I'm sure. Sasuke said teasingly, lips stretching into a smirk. Mash blushed heavily. That's not funny, Senpai. Heh. Sasuke let out a soft chuckle. For now, let's head to the coordinates he mentioned. Once there, we should be able to set up a base camp. Sounds like a plan. It was 30 minutes of walking and navigating through collapsed rubble. Senpai, we will soon reach the point Doctor specified. Mash informed. There are only flames as far as the eye can see. It's totally different from the Fuyuki in our data. According to our data, it's an average regional city. There's no report of such a massive disaster occurring in 2004. The mana density is also quite heavy. It's like an ancient Earth. The ninja was surprised as well. The Fuyuki he lived in the present time was peaceful, and no evidence of any such disaster that would have most assuredly left some sort of imprint in the present. Sasuke kept quiet as he listened on, trekking through shattered buildings and fiery houses. A few moments of walking straight, Sasuke felt the presence of several something. It was exactly the same presence as the undead that he'd faced earlier, so he assumed they were the same. He looked back towards Mash. Get ready for combat, Mash? He told her. Yes, I can sense them too. Getting ready for combat, Master. Mash was the first to take action, leaping into the fray with fervor. A per-saber skeleton was unaware of the speeding shielder and promptly got its entire torso shattered when Mash bashed her massive shield against it with earth-shattering force. An archer skeleton notched its arrow, aiming its bow at the shield wielder. It didn't get the chance to fire its arrow as a small ballistic missile exploded at its position, completely destroying the skeleton beyond repair. Two such skeletons, wielding a sword and a spear, emerged from the rubble and tried to attack the girl, but met the same fate as the archer. Mash looked at her master and saw that his right arm was now akin to a robotic rocket artillery, the whole of the arm housing multiple miniature missiles. Is my master a robot or a cyborg? Mash internally questioned, shocked and in awe. Mash, focus. Her thoughts were cut off as she heard her master. All right, master. The lilac-haired shielder blocked a sideways slash from a saber skeleton, parrying the blow at the side, leaving the skeleton vulnerable to a devastating kick from Mash that shattered the enemy into pieces. The last one had been a lancer, whose attack was easily blocked by the massive shield. The skeleton was immediately dispatched with a swing from the sharp end of the shield, crushing it at the midsection. Phew. Mash relaxed, observing the battlefield with keen vision, concluding that the fight was over, and there were no more threats. Battle finished, master. The master, arm now back to normal, walked towards his servant and gave her a light head pat. Great job, Mash. The servant blushed at his touch. OOM, thank you, master. Where's the leyline point? Sasuke asked. Ah, it is here. Setting up leyline terminal now, master. Mash placed her shield on the ground as the master surveyed the area for any potential attacker. Setting up summoning circle now. The shield emitted a golden glow for a moment, then it summoned a room, or rather, a projection of a room. It was reminiscent to the simulation room when it summoned servants for him. His watch rang again, automatically projecting the blue communication screen. So, the connection to Chaldea must have been established here. Checking. All right, good. Looks like connection's back on again. Romani said, good job. You secured the position. Now we can communicate again and even send rations. All right, the stage is yours, Director. Roman left the screen and immediately replaced by Olga. Hello, can you hear me? Are we online? Yes, Director. We can hear you. Mash confirmed. Ahem. The Director cleared her throat. First off, I'd like to inform the both you of the severity of Chaldea's situation. Currently, there are less than 20, including Romani and I, full-time staff that had survived the explosion. Chaldea has lost roughly about 80% of its strength and functionality. The remaining staff just can't manage or do all the work handled by other professionals who are, sadly, not with us anymore. So at this time, Chaldea is at its weakest and most vulnerable. All the other masters are critically injured and are currently in cryostasis inside the coffins in hopes of reviving them in the future. Worst of all, we've also lost our most important technician in the blast. Oh, Leviticus. Mash covered her mouth, horrified. That's terrible. But do not let these facts get to you. So long as you, Mash, and Sasuke are successful in this operation, we will rise from the ashes. Whoever did this shall pay with their blood. Wow, I've never seen the Director this truly angry before. Mash thought. We're shifting all available manpower towards ray shift repairs, as well as maintaining Chaldea's and Sheba's current states. It's going to take us months at least to gather new personnel or funds. We'll request for backup and supplies for rebuilding Chaldea once the external communications are fixed. She concluded. By the end of it, Olga looked like she was about to burst into tears any moment. But her position as the Director prevented her to. What a strong-willed girl, with so much on her shoulders. Sigh. Now then, Mash, I want you to continue investigating the singularity. Find whatever is causing this singularity to manifest at all cost. The extent of this mission is to discover the cause of this anomaly. The analysis and eradication shall come after Chaldea is restored and when I can send in a second team. That town only contains low-level monsters. With your strength as a servant, you should be good and safe, for the most part. You might run into stray servants, so I recommend you summon some servants now to bolster your forces. What do you know about servants, Sasuke? Olga asked. The former ninja shrugged. Just the very basics. That they're past historical figures and heroes that can be summoned to the present to do a master's bidding. That should be sufficient for now. But just in case, I'll tell you about servant classes. There are 7 servant classes in which a servant can be summoned as based on their legends, myths, epics, and stories. It's incredibly difficult, even downright impossible to copy a heroic spirit entirely. Human mages do not have enough memories or resources to achieve such a feat. That's why there's only one aspect of a heroic spirit that's fixed in our world, resulting in the 7 servant classes. That is Saber, Archer, Lancer, Caster, Rider, Assassin, and Berserker. The young Director explained. For example, provide me a name of a historical figure. Sasuke thought for a moment. Genghis Khan? All right. Knowing Genghis Khan's legend as a wandering warlord who primarily traverses long distances to conquer kingdoms using horses, he would be summoned as a rider. Sasuke nodded in understanding. It's also worth mentioning that the servant classes is a way to hide a servant's true name. In other words, their true identity. It's because they're famous. And in servant battles, the more the enemy knows about your servant, the more likely they're to know of their weaknesses. Olga Marie paused to take a breath. Take Achilles from Greek mythology, for example. In his legend, he's known as invincible, but it's well known that his weakness is his heel. The more the enemy knows about a servant, the better they can exploit their weaknesses to their advantage. Got it? The Director explained. Do you understand how servant classes work now? Seems easy enough. I do. He nodded. Good. Hope and pray you'll summon a strong servant. I'd plan to explain to you what noble phantasms are, but I'll leave that to your resident demi-servant there. Mash nodded. All right, we can now communicate in short bursts. Feel free to contact us in an emergency. Roman chimed in. We got it, Dr. Roman. Mash responded. All right, we'll be cutting the connection now. Be careful. The woman looked at him. Don't do anything reckless that could jeopardize the mission. Then, the connection was gone. The Uchiha shook his head. That troublesome woman really had very little opinion of him. Not that he cared what others think of him, of course. All right, Senpai. Summoning circle, operational. We can now summon a servant. Do you have a servant in mind, Senpai? Mash asked. Not really. Honestly, so long as they're strong and useful, then he'd be fine with them regardless. Anyone that's strong is fine by me, I suppose. I assume we don't have any catalyst with us on hand, so the next best thing is your personality. When you summon a servant without any catalyst, you can summon a servant with similar personality to you, Senpai. Summoning a servant with essentially similar personality with him? He truly didn't know if that was a good or a bad thing. He would have thought that a good thing. Then again, he does get along well with Naruto. So long as they're not annoying is probably the bare minimum required. Personality doesn't matter that much. I'm ready, Mash. Let's get ourselves a servant, he said, facing the light on Mash's shield. The master held out his hand, as the markings on the back of his palm glowed a bright red. Come forth, he said. Sasuke felt a brief, but strong surge of energy at the terminal, as intricate holographic markings appeared above the shield, likely indicating that the summoning ritual was in progress. Then a stronger burst of energy was felt, one that actually pushed him back a bit, and he had to cover his eyes to shield them from the overwhelming light and dust. Moments later, he felt it. Such a massive, powerful presence. Definitely not human at all. It felt magical, incredibly so. Perhaps even divine. He heard the neighing of a horse, then the distinct clatter of a horse's hooves as it touched the ground. The light became dimmer and dimmer, until it stopped hurting his eyes. The Uchiha willed himself to look at his handiwork, and there it was. Or there she was. The first thing he saw was the ethereal, white stallion. The animal was clothed in fine silver armor. The next thing he noticed was the large green lance, with a pattern reminiscent of a herringbone tapered cloth. Lastly, the rider. She was heavily armored, but yet was clearly female. Her helmet bore the design of a draconic lion of silver color, as wild, golden fur fluttered behind her. Her armor was much the same, fine silver. At her lower body fluttered a long, blue cloth lined with gold, possibly an extension from what she's wearing underneath the armor. The being shone with regal light. She didn't look human, more so a divine being. Her pristine silver armor glistened with the light from the summoning circle. She was silent for a moment as she looked down towards him at the vantage point from up her mount. Regal, proud, powerful, and noble. I shall answer your summons, she declared, voice dripped with power and pride, yet oddly more feminine than he expected. I am your servant, Lancer. With this lance, I shall be your tower and strength. Chapter 2, Ashen Sky. The thing about being a ninja of the highest caliber in his past life is that barely anything surprises him anymore. He'd seen it all, despite dying at such young age. He'd fought zombies, ghosts, and a combination of both. He'd fought immortals and physical gods. He'd fought titans, and he'd faced armies. He'd battled with and against legends of old. He'd battled with absolute monstrosities and forces of nature on a planetary scale. He'd met and conversed with an actual mythical character in a ghastly form, and his closest friend was an actual freak of nature with a nuclear source inside his stomach. Because of that, whatever's happening currently, he took it all in stride with a straight face. Incineration of humanity notwithstanding, everything he'd experienced while in Chaldea wasn't too crazy compared to what he'd experienced in his past life. He'd realized a long time ago after being reborn anew just how ridiculous the life he led. The difference in the lifestyles he'd led versus the life he's living now was immediately apparent to him. People lead happy and fulfilling lives without worrying about constant death. Children go to school instead of military academies built to brainwash them to be child soldiers. And adults go to mostly non-dangerous jobs rather than risk having your brain stabbed by a kunai from an enemy ninja every other day. It was a wonderful and beautiful thing. Quite frankly, it was a far better world for humanity to flourish than the ninja world ever was. Despite that, he found it necessary to hang on to his former life. His original identity. His family, his friends, companions. Even his deeds and wrongdoings. His battles, his victories and losses. His bonds and connections, his encounters and goodbyes. He wished to keep them forever, until the end of his existence. If only to learn from them, or to have some form of inner connection with his past. His memories were the only anchor to the past life that he lived. Memories, to him, was precious and something he didn't want to lose at all cost. But the thing about living another life is that it often changes you in mind and body. Your memories get replaced and feelings erode over time. He's still got most of his memories, to be sure, especially memories about certain people and events. But even those get blurry as time passed. He was afraid. So afraid that one day he may lose what was precious to him. What is wrong, master? Sasuke looked up to the mounted knight servant, who was in turn looking down at him. You seem down. Are you perhaps tired? If so, my steed still has some room. Dun Stallion is your steed just as much as he is mine, so do not hesitate if you want to ride. The gallant knight offered helpfully, patting at the space behind her. Don't worry, I'm fine. I was just thinking about some things. Sasuke replied. Although it does look like it'd be better to ride on horseback rather than to waste his energy on walking by foot, especially if they have to traverse an entire city. The female knight nodded. Very well. If you say so, master. Mash looked at him eagerly. Almost too eager. I can also carry you, senpai. You can ride on my shoulders if you're tired. The shield bearer offered, quite animated for some reason. That's okay, Mash. I'm not tired. The Uchiha reassured, just a bit weirded out. It had been exactly 2 hours since he'd summoned his new servant, and 1.5 hours of walking northwest towards their new destination. In that time, he'd learned that the servant he'd summoned was King Arthur. Yes, the King Arthur. Well, that surfaced a number of questions in his mind. First and foremost, King Arthur was supposed to be a legend, a work of fiction. Second, instead of the holy sword King Arthur used, Excalibur, she wields a lance instead. Admittedly, Sasuke was ill-informed about Arthurian legends, so he wouldn't really know if King Arthur had a lance. Thirdly, King Arthur was a woman, apparently. Mash had said to him that it's because history in general is a bit male-centric, and so some servants do get mistaken or intentionally written or recorded to be male in much of their legends. But he failed to understand the logic behind that as far as King Arthur was concerned. King Arthur wasn't a historical figure, but a fictional character. Unless, the fate system can literally bend the laws of reality and fiction to make the lines between them blurry, allowing the system to summon works of fiction. Or perhaps, King Arthur's legend was actually real all this time, but written off as being merely a legend? That could explain things. She also prefers to be called Artoria or Lancer Artoria when out of battle, and only Lancer when in battle. Which makes sense, remembering what Olga told him about servants and their classes. They'd also told the king about the situation, about the incineration of humanity, and this singularity's likely linkages to that event. The king seemed only slightly surprised at the world she was being summoned in, but otherwise took in the information coolly and without any hesitation. Eventually, they could see the large bridge at the distance. The city was still a pit of destruction. It seemed that no matter where they go, everything's just gone to hell. For the full length of their journey, he didn't see any other human either. Not even animals, rodents, insects. All gone. It's as if whatever phenomenon happened here just made every life form combust to nothing. Replaced only by monsters and skeleton warriors. Just what happened here? Sasuke asked internally. I almost forgot. I was supposed to explain to you what noble phantasms are. Do you mind if I do, senpai? Mash asked expectantly. Sasuke nodded at her, pushing up his glasses. Go on. The more he knows, the better things will be. Mash nodded in turn. Okay. So, each servant have noble phantasms. It is a secret weapon worthy of a servant's legend. It is the crystallization of a heroic spirit's miracle and existence. Noble phantasms are also one reason to hide a servant behind their summoned classes. As noble phantasms are one way the enemies may determine who a heroic spirit truly is. They come in many different forms. They could be defensive types, like my shield. They could take on the form of an attack, or an ultimate move, if you will. They could also be offensive types, such as the holy sword Excalibur, King Arthur's signature weapon. Mash looked towards the large green lance that the knight in silver was casually wielding without issue. I did read that King Arthur also had a sacred lance. Does that mean? Lancer Artoria's helmeted head turned to face them. Yes, this is that sacred lance. I am the king of knights, or rather, an if version that instead holds the sacred lance Rongaminiad instead of the holy sword that you're so familiar with. But make no mistake, the sacred lance is not inferior to the holy sword in strength. Artoria held her sacred lance up high, allowing them to look at the weapon with clarity. This lance's power is being held back by 13 seals, because it is much too powerful. When these 13 seals are unleashed, that's when this lance's true power will manifest. Artoria's helmet faced him. He could almost see the proud smile from underneath the silver. Look forward to seeing its full magnificence sometime in the future, master. Mash gazed at her shield. Well, as for me, I've yet to know the true name of the servant I'm fused with. So I still don't know the name of my noble phantasm. The girl looked at him. her eyes resolute and motivated. But with you as my master, I'm sure I can get stronger. One day, I'll definitely grow worthy enough to find the answers to these questions. Sasuke allowed the barest of smiles to grace his lips. The mounted king looked at the shield. I see. So it's like that. How unexpected. It seems that man has determined your worth to wield his power. Be proud. Mash widened her eyes at the king. You mean? You know whose noble phantasm this is, and whose heroic spirit I'm fused with? She asked excitedly. The king nodded. Indeed. Although if you want to unleash your true potential, you will have to figure it out on your own. It is not my place to tell you. Mash nodded understandingly. I see. Grow a GI. Contact. Mash exclaimed, as dozens of skeleton warriors beset them. Preparing for combat, master. Awaiting your order. The shielder said, hoisting her large shield up. Artoria scanned the surroundings. She looked calm, confident despite the numerical odds stacked against them. There are at least 36 enemies. Make sure you stay back, master. Mash, you go left. Lancer, go right. I imagine both of you can handle this. Dispatch of them quickly. Sasuke ordered, and the two women nodded dutifully. Yes, master. Both servants replied in unison as they leapt into the fray without delay. With a mighty, high-pitched neigh, Dun Stallion charged into combat. The stallion leapt into the air, as Artoria prepped her lance for a mighty horizontal swing. The mere landing of the steed was enough to cause a strong shockwave that immediately shattered nearby skeleton warriors and creating a webbing of cracks on the pavement. Not even a moment later, the King of Night swung her lance. The force of it was such that it would have totally dismantled entire automobiles completely. The swing was so strong that it kicked up a wave of wind that destroyed and peeled off parts of the ground. What's interesting is that he could tell clearly that she was holding back her strength. Skeleton parts rained down from the battle in droves as Artoria demolished the enemies with ease, the likes of which he'd never seen before. Towards the left, Mash had amassed her own fair share of kills as she zipped around the battlefield with speed that seemed inappropriate for someone who's carrying a gigantic shield. Mash employed her shield creatively, employing the butt end of the cross on her shield as a makeshift blade to slice enemies in droves. Her shield instantaneously demolished skeletal warriors as soon as it landed on them. She exuded strength and speed that would have normally been impossible for a timid girl her age. She was doing great as well, though not in the level of ease that Artoria had shown. Sasuke observed them, as they dispatched the skeleton warriors much effectively than he expected. Then again, a human like him could beat a few of them, so it stands to reason that servants should be able to handle them in large numbers. The Uchiha smirked as he watched them fight, impressed at the exhibition of strength and power, even though they were clearly not in their most powerful. Servants were no doubt at least stronger than your everyday shinobi, though he'd need to see more before he could compare them to the absolute strongest in the ninja world. Senpai/master. Both women shouted out to him. Before he even realized it, a skeleton warrior had popped out from underneath him. Sasuke reacted, though the first thing in his mind, before even the thought of defending himself, was that these skeletons can somehow use Kakashi's hiding like a mole technique. The thought amused him so. The skeleton swung its sword directly at his neck, aiming to separate the head from the body. Both servants hurriedly rushed in to protect him, but were pleasantly surprised when their master simply caught the skeleton by its wrist before the blade could get any closer to its intended target. Activating his Rinnegan, Sasuke opted to augment his head with the Azura path, transforming the whole construct of his head from flesh and blood to metal and machinery. His brain restructured itself, changing from gray matter to metallic engine in moments. The Rinnegan briefly glowed a bright purple as he willed it to transform the nerves, the muscles, and the skull. The former ninja's head promptly opened right down the middle, from head to chin. Both halves separating from each other, revealing intricate futuristic machinery inside the head where the brain and skull should be. Then out from it, a small blaster emerged, glowing with energy. It fired, utterly decimating the skeleton as the beam of pure chakra disintegrated the entirety of its upper half at point-blank range. The beam also carved a deep trench at the pavement directly behind the skeleton. Sasuke's head then promptly put itself back to normal, as the defeated foe collapsed lifelessly. Haphazardly dropping the skeletal hand down to the ground, then casually dusted his hands off. Sasuke turned to look towards where his servants were, only to see them looking at him like he'd grown a second head. He could tell that Artoria was looking at him bemusedly even from beneath the helmet. Sasuke released a sigh. He might have to explain his Azura path abilities to them just to avoid needless and troublesome confusion. He spared a moment to observe their respective battles, seeing that they're just about done. Good job, you two. Looks like there are no more hostiles left. He walked up to them, and they continued to walk towards the bridge. Although he could very much tell that they were itching to ask him about what he'd just shown them earlier. He could just feel their stares piercing at the back of his head. As they walked, he thought idly of what he'd gotten himself to. Not everything was new to him, especially the fighting. But everything else was a dozen stacked layers of mystery to him. For one, what is Chaldea? Why didn't he know of this organization's existence? Why is its existence not a widespread, public knowledge like the UN? Also, the fact that magic, or as they refer to it, magecraft, exist, and that Chaldea employs these mage practitioners. There's just too much he knows nothing about with this organization that he found himself embroiled in. He needed more information, more so to ascertain what they are, and what they stand for in actuality. On the surface, they seem to be an ally of humanity. Staunch defenders of the future of humankind, bearing the fruits of mankind's ingenuity to protect it in turn. Though he didn't really know anything beyond that. Say, Mash? Sasuke spared a look at her from the side. Can you tell me more about Chaldea? He asked. I know very little about Chaldea too, senpai. It's been 2 years since I started, and I still don't get much of anything. Mash's expression contained a small amount of regret as she responded, but I've read all I can in the database, and I'll share it with you. Mash coughed slightly to clear her throat. Chaldea Security Organization. Or more accurately, the Security Organization for the Preservation of Humankind, Venus Chaldea. A research observatory with the purpose of continuing and strengthening human history, employing the help of researchers, scholars, and mages alike from all around the world. The three of them continued to walk at a brisk pace as Mash explained. He listened on, not even looking at the shielder. They watch a world that. That's fascinating, Sasuke muttered, face remaining stoic. When you say it's an international organization, do you mean it's funded by organizations and corporations from around the world? That too. It does receive financial support from across the globe, but majority of that comes from the Mages Association in London, from the Animusphere family, Director Olga Marie's family. Chaldea is a research organization, but due to its importance, it mainly operates on a military level. There are extremely strict rules and punishments that come along with it should those rules are not imposed. So that's why the director is grumpy most of the time. She's got a lot of pressure on her shoulders and a lot to worry about every time. Anyway, that's about the extent of what I know, senpai. It was yet another 30-minute walk when they arrived at a burning city north of the bridge. At this point, he was seriously considering riding on horseback. Sasuke lamented the lack of his old vitality and endurance. The watch on the Uchiha's wrist rang, projecting the blue communication screen. Immediately, they saw Olga Marie and Romani at her side. Hello? Looks like we're online. And whoa, the city looks worse than I thought. Romani commented breathlessly. Indeed, was all the director could say at the sight. Indeed, it was as if a massive tornado of fire had struck and sufficiently ran rampant at this side of the city for a good whole week, thoroughly destroying everything in its path. Well, leaving that for now. What's this enormous magical power I'm sensing? Romani turned to look at Artoria, who remained idle on her mount. Don't tell me that's. Artoria uncaringly turned to look at the screen, unmindful of Chaldea's director and mage. How could? A third-rate master. Olga Marie mouthed out, gobsmacked at what the screen was showing her. The sheer magical power their machines had picked up tells them this wasn't an ordinary servant in the least. No, this was. Mash perked up, noticing that Artoria was getting the attention. That's right, Dr. Roman, director. Senpai had managed to summon the King of Knights. The one who holds the sacred lance that holds the two sides of the planet together. Mash proudly proclaimed, as if to show the director that her senpai was not such a third-rate master after all. The smile she held was almost shit-eating. The knight remained calm, even as the entirety of the remaining Chaldean staff gawked at her glory. How did you? A civilian like you. Olga Marie muttered, not even hiding her confusion and shock. Sasuke glanced at the troublesome director. She seemed positively upset. He guessed summoning the likes of King Arthur would rouse such reactions. Even more so when the one who summoned the once and future king is a common man with no aptitude for magecraft of any kind. Sasuke-kun, you're quite amazing, you know that? Romani said to him from the other side of the screen, still unable to escape the surprise stemming from the former ninja's unexpected summoning. Anyway, this is great, the Chaldea doctor exclaimed, popping up from his seat beside the young director. This makes this singularity easier to handle now. Sasuke wasn't so sure about that. They know barely of anything regarding the mysteries surrounding this singularity, let alone what challenges are they to face to resolve it. King Arthur of the Lance may be powerful as they say, but it's far too early to make early predictions. He didn't believe in jinxes, but he'd experienced his fair share of them in the ninja world to know what the doctor had said just then was a bad call. The Animosphere heiress seemed to have snapped out of it. Why, yes, precisely. That's a good thing, of course. You've summoned a powerful servant. More than you should have been realistically able to. But that's besides the point. You now have a powerful weapon by your side. If opportunity rears its head, I want you resolve the singularity. She commanded, although he could still detect some reluctance in her voice. Like she didn't want to admit or believe that he'd summoned King Arthur. Director? Mash voiced up. Weren't we supposed to just identify the cause of the singularity, not solve it? She asked. Olga Marie nodded her head, her mannerisms remaining as stern as ever. That's before that master there summoned the King of Knights. Now that he did just that, much as I refuse to believe it, you may actually now possess the firepower to completely dispose of the singularity and whatever hurdles you may face in the process of doing so. Self-assured and confident, the director replied. Again with that. Sasuke turned towards his lancer. Do you agree with them, Artoria? The servant gave no indication of acknowledging the question, but she answered in kind. We shall see, master. She replied emotionlessly. The servant was inactive and aloof when out of battle. Sasuke hasn't seen her do anything on her own but follow his lead this whole time, when not engaged in battle. Mash gave attention towards the burning city once again, its flames reflecting on the girl's violet eyes. That aside, director, the Fuyuki in our data and this Fuyuki are just too different. What do you think happened to this city? How did it become like this? Voice distraught and rightfully confused, the girl asked. The young director adopted a thinking pose, face just as disturbed as the shielders. Let's see. History must have been slightly disrupted. That's all I can think of. She trailed of. Mash, Sasuke, I'm only going to say it once, so you better listen. Chaldea observes the future through an Earth model called Chaldeus. At the same time, a familiar called Laplace compiles past records. You can say it is Laplace's job to gather data on history that wasn't made public and information that has been buried in the darkness that no one knows. That's interesting tech, to say the least. Does that mean Laplace had recorded much of the data that was burned down by Rome's Great Fire of 64 AD? Or the data from the 99% of Egyptian papyri that's been lost to time? If so, that's highly valuable tech. The director continued. According to Laplace's observations, an unusual Holy Grail war was confirmed to have happened in this city in year 2004. Before she could continue, Mash voiced her thoughts first. The Holy Grail War? You mean the Holy Grail from the legend that's said to grant its wielder any wish? The director nodded in affirmation. Yes, that's the one. Mages in Fuyuki City competed for this Holy Grail, and in order to activate it, they needed to summon 7 heroic spirits. That was the beginning of the Holy Grail War. Unknown to anyone, servants were summoned to this town. The Fuyuki Holy Grail system is simple. 7 servants fight each other. The last one standing gets the Grail. Chaldea learned about this in 2010, when my father Sasuke observed a pained expression very briefly cross the director's face. I mean, the previous director used this data to build the summoning system. That's what makes up Chaldea Heroic Spirit Summoning System, Fate. Our third invention, after Laplace and Chaldeus. Sasuke rose an eyebrow at the information he was given. A wish-granting device? I wonder if I could. His thought were cut off when Mash spoke again. Third, isn't that Sheba? The director shook her head slightly. Sheba was created by Professor Leviticus. Well, I guess you can say we both worked on it. A tired sigh escaped her lips. Anyway, this is where servants come from. 7 servants fought here, and in the end, Saber emerged victorious. The town wasn't destroyed, and the servants shouldn't have been noticed by anyone. But now this is happening. We should assume that the outcome changed due to this singularity. Olga Marie visibly leaned back on her chair. The anomaly in 2004 brought about an alteration in human history. As a result, we're no longer able to see 100 years into humanity's future. That's why it's our job to repair this anomaly. Somewhere here is the reason history has been disturbed. Once we analyze and eliminate it, that will complete our mission, and we'll return to Chaldea, to the present. Well, anyway, at least the mission is simple. Mash muttered encouragingly. Gruagra. Skeleton warriors, at least about 80 to 100 of them. Quite an unusually large horde. He was beginning to feel sick just by looking at them. This place is pretty much infested with these things. The mostly silent and aloof king was the first to voice out her willingness to fight. Contact. Your orders, master. She looked at him expectantly, with Dun Stallion basically raring to go for some action. Mash took on a combative stance, casually hoisting up her large shield as if it were made of cardboard. Yes, your order, master. Same as before. Artoria, to the right. Mash, to the left. Sasuke commanded, and they leap into battle without another word. Although this time, they were noticeably closer to his position. Likely to protect him should a skeleton warrior were to sneak up on him again. Not likely to happen again, however. He was prepared and sufficiently informed of their ability to dig through solid pavement, apparently. This time around, though, he felt compelled to help reduce the enemy's numbers. Staying in the back line while somebody else fought his battles for him wasn't his style at all. He can be a commander, if necessary, but he preferred to be a warrior on the front lines. The ninja charged, intent on racking up his own body count. Of course, not without any objection from the Chaldeans. What are you doing? Olga Marie cried out as she saw the sole Chaldean master dive into the fray. Hey, somebody stop him. He's going to get himself killed. The director was panicking, although understandably so. He could understand. He was the sole master of Chaldea, the only one who could summon and fight alongside servants to restore humanity. But he wasn't just some helpless kid with no fighting ability whatsoever. He was once an elite ninja and one of the strongest fighters the ninja world had ever produced. He wasn't about to besmirch his identity and legacy. Oh boy, was Roman's short reaction, wide-eyed and nervous. Master, the shielder shouted at him as she saw him leap into battle, right arm now a glowing, pulsing blade of pure energy. Her attention was taken from him when a saber skeleton warrior snuck up a sweeping blow of its blade that almost got her by the midsection. Ugh. The girl winced at the blow as it barely nicked her, even as she retreated back to regain some breathing room. Even still, she ignored the small injury and continued on, piling up her fair share of body count. Smashing, slicing, and even, at more than rare instances, used nothing more than her strength to dispatch her enemies. Occasionally turning her head to look at her master, to see if he's in any kind of danger. It almost felt weird to the young Chaldean girl. She was barely a servant, without knowledge to her true name nor her noble phantasm. She was, in her opinion, a sad, pathetic existence whose sole objective and purpose now is to protect her master, even at the cost of her life. And yet, being his servant, she was unnaturally stronger than she'd expected. Like there's an inexplicable link between master and servant that empowered her to her very core. It's as if her master was brimming with an unknown power, and that power seeped into her being. It wasn't mana or magical power, that much she was certain. She wasn't sure about any of this, but she was sure she shouldn't be this powerful. Not this early into her servanthood, at least. The silent, but powerful knight had been much the same since the battle started. Like a strong whirlwind, every action she took blew away the enemies, every blow from her lance shattered multiple skeletons like collapsed towers. She had been doing her duty with equal amounts of strength and grace. In between every swing of her lance, she observed her master as he fought. And curiously, he fought with equal ferocity as her and Galahad. Humans would not be able to do so. No, she had reminded herself that her master, despite being clearly human, was far from being ordinary. That power he showcased earlier even made her doubt his humanity. But despite that, he was clearly human, and their connection as master and servant solidified that notion. However, her master seemed to be of exceptional quality. Artoria had felt that her current incarnation was more powerful than she was used to, and she could only assume that her master had something to do with it. But such thoughts were for later. She slashed just as a skeleton drove its spear at Dun Stallion. The steed merely jumped up as Artoria's divine lance eradicated the lancer skeleton from where it stood. She easily swung her lance as if it's a mere twig to deflect multiple arrows from an archer. Aiming the tip of her lance towards the archers, she fired a beam of light from it, creating sizable explosions of light that quite literally erased her targets, reducing them to atoms. At the center of the battlefield, the master faced his foes. With Sharingan in one eye and the Rinnegan in the other, Sasuke had no problem dealing with the skeleton warriors despite being human. He ducked, weaved, and avoided any and all fatal attacks that the enemies threw at him, and then responded in kind with his own. His chakra blade went through any opposition like hot knife through butter. His pulsing chakra blade was a combination of two chakra nature transformations, that being lightning and fire. Imitating the power of lightning and the heat of fire packed in a compact blade. The result was a blade that quite literally melts the bones of his attackers like they were cheese. Sasuke hacked and swung his pulse blade arm, slicing skeleton warriors left and right with no resistance. The Uchiha then conjured rapid-firing artillery turrets at each shoulder, shooting out blue bullets of compressed chakra at rapid intervals. This was for dealing with archers and any enemies at long range. And when he found himself beset from all sides, he would easily outmaneuver them with his speed and athleticism. It wasn't until another 10 minutes of fighting when the three of them successfully defeated the last of the skeleton warriors. Sasuke calmly assessed the immediate vicinity, seeing that no one dead was standing. Both servants were looking at him with curiosity and interest as his weaponized arm mechanically transformed itself back to normal, and the turrets on his shoulders sank themselves back into his body. Victorious, both servants came to him and reported their respective battles. Mash let out a weary smile, even as she bounced towards her master with her shield in tow. Phew, battle finished, master. It was difficult, but we pulled through in the end. Good job, you too, Sasuke said, sparing a grateful nod towards the king and giving the lilac-haired shielder a soft pat on the head. Thank you, master. I'm happy that I can be useful, she said, a blush creeping on her cheeks. Artoria merely watched the interaction. Sasuke's watch rang again. Oh boy. The ninja thought wearily, smothering the urge to cover his ears. What in the blazes are you doing? The director practically shouted at him, her loud voice reverberating throughout their surroundings. The ninja could swear he could see some veins popping there. She's quite angry, it seems. The director bared her teeth at him as if preparing to pounce on him and bite his face off through the screen, and her eyes looked absolutely furious, even more so than usual. The image of the angry director made for an amusing sight to the former ninja. Are you not aware of what will happen should you die? Or are you just too stupid, too thick-headed to comprehend the consequences of your damn actions? Or maybe you simply do not care. The director scolded. See, come down, director. You're gonna pop a vein at this rate. Shut up, Romani. The director barked. Eek. I'm sorry. The doctor retreated out of view. Relax, will you? I know what I'm doing. Sasuke calmly replied, his face displaying not a single shred of regret or remorse for his actions. I'm not as helpless as you think. Not as helpless, he says. The nerve of you to disregard humanity's future. The operation desk rattled violently as Olga Marie slammed her palms on it in anger. All it takes is a single arrow to your head, or a sword to your neck, a spear through your back. And humanity is done for, finished, gone. Can't you understand that? Do remember that you are humanity's sole master, humanity's sole hope. You cannot afford to risk your life, or you'll take the whole of humanity with you. Sasuke looked at the girl dismissively and scoffed. HN. You really are annoying. A palpable and uncomfortable silence pervaded their vicinity for a moment. Even the Chaldeans were silent at the other side of the screen. Mash was looking at her senpai with equal amounts of awe, astonishment, and worry. Her violet eyes were wide open as her jaw hung ajar. Her eyes darted back and forth between him and the director on the screen. Romani's expression was much the same, eyes bulging out to comical proportions. Every other staff in Chaldea also shared their reaction. The King of Knights remained silent, but one could tell there were traces of amusement seeping out from beneath the lion helmet. Annoying. I'm annoying. You say? The director murmured darkly, her voice was low, but shaking with barely suppressed fury. Her eyes were shadowed by her disheveled white bangs, creating quite an ominous image. You have the gall. The audacity. The director was now visibly shaking with rage, like a volcano that's about to erupt. Only that this volcano won't kill you, just annoy you incessantly. You. Now listen, looks like the director's not particularly in the mood right now, so I'll be contacting you later. A panicked Roman interrupted suddenly, taking up the screen. Waramani, you dash, was all that they'd heard from the director before the connection was forcibly cut off from the other side. Mash gazed at him with amazement. Her eyes practically sparkled. Why, you truly are amazing, senpai. No one has ever talked back to the director like that. Sasuke smirked. Well, someone has to knock her off her pedestal. He simply stated, semi-jokingly. Let's go. With their new location in mind, they continued on. Walking through the destroyed and burning city, bereft of life and color, only flames and destruction. Fire and ash still soak the sky wherever they go, like an infinite canvas of red, black, and orange. They walked south, intent on investigating the singularity further. May I speak my mind, master? The King of Knights said beside him, her form still unmoving atop her mount. That's unexpected. But since the silent king wants it said, it must be something important. You may, he told her, pushing up his glasses as he did so. The knight's helmet clattered lightly as she nodded, facing down towards him. I admire your willingness to fight on the front lines, master. Battles are the ultimate challenge for warriors and commanders alike to test their mettle. That is why I am fine with you fighting with us. But do choose your battles wisely. The King of Knights faced forward towards their path, I can see that you possess an aptitude in battle far greater than any mere human in your era. But I also agree with the Chaldean director. There will be enemies that you cannot handle. In such cases, I want you to let us, your servants, deal with them. We may not be able to protect you as efficiently otherwise. The Uchiha digested her words. It's true, of course. The only reason he fought against the skeleton warriors confidently so was because he assessed them to be incapable of posing a threat to his well-being. He knows well how to choose his battles. He knows how to discern fights he could win from those that he could not. He'd learned his lesson after fighting the Jinchuriki of the eight-tailed Bijou and nearly endangering his whole squad. He'd evolved since then. He'd planned to fight against enemies he knows he could handle. He couldn't afford to test his limits, anyhow, especially when everything he's experienced so far after coming to Chaldea and likely going forward were all unknown to him. It's like sailing through a pitch-black ocean under a pitch-black sky, with no knowledge on what monstrosities lurk underneath. Mash nodded her head agreeably. That's right, Senpai. I know you're really strong, but it's better for us if you don't get caught in dangerous situations as much as possible. I don't mean you're weak, it's just that I dash. A pat to the head calmed the girl down. Relax, Mash. I understand. I won't be reckless. Why yes. Thank you, Senpai. The shielder stuttered. The former ninja noticed his first servant still looking at him nervously, likely wanting to ask him a question. Anything on your mind, Mash? He inquired, which surprised the girl. I just wanted to ask you about the way you fought earlier. I don't think that was magecraft. At least I haven't seen magecraft like that. So then, Senpai, are you a robot? The girl asked. He noticed the king also leaned in ever so slightly to listen in. Sasuke weighed in his options, which to tell them and which to keep secret. Obviously, he'll be keeping the fact that he was a former ninja from some other world a secret. There's definitely a merit in telling his servants his abilities. That way, they'd know how to adjust to his style when in combat. And he hated being called a robot. It's like people immediately doubt that he was human. It would have been easier if he still had his Chikudo. He missed fighting with a sword. He was silent for a moment. It's better if the director and the doctor knows as well. So, I'll tell you all when we get back to Chaldea. Sasuke answered, not wanting to have to explain the Azura path and the Rinnegan a second time. His answer earned an approving nod from Mash, and the king simply remained silent. Suddenly, faster than he could react, Mash was right in front of him. Mash's back was faced towards him, and her shield was hoisted up like she was trying to protect him from something. Not even a second later, something heavy collided with the shield, creating the loud, shrill sound of metal colliding against metal at speeds surpassing supersonic speeds. The shielder was promptly sent flying towards a building at the side. Even faster, the King of Knights was onto the attacker. Dun Stallion let himself be in front of the master as the sacred lance sailed down towards the assailant, with full intent of severing both sides of the attacker's body. Much to the surprise of the king, her lance was impeded by another weapon, a scythe. Although the attacker was flung outwards, propelled by the sheer strength in which the lance was swung. Exclamation point. Sasuke could only watch in surprise as faster than he could perceive. Mash had protected him, got sent away for her troubles. Then Artoria had fended off the enemy with one swing of her lance in the span of what seemed to be a second at most. Shit, they're fast. Sasuke thought derisively, cursing his inability to keep up as he assumed a defensive stance. His attacker gracefully landed a good distance away from them, her chain scythe in tow. Her eyes were obstructed by the hood she wore, but her purple hair flowed freely. Che! The assailant grunted in annoyance. Her sight was firmly locked on the master, even as she recovered from the knight's mighty blow. You're lucky, boy. You've got excellent servants. She huffed, straightening herself as she menacingly brandished her scythe. Keep your eyes on me, Snake. The King of Knights told the shadow servant. Her voice left no room for objections. Such was the majesty of the King of Knights. This lance shall be the last thing you'll see in this lifetime. I will be so graceful as to let you behold its sight before it shreds your flesh and bone to mere atoms. The king declared. The rogue's servant rolled her eyes and scoffed at her. Arrogant one you are. The woman ran her long tongue on the blade of her scythe. It would please me so to permanently shut that haughty mouth of yours. Her eyes slithered unto him once again. And immediately, he could feel the bloodlust and hunger. Hunger for death and blood. And once I'm done with you, I'll flay your master's skin, rip his limbs apart, and keep his head as trophy. The master was extraordinarily calm. To his credit, as the rogue's servant described what she'll do to him in morbid detail. The knight was unaffected by her threats. Very well. Up yours, Rogue One. Artoria issued the challenge. It was promptly accepted. The shadow's servant charged the knight, raising her scythe up high to strike down the royalty before her. Jumping into the air, she made use of the laws of gravity to enhance her attack, allowing more velocity and momentum. There was a brief clanging sound of metal meeting metal, but not of weapon. The purple-haired woman widened her eyes when she caught sight of the knight casually catching her scythe mid-air, just by raising her hand and awaiting for it to land on the gauntlet palm. Immediately, the hooded servant had to pivot her body out of the path where the sacred lance had just passed through, barely escaping a grisly end via a destroyed torso. The royal knight, however, was still holding her weapon hostage and seemingly had no plans to release it. The rogue servant sucked in a sharp intake of air as Artoria very quickly and forcefully pulled on the weapon, in which connects to the chain that she was still holding. The servant must have held such deep attachment to the weapon because she didn't let go, even as Artoria landed a vicious headbutt right on her face. Seeing as the mounted lancer was wearing her royal helmet, it made for a rather painful blow. The shadow servant clutched at her face with her free hand, her nose crushed and bleeding, but was not allowed reprieve as she beheld the sight of the lance, now glowing a bright golden glow. I told you that this lance shall be the last thing you'll see. Gay. Finally, the servant realized the very real danger she was in and decided to let go of the weapon at the last second. Desperation to escape at the forefront of her mind. But the king was brutal, unmerciful, and ruthless. She had set her sights at the rogue servant, marked her as the king's prey. The knight aimed her lance at the desperate servant, and with but a single push of her lance, entered the shadow's body. The lance stabbed right through her chest and out of her back. Act! The servant cried out. Blood came rushing out of the wound in rivers. But the king wasn't done. The glow on the sacred lance intensified. The holy light that gleamed out of the long weapon quite literally erased the rogue woman's flesh, erasing her body from the chest part where the lance was stabbed through, then rapidly consumed the rest of her body as though paper consumed by flames. The assailant didn't even scream in pain nor tremble in fear as death encroached on her very being. Ah, how regrettable, she muttered in finality, as her body was completely incinerated. Not a single shred of flesh or drop of blood, not even so much as ash was left. Sasuke watched the battle from where Mash had been sent away. The fight had lasted a whopping 6.5 seconds. The king showed no signs of weariness, nor any struggle. Her armor remained as immaculate as ever, the silver no worse for wear and still gleaming. The king's mannerisms were casual and resolute. It was as if the king of knights was simply disposing off a rather pitiable insect. She didn't even consider that fight a warm-up, it seems. You okay, Mash? Sasuke asked. The demi-servant was on her knees, but otherwise healthy. Yes, thank you for looking out for me, senpai. She smiled at him. She received a pat on the head again, which she received with pleasure. No, I should be thanking you. I'd be dead if it wasn't for you. Thanks for protecting me. I mean it, Mash. With a blush and a funny feeling in her stomach, she got back up on her 2 feet. Her senpai's hand still atop her head. Why you don't have to thank me for that. I was just doing my duty as your servant, senpai. And as your partner, too. Sasuke nodded. Then I'll continue relying on you from here on. Yes, senpai. They walked out of the collapsed building where Mash was sent flying in, just as the king of knights greeted them. The enemy has been neutralized, master. Good work, Artoria. The former ninja gave her a small nod in appreciation. Do you want a head pat as well? Sasuke offered, albeit jokingly. The knight was silent for a moment. With an amused smile, Sasuke waved her off. It was a joke, Artoria. Don't worry about it. Oh, a J-joke. Of course I knew that, she said, though he swore he could detect traces of disappointment there. The Uchiha's communication watch rang again, projecting the blue screen. Hello? Can you hear me? Ah, there we go. It seems we're online. Mash nodded to the screen. Yes, doctor. We can hear you loud and clear. But what's up with that bruise on your cheek, doctor? She asked, pointing at the red bump on Romani's cheek. The doctor sighed weakly. This was your fault, Sasuke-kun. You know that? He said as he caressed its bruise. That said, can you recount to me what happened after we cut off the communications? Well, nothing much really happened, other than the fact that we got attacked by an enemy servant. Mash replied. What? Romani exclaimed, understandably alarmed. Mash nodded, although weakly. Yes, we got attacked. Although Artoria dealt with the servant all by herself. I, on the other hand, did nothing. The former ninja put a hand on her shoulder comfortingly. You protected me. That's plenty enough, Mash. Don't be hard on yourself. The demi-servant's face lit up. Thank you, senpai. Romani smiled at the scene. Looks like you're getting along well. That's good. A master and servant can benefit from each other by fostering a positive relationship. The Chaldean doctor's smile turned teasing. Although, it's important for a master to give equal attention between your servants. So Sasuke-kun, you should give the king there some love too. Exclamation point. The knight noticeably twitched at that. The master remained silent. The shielder noticed the air of discomfort around them due to Roman's shenanigans. Doctor, we were just getting along well. Please don't make this unnecessarily awkward between us. Mash rebuked, which only made the doctor's sly smile to lengthen. Sorry, he said, rather unapologetically. That said, I'm glad all of you are all right. So, a servant, huh? Even though it's far too early for both of you to fight a servant, it's a good thing that the king was there. The doctor's countenance shifted from lighthearted to serious. Mash nodded. Yes, it was definitely a servant. She seemed stronger than any life form we've encountered here so far. Mash said, adopting questioning expression, although that servant felt weird, doctor. Her presence seemed muddled somehow, like she's been corrupted. Roman rose an eyebrow. Is that so? That's strange. What would cause such a thing to happen? And whatever it is, it most likely have something to do with this singularity. That servant was corrupted by a holy artifact. The usually quiet Lancer spoke. The corrupted Holy Grail. A Holy Grail? Does that mean? Eep. Romani was once again forcibly pushed out of view, replaced by the less moody, but still perpetually irate director. A Holy Grail war. It means a Holy Grail war had occurred there prior to everything going down in flames. She said in matter-of-factly tone. Normally, it's a battle royal between 7 servants and their masters, but something must have gone wrong in the process. Something terribly wrong. The director commented. Glad you've calmed down, princess. Sasuke told her, a smirk on his lips. The director's eyes locked on him, immediately souring her mood further. I'll make sure you'll get an earful when you get back here. Sasuke shrugged dismissively. Can't wait. Olga Marie's nostrils flared. You dash. Save that for later, director. I'm picking up multiple servant readings rapidly heading your way. Get ready. Roman shouted from across the screen. Wadash. You said servants? How many are there? Olga Marie inquired worriedly. 3. I'm picking 3 servant readings. The King of Knights moved, her helmeted head facing towards north. I sensed them too, master. Get ready. She told him, her tone not betraying her show of confidence and power. Mash hoisted her shield up, assuming a combat stance. Getting ready for combat, master. Not even a moment later, a figure struck the King of Knights. Their weapons on intense blade lock. The servant appeared to be a man who possesses multiple weapons, and who primarily used a glaive. Most likely a weapons master. Mash was preoccupied in facing a cloaked figure with a skull mask, likely an assassin. The servant employed knives, trickery, and speed to outmaneuver his opponent. The shielder did her best to defend herself against the barrage of throwing knives and the occasional sneak attacks, using clone illusion techniques for distractions. The master observed his servants as they faced their adversaries. That's 2 of them. Where's the dash? Suddenly, he felt a presence right above him, rapidly speeding towards where he's standing. Shit. He cursed internally when a chariot just rammed violently at his position, utterly obliterating the ground where he was just standing a mere few moments ago. He'd barely avoided getting ran over to death by activating his Sharingan and jumping away before the mysterious chariot could land, or more accurately, crash onto him. A figure jumped out of the chariot. It was a woman. Red hair, somewhere in her 30s, perhaps. She looked deranged and ready to kill. The chariot would suggest that she was a rider, but based on the manic presence she gave off, like that of a vengeful wild animal, made him think she was a berserker instead. She bared her teeth at him, her eyes red and bloodshot. Her armor was black and soaked in the blood of her victims. Die! She charged at the sole human. The shielder worriedly turned her head towards her master, seeing that a servant was onto him. Master! Mash shouted out. She made to run towards her master to help him, but was forced to stop on her tracks when a set of throwing knives lodged themselves at the ground in front of her. The assassin seemed to materialize right in front of her and swung his knife at the shielder. Mash was fast enough to react to the attack, blocking the attack with her shield and sending her several steps backwards. "Oh no, you don't," the assassin's servant said, his voice deep, guttural, and condescending. "Worry about yourself, girl, lest you die a horrible and gruesome death." Utterly distraught, Mash could do nothing but hope to defeat the enemy servant before the other one could seriously hurt her master. The shielder glared at the ominous white mask, which was a first. She'd never glared at anyone, much less with violent intent. "That's it. I feel your determination, girl. Now make this fun for me." Then the enemy charged at her. Sasuke couldn't clearly remember the last time he was genuinely fighting for his life. Even his final battle with Naruto didn't rouse feelings that his life was ever in danger. Not because Naruto was incapable, no. Simply because Naruto refused to kill him, despite his chastisement. The fight with Madara and Kaguya, perhaps? Even then, he didn't really feel like he would die the whole time while fighting them, since Naruto was fighting with him. The last time he was genuinely fighting for his life, as far as he remembered, was when he fought B, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails. Yes, he remembered quite vividly how B trounced him so soundly, and from that moment on, he was just fighting desperately to survive. The feeling was back, much the same. Different circumstances, different enemies, but awfully the same feeling. And much like the battle he had with B, a gap in power was also present here. It wasn't fear. He wasn't afraid, that much was certain. But desperation still fueled every move he took. Desperation to survive. Die, die, die. Romans. The red-haired servant snarled harshly. Her fury and bloodlust seeped out of every move. Every swing of her weapon was fundamentally meant to kill him. Perhaps the only thing that kept Sasuke from actually getting killed was the fact that she was predictable. By virtue of being a servant, she was fast, and every swing of her short sword could have carved a swathe of flesh off of him. But she was predictable. She swung with ferocity and malice, but without much precision and timing. And that made all the difference. He ducked under a horizontal slash, landing a chakra-empowered punch flush on her cheek. It didn't do any more than make her flinch a little, not even a stagger in her steps. Rinnegan awakening, Sasuke willed the eye to augment his right arm into the buzz saw, attempting to fight fire with fire. She was faster and stronger still, but he was getting used to her rhythm. His Sharingan spun wildly as it attempted to perceive the servant's movements. Another duck to avoid a slash, a dodge from a swipe to the left, a pivot to the right to avoid the claws, and then, there. The buzzsaw spun at its maximum output as it streaked towards the servant, carving through the air as it sailed through the rogue servant's guard. The saw landed squarely at the woman's neck, eliciting a cry of pain from her. Blood poured out from the wound, but evidently did not do much to the servant. The servant was durable enough to completely impede the saw from going further than 3 inches into the flesh of her neck. Sasuke glared at his right hand when the blades of the saw stopped spinning, as if stuck on a muscle in her neck. The idea was utterly ludicrous. Just how durable were these servants? Sasuke was forced to transform his arm back to normal and retreat a few steps back when the woman attempted to separate his torso into 2 halves with a vertical slash. Despite bleeding from the neck profusely, the injury didn't seem to affect her that much. The rogue servant charged yet again, still as feral and as wild as before. The servant jumped, performing a mighty downward slash that would most assuredly split him clean in half. Still, she was predictable. He jumped up, avoiding a vicious, grisly death by the rogue servant's sword. Rinnegan glowing, he willed the eye to transform his entire right arm into a rocket artillery. The many compartments on the robotic arm opened, revealing an array of miniature ballistic missiles of pure chakra. Still in midair, he fired a set dozen of missiles straight towards the servant, immediately engulfing her form with continuous chakra-based explosions. She jumped out of the resulting smoke, slightly damaged and armor broken, but otherwise still fine. He landed on the pavement, only to jump back again as the servant landed on his location in a giant stomp that destroyed that section of the battlefield they were on. "TSK. She's tough," Sasuke offhandedly commented as he inspected the servant in front of him. Neck still bleeding, various wounds and gashes littered her body, and her armor was reduced to nothing more than a glorified bikini. But her injuries didn't seem to diminish her killer instinct or her energy at all. She charged yet again. But this time, she was faster, way faster. She was in front of him in less than a second. His Sharingan allowed him to predict her already predictable movement. Her speed meant that he couldn't just avoid her attack, so he opted to catch her blow by the wrist. Even with chakra empowering his arm, the swing of her arm still caused a painful pressure in his right arm as it landed. Her other hand saw opportunity and attempted to claw his eyes out. Sasuke conjured an extra robotic arm, just above his left arm. The mechanical arm successfully caught the servant's arm by the wrist mid-swing, locking it in place. Normally, someone as strong as a servant would just be able to destroy his Azura Path appendages and escape from his hold, but he'd poured more chakra into them, so they were reliably strong. To Sasuke's relief, their arm lock was promptly broken when a lance was suddenly stabbed through the servant's chest, ending the battle right then and there. The lance went from the back and through her chest, destroying her spine, heart, and parts of her sternum. The servant collapsed, lifeless, just before she disappeared in a dispersion of golden particles. "Forgive me, master. My opponent had been more formidable than I expected," the knight told him apologetically, her helmeted head turning to look down towards him. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Sasuke dusted himself off before answering. "Don't worry. I'm fine," he said. "How about Mash?" Well, they both turned to look at the shielder's direction, just in time to see the assassin shadow servant burst into flames. I need to protect. Master." Mash thought through her struggle, deflecting some throwing knives before performing a spinning move that would have sliced the assassin with the sharp end of the shield. The skull-masked assassin simply vanished from view, then reappeared directly behind her. A slash meant to sever her spine was blocked by the shield. Despite her enemy being inherently faster and quite slippery, she was fast enough to react to his movements, but not move as fast. This allowed her to block most of his attacks, at least ones that would have been fatal, though she couldn't deny that she was struggling. This was beyond what she should be doing at this stage of her servanthood. Still, she needed to come out of this, for Senpai. "I thought you were just some girl, but I see now that you've got some fight in you." Very impressive. She heard a voice behind her. It was the voice of a man she didn't recognize. "Well, now that I've seen your determination, I just can't leave you like this." The shielder turned behind her to look at the source of the voice, coming upon the sight of a man in a long blue robe, sporting blue hair, and carrying a wizard's staff. He looked like a quintessential example of what a caster looked like in her mind. The man waved his staff, conjuring a number of Celtic runes that circled his form. The runes were transported to the assassin servant. "Ensuz, Gua, caster you." The assassin gritted out even as he burst into flames, consuming his being and eating away at his flesh. The caster merely smiled, amused. "Yep, it's me. Now do me a favor and just die there peacefully, will you? I've barely got any patience for this farce after this Holy Grail war went to shit." His voice was disturbingly carefree. Holy Grail war? So there really was a Holy Grail war here? The shielder mused. Soon, the screaming had ceased, and the body had stopped thrashing in agony. It had been a good 5 seconds of intense burning until the flames finally fizzled out, revealing nothing of the assassin's servant in its wake. Not even ash was left. Such was the strength of a Celtic runic fire spell. Wow! Mash muttered under her breath as she beheld the fire spell. Such strong magic. "Ah, master." She turned to look at the sound of clattering hooves and saw her master and Artoria. More importantly, her master seemed fine and healthy. Artoria must have gone and helped him, which was a relief, though she wished she would have done it herself. The master eyed the stranger through his Sharingan. He seemed like a magician, or a mage, as they call it. A caster servant, certainly. It wasn't much effort to assume that he was the one who burned that shadow servant to death. The caster turned to look at them as they came closer. A confident smile spread across his face. His eyes lingered briefly towards the lancer, then locking onto the master. "Interesting eyes there, young man," the caster commented, which reminded the Uchiha to deactivate his Sharingan. "Interesting. Battle finished, master. Although I didn't actually do anything," Mash said. The caster waved her off. "Nonsense. You've done more than enough, girlie. Besides, you showed me something good there. Enough to make me want to help you." "Oh, thank you. If you don't mind me asking, who are you?" the shielder asked, although hesitant and uncertain whether to interact on friendly terms with the man. But he did help her against the assassin. So maybe he wasn't a hostile. "I guess it should be fine." The blue-haired caster pointed a thumb at his chest. "Me? I'm Ku Chulin, the Hound of Ireland. Summoned here as a caster. Nice to meet you, folks." The man introduced enthusiastically. It was like greeting a new acquaintance on a regular Friday night at a bar. The man was friendly and affable, or really good at pretending to be such. Sasuke's watch rang again. You mean the Cuchulainn? Ireland's most famous hero? Commonly referred to as Ireland's Hercules? That Cuchulainn. Romani blabbered through the screen, his eyes wide open in surprise at the unexpected helper. Yup, that's me. Although I would have liked to be summoned in my Lancer St. Graph, but this is fine too. The man shrugged. Mash was just as surprised. Cuchulainn? This is unexpected. But it makes sense why that fire spell easily defeated that assassin servant. Cuchulainn was also known as a fantastic runes master just as much as his mastery over the spear. The caster hummed an affirmation. Looks like you've done your homework, girly. I'm liking you more and more. Oh, thank you. The master, on the other hand, retained a neutral expression. He hadn't had the chance to read up on Celtic mythology at all, so he was ill-informed about things related to it. The man walked closer, smile or smirk ever present. How about you? What are your names? Mash was the most sociable of them, so Sasuke let her answer. My name is Mash Kirilight, a demi-servant. She gestured towards the both of them. This is Sasuke Senpai, Chaldea's master, and that there is Dash. That is enough, Mash. All of a sudden, the king voiced out, interrupting the shielder's introduction. By Artoria's will, Dun Stallion put himself and his rider in between the master/servant duo and the caster, to protect the king's charge from the potential dangers the caster might be capable of. This caster was an unknown factor, whose motivations are largely unknown beyond helping out on a whim. There was a big possibility still that he harbored the same bloodlust as those shadow servants they faced earlier. Halt, child of light. Continue at your own peril. The knight commanded. The authority in her voice was absolute. She hoisted her sacred lance as a show of potential violence. The caster got her message and stopped on his tracks. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, there, bigger king of knights. I come in peace, he said as he put his hands in the air as a sign of submission, the smile still in place. Artoria was incredibly calm, even as the Hound of Ireland casually identified her true name. So you know my true name? How? What gave it away? Depending on your answer, I might spare you from my sacred lance's wrath. The lance emitted light, an ominous show of power. Because I fought with the saber version of you. In this very same Holy Grail war, in fact, he answered. The former ninja judged that he was likely telling the truth. There was no physical indication of him lying there. What? Artoria said, perplexed. Cuchulainn nodded. You heard me right. There's a saber version of you here. One that's corrupted by the Grail and has been transformed into some sort of evil tyrant. The man put his hands down, leaning on his staff. Those servants you fought earlier are servants she's already defeated. The Grail transformed them into, well, essentially evil versions of themselves. Shadow servants, if you will, the caster explained. Still, it's surprising to see another iteration of the King of Knights in the same place. It's just way too much of a coincidence. The knight remained quiet. A Holy Grail war, and another Artoria, huh? And one that's summoned as a saber, but is corrupted. This is all so much information to swallow. Mash muttered tiringly. Another King Arthur? And the Holy Grail? Perhaps that's the cause of this singularity's appearance. The young director looked at them. Mash, Sasuke, I want you to investigate this Holy Grail War's King Arthur, and possibly retrieve the Holy Grail. This might be our lead to resolving this singularity. With some hesitation, the Shielder replied, Yes, Director. Well, I'll tell you my part of the story from before everything went to shit. But for now, how about we form a temporary contract? You'll need all the strength you can get, you know. The caster locked eyes with the master. You there, boy? What will it be? Sasuke pondered for a moment, his eyes going through both of his servants, as if silently asking for their opinions. Mash merely nodded to him. Whatever your decision, I will follow, master. Artoria said. I also recommend you join forces, Sasuke-kun. Another servant at your disposal would make resolving this singularity much easier. And besides, if he attempts something funny, the king there would deal with him. That much is for certain. The king said. Cuchulainn sighed. Relax, will you? I'm not here to fight. In fact, I've lost all motivations to fight for the Grail. I've nothing to gain from fighting the lot of you. And besides, I want to fight alongside you in honor of that lady over there, who fought with all her might to protect her precious person. The Shieldo's cheeks were tinged with pink, but did not deny his words. It's true, though, that the better manpower and firepower you have, the better your chances at winning any battles. Employing this caster should improve their chances of fixing the singularity. And besides, there's merit in keeping him with them if he knows what happened in this singularity prior to them arriving here. All right, then. Sasuke walked over to the caster, extending a hand. We'll be in your care. The smiling caster accepted the hand, shaking it firmly. Likewise, kid. I guess I should call you master now, huh? When everything was settled and done, the caster pointed towards the western part of the city. For now, we should go there. There's a cave towards that part of the town. Archer and Saber are stationed there. I'll tell you everything I know while on the way there. Sasuke nodded. Mash, Artoria, let's move out. Lead the way, caster. Aye up. Let's go. We should be there in 3 to 4 hours or so. So let's get a move on. With that, they journeyed towards their new destination. Unbeknownst to the group, a man in black had been observing them, even from such a distance. His white hair fluttered against the wind, or what little breeze left in the burning city. His dark bow in hand, and perched atop a tower, he eyed them, like that of a falcon to a rodent. Looks like the caster got himself some friends. He jumped down, awaiting their arrival at his station. Won't matter though. I'll destroy them. And if I can't, she'll destroy them. He spared one last glance towards their direction. Pity. Chapter 3, Shield's Light. Fate was a fickle concept, ever-changing and uncertain. Never really in any one track, always on the vague path. Even when one pushes their limits to change and manipulate it to their whims, no matter how one may manage to rise atop the world, fate just seemed unstoppable. It was an omnipresent, omnipotent, but uncertain concept that may choose to bless you on some given days or curse for the rest of your life. It was fate that gave him a happy beginning, and it was fate that gave him a bitter ending. It gives, and it takes away. He chuckled darkly. A pathetic, self-loathing sound. He really should have seen this outcome coming. Just because things turned out this way didn't mean he had to blame a cosmic, abstract concept. Ultimately, it was his choices and decisions that led to things turning out the way it did. There's no denying or hiding from that fact. He'd unwittingly been a willing prisoner for bloodlines long past. An incarnation of revenge so pitiful that a wet kitten would have been more menacing. He'd stomped on his connections, spat on his brother's convictions, and concocted an idea so divorced from the ideals he should have been fighting for that it honestly sounded so ridiculous now that he'd had time to think about it. All for a dream so selfish yet so selfless. Even so, even if it was something that all people of the world disagreed with, his revolution had always been something born from his genuine loyalty for the world. Out of a deep sense of duty towards the world that crafted his very being, that shaped his very nature. The world that gave him his family. To root out the core problem of the world that's deeply entrenched within the ninja system. Still, he wouldn't say he regretted it. But he was glad Naruto was able to stop him. Sorry, Naruto. Looks like I won't be able to atone for my sins after all. Bastard. Keep your eyes open. Let's wait for Sakura-chan. Just hold on for a little while. Come on. This ain't how things should have turned. Oh, you dash. The boy stopped shouting when his dying friend summoned the very last remnants of his strength to lift his remaining hand and offering it to him. The blond boy recognized the seal. It was the rat hand seal, to dispel the infinite Tsukuyomi that still imprisoned all but select few living beings in the whole planet. You're too loud, idiot. KH. The hero reciprocated, completing the hand seal, thereby freeing the planet's populace from the infinite dreams. That was it. It was the last of his chakra, his life force. Bit by bit, he could feel himself getting weaker. He was already blind, and he felt his sense of touch going numb as well. Finally, he felt his lungs bloat and pucker, as if to desperately and failingly provide him with air. Then, his mind had slowly gone blank. Hey, looks like it's finally time. Naruto. I'm sorry. My one and only friend. Sasuke. Sasuke. Don't you die on me now, you bastard. The blonde ninja shouted, tears streaking down his bruised cheeks. Desperation and hopelessness reverberated in his voice. The dying ninja's tired eyelids finally closed. Hey, Sasuke. His muscles relaxed, brain activity ceasing. Sasuke. Then oblivion. So this is death. Singularity F. Fuyuki, 2004. And that's pretty where we are right now. Sasuke Kuwandere is the only qualified master around for this field research. Romani told the caster, recounting the recent events. Kuchulin hummed, digesting what he'd heard. I want to confirm something. You're a servant from this Holy Grail War, and the sole survivor, correct? The Chaldean doctor asked. If by that you mean I haven't lost, sure. This Holy Grail War has changed into something else entirely about halfway through the war. The man briefly adopted a somewhat miffed expression. I'm not so sure how it happened either. Everything was just suddenly engulfed into flames, and every human vanished. With the servants the only things running around the damn place. Mash widened her violet eyes as she heard him. Vanished? Me, but how? The caster shrugged. Wish I could tell you. But as it stands, I know about just as much as you do. So then, What happened after that? The child of light stared at the burning sky, keeping a brisk walking pace alongside the master and the two servants. Well, after that, Saber was the first to resume the war. That chap, or should I say, King Arthur. He spared a curious glance towards the mounted knight, seeing that she had remained idle at the mention of another version of her. Started rampaging like a tiger released from a cage. Assassin, lancer, archer, rider, and berserker were all defeated by her, then turned into shadow servants, basically, by some black mud. His watch pinged, materializing the screen and displaying the young director on it. The survival of the seven servants. That rule of the Holy Grail War was broken here. And in the end, you won, Caster. Or rather, you're the only one who survived. Mash asked. The blue-clad Caster nodded affirmatively. Yep. If Saber defeated me, I'd have turned evil just like those guys. They, alongside the monsters that sprung up like maggots, started looking for something together like some kind of a high mind. The troublesome part is that I'm one of the things they're looking for. You see, the Holy Grail War won't end until I'm killed. Romani emerged from the side of the screen, so then, you and Saber are the only ones to survive. Then if you defeat Saber, yes, that would probably end the Holy Grail War here. But I don't know whether things will go back to normal. The young directors seem to have realized something, I see. So you helped Sasuke and Mash, but in the end, it was for your own goals. You can't beat Saber on your own, so you zeroed in on them, right? Kuchulin's carefree smile never left his face the entire time. That's right. But it's not particularly a bad deal, is it? I'm willing to help you solve whatever it is you want to look into here, but you'll have to beat Saber with me. Olga Marie's expression remained self-assured. That's a rational proposition. We'll have to fight this Saber sooner or later anyway. Besides, I will fight her, preferably alone. The silent and stoic King of Knights, who had been listening to the conversation in earnest, stated. Confidence oozed from her words. But yet, no trace of arrogance in it. All present turned to look at her. Humph. Yes, of course. With our own King Arthur here, this Holy Grail War's Saber should be no problem. Olga Marie opined. Sasuke stayed silent. This girl really has a penchant for tempting fate. The caster shook his head, amused. Heh, of course you're going to say that. Can't say I didn't expect that. The master turned his head up to look at the mounted knight. Are you sure about this, Artoria? I am, master. Worry not. I will vanquish her. That is for certain. The mounted knight calmly answered. If it should ease your worries, I will call for aid when I require it. Sasuke nodded. Very well. The former ninja was admittedly ignorant with how strong these servants are. He didn't know what statistics or parameters to consider that makes up a servant's strength. He didn't know magic, magical circuits, mystic codes, or other such terms. He was essentially as blind as a bat. He theorized, though, that the popularity of a servant's legend must be one of the contributing factors for their strength, based on how revered King Arthur was. Still, if King Arthur had said she could handle another King Arthur, who was he to refute her? At any rate, a battle between two iterations of King Arthur should be a good learning experience, if nothing else. The child of light hummed to himself. Well, that takes care of that. That leaves one last thing. Your goal. You said you folks are from Chaldea, right? At the Shielder's nod, he continued. Then what you're looking for is probably the Greater Grail. The caster informed. At the screen, Romani perked up upon hearing the unfamiliar object. Greater Grail? What's that? It's this land's true heart. You said this place is a singularity, right? If that's true, then it has to be the cause for the singularity's materialization. Kuchulin explained, although it was clear to the Uchiha that he was just making educational guesses on the subject. As far as he's concerned, that's enough information, given their circumstance. However, Saber's currently guarding the Greater Grail, along with the other shadow servant, Archer. Sasuke nodded. I see. Then one thing's clear. We'll have to get this Greater Grail, at any cost. That should likely end the singularity's manifestation. The caster eyed him, impressed. Phew, glad our master here has a good head on his shoulders. That's right. You'll need to acquire the Greater Grail. At least, that's the only thing where all of this is leading towards. Sasuke continued. Then here's the plan. I want you, caster, alongside Mash to deal with Archer, while Lancer deals with Saber. I'll be monitoring Lancer, in the event that she needs assistance. Caster nodded, a toothy smile plastered on his face. Sure, leave Archer to us. The Shielder girl seemed like she wanted to refuse. Yeah? But I can't protect you if that's the case, senpai. The master looked at her, seeing her worry in plain sight. Don't worry, Mash. Saber will be occupied with fighting Artoria. She'll have no opportunity to harm me. The King of Knights of the Lance nodded her helmeted head. That is correct. I swear on my name, title, and accomplishments that no harm shall befall on Master. You need not concern yourself with his safety, Mash. Mash's expression eased up a bit. Then I leave Master to you, Artoria. Of course. This fight will not last long, Artoria replied. The irate director popped up animatedly. Hey, you might be the master there, but don't just make any rash decisions without my consent. Romani shook his head sheepishly. Oh, come on, director. That was a perfectly good plan. All things considered. There should be no problem unless something unexpected comes up. And who told to voice your opinion, Romani? Eek. I'm sorry. The doctor retreated out of view. With an exasperated sigh, the Chaldean director turned to look at the caster. Well, since we're about to fight them, you might as well tell us about them. How strong are they? She inquired, somewhat anxiously. Don't worry. Archer can be dealt with. Especially with Girly here with me. Saber, though. The caster, who had been keeping a carefree front, frowned at the thought. Well, let's just say she could have flicked me like so much as a fly. So, I'll be entrusting Saber with your own lancer there. The mounted knight stayed idle, as though not acknowledging the conversation at all. But Sasuke could tell that she was keenly aware of what was being spoken. After a moment of silence, the director spoke. Okay, I understand the situation now. I'm sure it's already been established, but Mash, Sasuke, team up with that caster there and obtain the Greater Grail. Her eyes turned from the master and servant duo to the blue-clad caster. Now then, caster, show us the way, will you? The druid smirked at the Chaldean girl. She'd been acting very much like a strong and stern woman. A head honcho of Chaldea who has to keep acting like an indomitable leader to keep appearances. To keep what she really was inside a closed, tight-lidded secret, a girl who's emotionally distraught and utterly terrified. Forced to play the role of a pillar for Chaldea so the whole organization stayed intact. She impressed him. She had the will and the spirit. Few people possess such qualities, even during his time. That said, he pitied her just as much, if not more. Fine. I'll take you there. It's Master's call when we'll make our move, though. It's there, under that temple. The caster pointed at a temple at the distance, situated on top of a hill. Its outline visible through the smoke and ash permeated by the burning city. There should be a cave entrance under it. Thank you. Now then, we're counting on you, Sasuke. Olga Marie said, before cutting the connection. It was another 15 minutes of walking and fighting the undead when they arrived at the temple. The Ryuta Temple, as Sasuke had come to know thanks to a nearby street sign they passed by. It was by that time that Sasuke noticed Mash's emotional distress. She looked depressed, and it's clear there were a lot in her mind right now. Going into a battle like that often proved to be suicide in the ninja world. He doubted it would be much different here. Sasuke slowed down, until Mash was beside him. Is something the matter, Mash? Mash looked at him in surprise, before devolving into an expression of shame. WL? Yes. I hate to be the one to say this, but, under your command, Senpai, I've gained enough experience. And yet, I'm still unable to unleash my noble phantasm. I don't even know how to unleash it. Sasuke's first ever servant looked down dejectedly. I'm like a defective servant. Foe. The small white animal sounded from her shoulders, as if to console her. Chaldea's screen materialized, with Roman seemingly at the helm for the time being. Oh, so that's what you're worried about. You have such a strong sense of responsibility, Mash. Romani stared at her. His expression oddly reminded the Uchiha of his mother, Makoto, when she would admonish him over small things he did as a toddler. Fond memories, indeed. But I don't think these things can be settled overnight. After all, it's a noble phantasm. If a heroic spirit's secret weapon can be mastered in a day or two, then heroic spirits wouldn't be special. They lose what makes them heroic spirits in the first place. Sasuke finished for him. Romani smiled at him, delighted at Sasuke's understanding of things that should have been wholly unfamiliar to him. Precisely. That's why you shouldn't be feeling too bad when you can't manifest your noble phantasm in literally just hours in your servanthood. I haven't entirely grasped the concept of heroic spirits and noble phantasms, but I do know that there's nothing wrong with taking these things one step at a time, Mash. The master reassured. The shielder looked up at him almost tearfully, before steeling herself and smiling. I see. Thank you, Senpai, Doctor. I'll do my best. The master's lips briefly displayed the smallest of smiles, something the servant barely picked up on. Caster joined in on the conversation. Of course we can master something like that immediately. After all, we're servants. If the young lady here can fight as a servant, she should be able to use her noble phantasm at the very moment. After all, a servant and a noble phantasm are essentially one and the same, he said. The shielder drooped down dejectedly at Caster's words. And yet you can't, which means there's something wrong with you. Your magical energy is probably not circulating right. Let's see. Enthusiasm? No. Motivation, perhaps? Your emotions? Perhaps you've no will to fight? Whatever the case may be, you'll need to fix that if you want to be able to protect your master. I see. Mash muttered lowly. At any rate, you're not cut to fighting Archer the way you are now. Right now, you'd be sporting an arrow in between your eyes faster than you can lift your shield. Forget about protecting your master. Mash drooped down further. Caster, Sasuke warned. Relax. I'm saying this because I don't want her to die, you know. He waved the master off. With that in mind, do you mind if we take a quick detour? Sasuke rose an eyebrow at his request. For what? Just a bit of a special training for Girly here. And don't worry about any injuries. I'm a caster right now, so leave the healing to me, he answered. The master narrowed his eyes. What sort of training do you have in mind? He asked. The caster merely smiled. Oh, you'll see. First, let's start off small. The man let go of his staff, which was now standing on its own without any support. The caster then made a series of hand signs, ones that were not too dissimilar with the hand seals he was familiar with. Immediately after chanting a short incantation, a set of Celtic runes materialized in front of him. Here, let me inscribe some misfortune runes. And we're done. That should do it. The blue-clad caster eyes his handiwork with a smile. Sasuke's suspicion only grew, however, when the runes the servant conjured was promptly inscribing themselves onto his shirt. What are you doing? The Uchiha asked apprehensively. The caster merely smiled at him. Relax, and stay put, will you? This is all for little Missy's training. He turned to look at the King of Knights, whose head was turned towards the runic symbols on her master's person. She was extremely vigilant of the dangers the caster's stunt could potentially pose. And the caster himself knows he was at risk at getting skewered by the sacred lance, based on the lancer servant's agitated aura. Still, he pushed through with his plan. Behave, will you? You have my word that Sasuke here will be fine. Now do me a favor and stop pointing your lance at me. Kuchulain told the knight, who didn't seem to acknowledge his words. Shortly after, the lancer relented and relaxed. Still, she was keenly observing the proceedings. At the ready should something goes awry. Be alert, Missy. Trouble will be here any second now. The caster said to her, before pointing towards a literal horde of skeleton warriors fast approaching their position. Ah, look, here they come. Sasuke narrowed his eyes at the runes, studying them. This caster was more troublesome than he thought. The guy inscribed what's basically a sort of bait spell on him to lure in the undead. He can only assume he wants Mash to fight them as a test. The Child of Light scanned his form, before shaking his head. This isn't enough. The fact that you can fight means the stakes really aren't that high. So here. The man conjured another batch of runes. What? Sasuke internally exclaimed in surprise. From underneath the ground where he stood, a small, human-sized tree emerged. It wrapped itself into his body, thoroughly preventing him from moving beyond slightly wriggling his limbs. It was a tree conjured from sorcery, strong and sturdy enough to hinder his strength even with chakra amplification. No, it wasn't strong or sturdy, per se. It was actively draining his strength. Similar in concept to the first Hokage's chakra-draining Mokutan constructs. Troublesome, Sasuke thought. Understandably, the King of Knights was livid. Caster, you. Didn't I tell you to relax, Lancer? And besides, this is an effective training methodology, and you know it. It's for the girlie's sake. The caster told her. And he was right for the most part. It was indeed a provably effective method to train oneself. After all, one can never truly get stronger unless faced with something beyond oneself. That is, her master's safety. Truth be told, the king was also quite curious to see why Galahad has chosen this girl to be the bearer of his legend. She was interested in seeing what could come about from this. What miracle may rise when the girl is under genuine duress? Knowing the girl, the king didn't have any doubt that she will grow from this experience. Beyond that, unlocking Galahad's noble phantasm in itself is a huge boon in the fights to come. The caster smiled. Seems you understand now. Great. Now be a good king and stand back, will you? Don't interfere if you can help it. The mounted knight thought of driving her holy lance down the impertinent caster's throat for daring to issue commands to her, but held back. She turned to her usual idle stance and backed away from her master's position, though not so much a distance that Dun Stallion cannot cross in one casual gallop. She was ever ready, still, should her master be faced with any real danger. What are you planning to do, caster? You better not think of harming either of them in this little stunt of yours, you hear me? The Chaldean director angrily shouted at him. The blue-clad caster was as carefree as ever, even as the Chaldean head honcho cursed at him. Relax, Miss Director. Believe me when I tell you this here'll only make little Missy here stronger. At the side of the screen, Romani sported an expression of worry. Though he was much calmer than the director, I trust that both Mash and Sasuke-kun will not be harmed with whatever you're planning. Of course. Just trust me, will you? Okay, then. Castor smiled, satisfied. Mash, who had been worriedly observing her master as he was bound by a druidic spell, was promptly reminded of the test she was currently undertaking when a rusty sword swept through the space where her head had been. Barely dodging the strike, before backpedaling and assuming a combat stance, her shield at the ready. With a mighty strike of her shield, the offending undead burst into pieces. The caster shook her head at her. Better focus, Missy. He pointed towards a batch of skeleton warriors heading towards her master. See there? Your master's in a real pickle. The skeleton warriors seemed to mostly ignore her and go straight towards her master. Most likely because of the misfortune runes inscribed on his shirt. They attacked her too, but only because she was in the way. This was going to be difficult, but she'll pull through. The shielder could still feel her connection with her master. The unknown energy coursing through her circuits, like a flood of energy. GH. She leapt, crossing the distance between her and the skeletons aiming to harm her master in a second. Yeah. With a mighty yell, she swung the sharp end of her shield, cleaving through several melee-ranged undead and preventing them from arriving at the master's position. KH. She grunted as she moved to intercept a dozen arrows from ever touching her master's skin. She stood there, in front of the Chaldean master, like a guardian angel. Her shield a stalwart wall that prevented her enemies from going further in earnest. Every undead that dared to try their luck to pass through her was met with divine iron. The caster turned to face the struggling young shielder. To put it simply, a noble phantasm is part of a heroic spirit's instincts. It's hard to use it if you think too much. Therefore, you must first use up all of your magical energy, young Missy. He explained, before grinning toothily. Man, I really am a genius. It was a harrowing 7 minutes. The blunt face of her shield reduced dozens of undead into piles of inanimate bones like they should be. And the shield's sharp end cleaved, hacked and sliced her enemies, rivaling even the potency and power of legendary swords. She was exhausted. Her arms and legs ached like they had been electrocuted, and her bones protested underneath her strained muscles, like they had been subjected to intense pressure. But the girl pushed through, successfully destroying each and every one of the attacking undead. And most importantly of all, kept her master safe. She passed with flying colors, as far as the Child of Light was concerned, but not yet. I can't go on. Any more back-to-back battles. I'm sorry, Caster. Mash said in between coughs and huffs of breath. Very good, Missy. I'm impressed. Despite being basically just a newborn servant, you're way stronger than I initially thought you'd be. His smile was genuine, even as he inspected her. I wonder why that is. Are you possessed by a particularly high-ranking heroic spirit? No, it's not that. I sense some form of foreign energy in you. Something I'm sensing from your master as well. How intriguing. His excitement turned to disappointment. However, though, did I miscalculate? You should have been able to use your noble phantasm by now. Oh well. Leaning on her shield and struggling to even stand, the shielder tried to speak her mind. Huff. Rather than testing my will, please teach me some solid theories dash. Ku Chulin shook his head at her. You just don't get it, do you? Meh. Let's cross that bridge when we get to it. Right now, I'm your opponent. Mash widened her eyes, shocked and intimidated at the prospect of fighting a full-fledged servant. What? Nonetheless, she steeled herself, her resolve unchanged and unblemished. The caster smiled approvingly. You better not hold back on me just because we're allies. After all, I won't be holding back when I kill Sasuke. Caster told the girl casually, as though he didn't just straight up told her that he was going to kill her master, contradicting his oath to not harm him. He stood before her. His posture was completely relaxed and laid back. The girl could tell, from a glance, that this wasn't a serious battle at all. If it was, she was confident Caster would crush her as easily as a man would crush an ant. What? Are you insane? A fuming Olga Marie voiced out. See, this is what I've been telling you, Sasuke. You shouldn't be so quick to ally with unknown servants. He's clearly one of those deranged servants you fought earlier. The caster only rolled his eyes. Oh, but off, will you? I told you, didn't I? This is all for the sake of little Missy's improvement. His eyes landed on the shielders. Or perhaps you'd rather stay a hindrance and a burden to your master. A servant who can't even unleash her noble phantasm is a worthless servant that needs to be thrown away, you know. The shielder stood resolutely, even faced with a superior, more powerful servant. All that was in her mind was to protect her master, nothing else. She wanted to be his shield, a shield that can protect him from every harm. And if that means defeating Caster, then she'll do it. I won't. I won't be a hindrance to Master. The caster nodded. That's what I like to hear. All right, let's have a real servant battle. The Child of Light was the one to strike first, firing a series of fireballs towards the shielder. The girl was able to fend them off with no issue. Realizing the caster would just keep throwing projectiles at her at long range, she opted to bring the fight at close range instead. She propelled herself towards the caster, her shield at the front. The shield collided against a barrier of druidic bushes, strong enough to completely hinder a barreling shielder's weight at subsonic speeds. That's it. Keep at it. The caster encouraged. Mash slashed at the bushes, destroying the wooden wall. But before she could close their gap, the caster had already finished chanting a spell. It was a particularly powerful energy, blast comprised of earth energies. He fired it towards the shielder with the intensity of localized bomb. Her shield flashed a bright light for a moment, an intricate pattern of magics just in front of the shield. The blast landed and immediately fizzled out the moment it did. Mash wasted no time. She was in front of the caster in moments. Fortunately for the shielder, Siyu Chulin as a caster wasn't as proficient in close quarters as his Lancer counterpart. That is, he lacked the physical gifts and aspects his Lancer incarnation possessed in droves. And so, she was able to land a few solid hits. With her shield, even if most of her attacks were either dodged or was unable to affect him at any significant extent. The last decisive blow was a kick to the midsection that sent the caster flying backwards, although he was able to recover shortly after. Pant, pant, pant. Matching the caster in combat had proven to be quite a challenging task for the demi-servant. She was teetering between being awake and unconsciousness by this point. Still, she pushed herself. She couldn't possibly fall now. She couldn't allow herself to fall. Not when she had someone to protect. The caster twirled his staff before slamming it on the ground, creating layers of fire on his person. Good, good. I'm impressed, truly. But now it's time to finish this. Burn to the ground with your master. The Child of Light conjured another set of runes, likely in preparation for a powerful technique, a noble phantasm. My spell is the Coffin of Flames, a giant of verdant thorn. Retribution, the forest that will purify human misery. Behold, as both evil and good bites the dust. Wicker Man, a gigantic humanoid-shaped golem made entirely of wood emerged from the ground. Its body was covered in blisteringly hot magical flames. Every step it took shook the very earth beneath them, creating a smoldering trail of fire and melted concrete. The construct was actively moving towards the master. Waves of profound heat wafted through them every time the giant's foot collided with the ground. It was a truly powerful and magnificent magic, something she shouldn't realistically be able to match. And Mash, as weak as she was expected to protect her master from it. Mash gritted her teeth, covering herself and her master with her shield from the golem's intense ambient heat. It wasn't long until the giant would flatten them into burnt smears on the ground if she didn't, or couldn't do anything to prevent it. The master looked on. His face looked unfalteringly stoic, but he'd been apprehensive since Mash's test began. Ever since she'd pushed herself to fight a literal horde of undead warriors. Even when she'd pushed herself to fight Caster and hold her own against him. The shielder did everything she could to the best of her abilities. But it was as clear as day that she was drained and weak. And as admirable an effort she'd managed to showcase in the test so far, she couldn't possibly handle a full-fledged heroic spirit's noble phantasm. Mash. At his call, she looked back towards him. Her expression was utterly defeated. Her weakness was plastered in plain sight, as though a helpless chick facing a predator. A face she strived to hide from her master. However, upon seeing her master's face, whose trust in her was absolute, and whose voice gave her existence meaning, she had changed dramatically. Her furrowed brows, her teeth gritted tight. The expression of utter helplessness and misery faded just as quickly as it came, replaced by a hopeful and persevering smile, even as tears tugged at the corners of her eyes. An expression filled with courage and valor, a desire to protect someone. She nodded at him before facing the construct yet again, this time with the resolve of a servant, nay, of a knight. I must protect. I must unleash it. Even if it's fake, even if it's just for now. I must unleash it, or Master will. Mash shouted atop her lungs, just as the Wicker Man stomped on them with the intensity of a meteorite. The impact did not connect with the ground or the target, however. Her shield emitted a light so bright it could have blinded him. At the ninja's position, he could see that her shield had materialized some sort of magical pattern. A myriad of lines and circles, layers upon layers of barriers coalescing into a single surface. The magics the shield produced completely hindered the Wicker Man's stomp from flattening them into scorching meat pancakes, stopping its velocity and even blowing away the surrounding flames for good measure. Ah, the shielder muttered in surprise. Did I manage to unleash my noble phantasm? The child of light smiled as he beheld her noble phantasm, like a proud teacher. A holy light that protects those precious to her, shimmering with the user's hopes and ideals, just as much as her determination and strength. Good. Guess that's enough. With a snap of a finger, the Wicker Man immediately vanished into motes of residual magical energy. And with it, the blisteringly hot atmosphere and the ambient heat. Sasuke sighed in relief, as the comparably cool night's air washed over him. The wooden magics that restrained him had been lifted as well, allowing him free movement and mobility. His servant slumped down to the ground due to the excess exhaustion and pressure she was bottling up. Even still, she was smiling. She did it. He walked over towards his first servant. I did it, senpai. I really did it. The former ninja heard his servant's excited but tired voice, and he offered a hand to her head. Yeah, you did. Congratulations, the master said to her, eliciting a teary-eyed, yet elated expression. A smile that symbolized her perseverance, hard work, and endurance. He gently rubbed her head a few times before retracting his hand. The caster slowly approached them. He looked no worse for wear, his carefree attitude at the front. Phew, I knew you'd survive that. But I didn't expect you and your master to not suffer so much as a single scratch on you. Great job. Well, little missy, I'm proud to declare that you are undoubtedly a first-rate heroic spirit. Foo. The small animal sounded, as if to congratulate her as well. That was surprising. I never expected her to unleash her noble phantasm that soon. Mash was never one with a strong will. Romani voiced out, still somewhat nervous from what he'd witnessed earlier. That's 'cause you simply got her all wrong. You may call the young missy here a protector. There's no point in teaching a bird how to swim. You need to teach a bird how to fly high. The caster explained, although she didn't get to obtain its true name. True. Even though I can unleash it, I still don't know its true name. Nor do I know the true name of the heroic spirit I'm fused with, she said, slightly dejected. That matters not. The clattering of hooves sounded behind them. Artoria's voice seemed satisfied. Pleased, even. That can come at a later time. For now, I offer my congratulations to you, Knight of the Shield. Mash's violet eyes widened, before a happy smile set itself on her lips. No way. A compliment from the king. Thank you. The king nodded. Of course, when my subjects achieve great feats, it's only natural for me to acknowledge them. It was not an easy undertaking. You deserve accolades for it. I see. TSK. You do well not to repeat that stun again, caster. Or I'll make King Arthur there shove her lance up your sorry rectum. The director snapped at the child of light. Huh. He certainly didn't peg her to have this much of a snarky side. Humph. I would never subject my sacred lance to such a horrid fate and sully its divine light. The king spoke out. Ku Chulin sighed, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. Ouch. Can the both of you stop ganging up on little old me, please? I have feelings too, you know. A few moments of light-hearted banter later, Sasuke had determined that it was as good a time as any to rest up before the battles ahead, especially with Mash's exhaustion in mind. Let's rest here for now. Let's wait until Mash and I are fully rested. Is that fine with both of you? Caster nodded. Yeah, sure. Besides, you can't be fighting Archer while exhausted like that. It is fine with me as well, the lancer of the group said, as she dismounted from her mount and started brushing at Dun Stallion's mane. With that, Sasuke sat down right beside his first servant. The former ninja relaxed, allowing his chakra to regenerate and his tiredness replenished. The smell of burning asphalt and concrete receded, replaced only by the slightly less unpleasant smell of burnished ash from the conflagrated city. Here, senpai. He turned to look at Mash, who was extending a towel towards him. She'd taken it out of the shield's inner pocket, it seems. Thanks, Mash, he said, before wiping the sweat off of his forehead, cheeks, and neck. He sighed, as a rare cold breeze washed over them, like an oasis on a dreary desert. On the subject of your noble phantasm, that was marvelous, Mash. Olga Marie told her, a rare smile settled on her face. Even if you are inexperienced, even if you were temporary. Your very wish unleashed your noble phantasm. You didn't have the slightest desire to obtain a true name, to become one of the chosen, to become a true heroic spirit. Only the will to protect. That's why you unleashed your noble phantasm. Ah, what an inspiring story. Just like a fairy tale. Mash listened on. Director. The young heiress gave her a teasing look. Don't worry about it. I was just teasing. I'm pleased that you're able to use your noble phantasm, is all. I see. On that note, since you still hadn't acquired its true name, then there should be no problem in bestowing upon it a temporary name, right? Using it without a true name is inconvenient for you. After all, I'll think of a good spell for you. That piqued Mash's interest. A temporary name? Do you have something in mind, Director? The young Animusphere adopted a thinking pose, since it's a pseudo-deployment of a noble phantasm. How about Lord Chaldeus? Mash rose an eyebrow. Lord Chaldeus? The Chaldean director looked quite proud of herself. It's quite good, right? It's short, sweet, and rolls of the tongue. And it sounds quite gallant as well. And since Chaldea is a name that has meaning for you, activating your spirit origin with that name should be a good spell for you. The Shielder smiled, nodding enthusiastically. I agree. I think it sounds great. I suppose that's decided. Lord Chaldea's shall be its name, until I discover its true name. Sasuke left the girls to their own conversation as they gushed over the genius that is Olga Marie and her godlike ability of naming things. By the way, Senpai, is it okay if I asked you something? Mash asked shyly, a mix of hesitation and curiosity clouding her violet eyes. Sasuke nodded lightly. We're partners, Mash. Don't hesitate to ask me anything, so long as I can answer it. He told her, which prompted the girl to smile cutely. Okay then, Senpai. Why do you only use your right arm in combat? Mash asked, recalling the previous fights where her master had participated. He seemed to only use his right arm for his magecraft, transforming it into various futuristic weaponry, but his left arm seemed almost absent. To a degree. Limp, even. It was like he fought like he had no left arm at all. But as far as she'd observed, his left arm was completely healthy and operational. It didn't seem like it had suffered a major injury recently, nor did it look like it was suffering from any notable muscle or bone illnesses she knew of. It almost felt like he was intentionally handicapping himself. She'd observed several instances in those fights earlier where he could have used his left arm to finish his battles more efficiently, such as against the crazed red-headed berserker or that lone skeleton warrior. But he didn't. She failed to understand why. He must have some important reason, though, she was sure. After all, her senpai was an extremely competent person who would never endanger himself and humanity. Castor joined in on the conversation, intrigued by the topic, especially since he'd observed the same thing back when he was content on tailing them without revealing himself. The boy fought with one arm, and when his arm was occupied, he opted to use magecraft instead to conjure more limbs. It was a peculiar fighting style, to be sure. He didn't seem to recognize such form of magecraft either in his countless times being summoned, or in life, for that matter. I've had the same thought as well. What's up with that, kid? Why don't you use your left arm? The Child of Light asked. Olga Marie's screen popped up. Wait, huh? He hasn't been using his left arm in combat. What the hell were you thinking? Wait, Roman. Do a full scan on Sasuke's physicals right now. Doing it now? Yep, he's completely fine. There doesn't seem to be any notable injuries on his left arm at all. He's in tip-top shape, so to say. Romani replied after a short pause. His response just served to piss the young director off. You idiot. Why in the name of the root are you fighting with only one arm? Olga Marie asked, which sounded more like loud screeching in his ears. Her master stared at Mash for a second, then moved his left arm about. Oh, it's just an old habit of mine. There's no particular reason for it. The master answered casually, like it was no huge deal. It was like answering a casual question, with no particularly severe consequences attached to it whatsoever. It was actually more of a punishment he'd enforced on himself. The logic was that since he'd lost his left arm, he shouldn't have it anymore. Having the arm was a luxury he was given, and one that he didn't deserve. It was part of the self-imposed restriction he'd put on himself. It was a conscious decision at first. He had to actively and consciously restrict his arm from moving. Over time, it became more like an unconscious thing. He wouldn't even notice it until other people would point it out. He guessed it developed into a habit in time. A peculiar silence reigned in, which the master failed to notice. Oh, a habit. The shielder muttered beside him, breaking the awkward silence that had befallen between them. Sasuke turned his head towards Mash, only to see her take on an expression of surprise and disappointment. Her eyes widened a bit, before an adorable pout took over. "You're fighting monsters and servants, and endangering yourself because of a habit?" Mash muttered lowly. The disappointment in her voice was akin to a superfan who'd met her hero, only for that hero to turn out a helpless slob in person. Her face was a curious mix of upset, disappointed, and worried. "Even though you were fighting against a servant. Someone who could have killed you easily then." "Sasuke-kun, you're certainly interesting, aren't you?" Romani commented offhandedly at the side of the screen. "Ha ha ha, this is great. A habit," he says. Several paces from where he sat, Siyu Chulin was guffawing his lungs off, clutching at his midsection. He personally failed to understand what was so humorous about his response. The Lancer remained quiet, still, but she'd been looking at her master strangely. "You absolute idiot. You might as well tell us that you're actively trying to kill yourself. I swear, you better prepare for a proper scolding when you get back here." The director screamed at him. "Mash, do me a favor and pinch his cheek for me." His first servant took on a determined but stern look. An expression that positively says, "You deserve this, senpai," firmly displayed on her features. Her gloved hand made its way towards the side of his face. "Senpai, can I?" Before he could voice his refusal on the matter, her fingers had already pinched his cheek. Mash wasn't a normal girl by any means. She was a servant, which made the act all the more painful. He allowed it. He most likely even deserved it. He could acknowledge his shortcomings, after all. The only thing to do about it is to recognize them and work himself to remedy such faults. It was foolish to only use one arm against an enemy he practically had no knowledge about, and one he was certain was stronger and faster than him. He could admit that much. Still, it was an unconscious habit to not use his left arm. Like it was inherently wrong to use it, fundamentally speaking. It wasn't just a mere obligation. It was much more than that. Not using his left hand meant he was atoning for the sins he failed to atone in his past life. It was a personal cross he had to bear, so to say. He couldn't just simply let such things go. Even being born in a new world shouldn't change that. Not while he had a conscience and a psyche. Thankfully, Mash let go of his cheek, her face displaying clear signs of satisfaction. His cheek was red and bruised, but he let it be. They were worried, and it was foolish of him to fight like that on fights he was ill-familiar with. Still, if he could help it, he wouldn't use his left arm at all. He was sure Naruto would have told Sasuke that him dying was atonement enough, and that he'd paid the price in full. But he wasn't satisfied with that. Not even in the slightest. The demi-servant looked at the master's cheek and widened her eyes, realizing what she'd done. I'm sorry, senpai. Let me put some ointment on that." She scrambled to fetch a bottle of ointment that was stored inside the pocket of her shield. "It's fine, Mash," Sasuke told her. "It doesn't hurt that much." He hovered a hand over it, wherein a soft emerald glow was invoked. It was the most elementary of medical ninjutsu. As a practitioner and inheritor of Orochimaru's ideals, at least formerly, he had mastered advanced medical ninjutsu, as was required. Immediately, the reddened bruise started going pale to match his skin, the lump vanishing just as quickly. The whole action was keenly observed by all present servants. The caster seemed particularly interested in the young man's own brand of magecraft. He sure as hell hasn't seen anything like it. Mash stared at her master's healing magecraft in amazement. "Wah. You know healing magecraft too, senpai?" "Not magecraft. It's just simple medical ninjutsu," he responded, which was met with a questioning stare from the shielder. "Ninjutsu? I think I've heard of it before. Is that the ninja arts that the ancient Fuma clan practiced back then?" she surmised. Though, of course, she guessed wrong. It wasn't time yet to tell her about his origins. He wasn't even sure if that time may pass at all. "Yes, I suppose," Sasuke said, going along with Mash's inference. The caster clapped his hands loudly, attracting the attention of all that was present. "Alrighty then. Are the both of you rested up?" Mash nodded, standing up from her seated position before dusting off her backside. "I feel pretty rested already." She turned to look at Sasuke, who was still seated down. "How about you, senpai? If you're still tired, we can rest for a little longer." "I'm rested as well," the former ninja said, standing up. Caster nodded. "Good. Then before we go on to our final battle, there's one last thing I want to do first," he said, looking at the master. His eyes probed at him like a curious scientist on a particularly interesting lab rat, eyes glimmering in curiosity and interest. With a confident smirk, the caster pointed his Celtic rune staff towards the master. I want to test you as well. The servant told the human. Call it a spar. A practice before the fight, of sorts. Admittedly, I'm also interested in you, in general. The blue screen popped up beside the former ninja. Didn't I tell not to do this again, caster? What's with this all of a sudden? Olga Marie questioned, unable to see the point of it. The caster waved her off. Oh, relax, will you? I promise I'll be gentle. Besides, I've got various healing and resuscitating spells should we need it. A worried expression manifested on the shielder's face. If her master was to fight against a servant on the level of Ku Chulin, even if it was a spar, her master runs the risk of being seriously injured in the process. Wait, does Senpai really have to do this? I do understand that he can fight, but against a servant, he might get seriously hurt. The caster merely smiled at the young girl. Of course this is important, little missy. I want to gauge his fighting ability before we proceed. It's important to know your allies' abilities to supplement each other in a fight, after all. The caster explained. While there is truth to what he's saying, it wasn't at all the reason for wanting to spar with the kid. Simply put, he's interested in his fighting abilities, and he wanted to see them firsthand. That's all there is to it, really. In the innumerable times he's been summoned by countless mages for their own gain in various Grail wars, he'd seen all kinds of magecraft that humanity had to offer. This kid possesses magecraft which he, curiously enough, hasn't seen before. Call it a caster's curiosity. No, I absolutely forbid it. Don't you dare go ahead with this, caster. The director practically shouted at him, which he all but ignored. I hold the same opinion with Mash and the Chaldean director. There is no point in sparring against a master, is there, caster? The King of Knights said. Artoria willed Dun Stallion to walk towards them, until the king was at the master's side. Mash was one thing, but surely there is nothing to gain from doing this with a master. The caster rolled his eyes, annoyed. Oh, don't kid yourself. You know full well why I'm doing this. Your master ain't exactly the type to stay put in the back lines, is he? The caster's gaze returned to the master, who stood there calmly. Let's just say I'm testing you if you're truly capable of fighting alongside your servants or not. He smirked. And besides, aren't you two and the Chaldeans there interested in seeing what your master is capable of? Mash, on her part, was on the fence. Seeing her master fight might give her more insights on his capabilities in combat. She could then effectively develop her fighting style to complement her master's own, allowing her a deeper understanding on how he fights against servant-level enemies and how she could be of use to him in such events. They were partners after all. She was also, honestly speaking, curious as to what sort of magecraft he was using. But on the other hand, the risk of him receiving fatal injuries was too high for her to just accept Caster's proposal. He did say he's got some healing magic, but she didn't trust him enough for it. The shielder took on an agonized expression, unable to voice out her disapproval, yet unable to agree to Caster's plan as well. The king at his side was silent, but her aura screamed, I disagree to the notion. I'll do it, Sasuke said, stepping forward. Wah. As senpai. Mash blurted out surprised. Don't worry, Mash. It's just a spar. The master told her, which did very little to ease her worries. Ku Chulin grinned. Good. Looks like you've got guts, after all. I like you a bit more now, he said as he observed the master. The boy was a damn machine. He couldn't detect or feel any feelings or emotions of fear, nervousness, or anxiety of any form from him, even as he was about to fight a servant. It's almost like he's used to fighting. Then again, he should have been able to gather that much from observing his previous fights. Very well, I'll allow it. But do know that you'll face the wrath of my sacred lance should something decidedly unpleasant happens to our master. The King of Knights threatened. Grr. You better not do anything too excessive, you hear me? Olga Marie's voice was loud, stressed, and positively angry. The caster waved him off. Yeah, I get it. Don't worry, I'll be fine, Sasuke assured them. It wasn't an empty statement, by any means. He knows his way in dealing with jutsu masters back in his world. He wasn't sure if he could apply the same tactics against sorcerers here, but it was worth a try. Keeping it up close and personal was usually the blueprint to fighting people like these. When both were in place, the caster twirled his staff in a battle stance. You ready, kid? Sasuke merely nodded, activating the familiar pair of Dojutsu. The onlookers, two servants, and the Chaldeans looked on in bated breath and anticipation. In response to the noticeable change in the master's eyes and the strong oppressive aura he was suddenly exuding, the Celtic caster smiled. Mystic eyes, huh? Wonder what they do. He thought as he silently chanted some spells. Just a heads up, don't be so dumb as to only use one arm against. The caster warned, his voice was deathly calm and cold. You're probably gonna die if you do. The shielder's worry intensified at that, but remained calm on her position. She trusted her master more than anyone. He wouldn't die here. She'll intervene if need be. The caster engaged, starting off by summoning thick magical roots from the ground which proceeded to target the master. The human was nimble, however, easily dodging and weaving through the magical roots as it chased him around. Another batch of roots emerged from the ground meters away from where he's heading, which forced him to jump in the air. The roots were relentless as he weaved and pivoted to avoid the magics that were hot on his trail, even while in the air. The former ninja was extraordinarily calm and stoic, even as a literal small forest chased him. This only served to impress the caster, which motivated him to increase the speed by which the roots were moving. Sasuke landed on the ground and immediately had to jump away as a patch of shrubbery was summoned directly beneath where he landed. It would have made for a powerful binding technique had he failed to avoid it. Sasuke faced forward with narrowed eyes as nature advanced on him like a multi-headed serpent aiming to devour him. The master, seeing no point in running around for longer, opted to use his most familiar ninjutsu. His right hand rapidly went on a series of hand signs, an action that was observed keenly by all servants in the field, including the caster himself. Mesh mentally commented that the action vaguely resembled the ninja arts of old. Cheeks puffed up, the former ninja's upper body leaned back. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The master, akin to the winged phantasmal beast of olden tales, released a highly potent ball of fire from his mouth. It was quite large, easily engulfing everything in its path, incinerating them to cinders and ash. The heat was such that the magical roots were instantly incinerated with no noticeable resistance. Low and mid-level ninjutsu were actually some of the first things he'd managed to retain after discovering he still had his chakra system. Since then, he'd focused on practicing his chakra and ninjutsu when he had the time. It had been a comforting feeling to retain such abilities, if only as a reminder of the person he had been in the past. His fireball technique in particular was a memento of sorts. It was a symbol of his efforts in ninjutsu, and a symbol of the familial bond between him and Fugaku, his father. Unhindered, the fireball easily dispatched of the earthen magics that the caster had conjured and had to jump out of the way to avoid unnecessary injuries to his graph. No human magecraft can harm him, but that was by no means regular human magecraft. Heck, it might actually be entirely separate from magecraft. Suspended in the air, the caster had to quickly materialize several defensive Celtic rune circles from all sides when dozens of ballistic heat-seeking missiles sought him out, encircling him like a pack of piranha. A second later, an explosion of pure energy engulfed the Celt's form, partially masking his presence and diluting the magical energy in the air with something foreign. Unsurprisingly, the caster had successfully defended himself from the attack, defense runes taking all of the damage he would have otherwise sustained. Landing on the scorched ground softly like a feather, he wasted no time to return the favor by conjuring a series of Celtic fire runes and shooting them towards the master. It sped towards the master at speeds almost surpassing the speed of sound. It was a most casual attack, no effort behind it, no intentions other than to test the target's mettle. Still, it was most assuredly hotter and more intense than the master's own fireball. It was as if the magics were fragments of the sun itself. Sasuke reviewed the last few moments of their scuffle. As expected, long-ranged attacks didn't do much. By the time his attacks came remotely close to the caster, he'd have already set up some form of defensive sorcery to quell his attacks. And it's plainly clear that his magics were far stronger than his ninjutsu. Fighting in ranged distances brings more risks than rewards. So, bringing the fight to him in melee range would be a preferable alternative, after all. Towards the far side where the mock battle had taken place, at the shielder's side, the king observed her master with keen interest. The royal lancer watched with fascination as her master sidestepped, weaved and dodged the caster's projectiles with swiftness she would have never associated with a human. Her master avoided the caster's magics as naturally as he walked down a park, like it had been second nature to him. It was plainly obvious to her right then that her master was exposed to such battles at an impressively young age. He fought as though he had faced such adversary innumerable times. He moved with swiftness and fluidity, without any second thoughts. He didn't stumble or struggle through, as a human should when faced with the might of a servant. He moved with calculated risk, every action taken with not a single hole or weakness to exploit, possessing speed that would normally be impossible for a human. As Artoria watched, she could only admit one thing: that her master was an exceptional fighter with endless potential. The Lancer observed as Sasuke brought the fight to the caster up close and personal. As soon as he was at the servant's throat, he unleashed a series of blows. Artoria observed that throughout the exchange, her master's peculiar mystic eye had been glowing a bright red. Expectedly enough, her master's blows had been either blocked or avoided entirely. The Child of Light, in his current incarnation, may be a caster, but that didn't mean he'd suddenly forget his skills as a physical fighter who excels at melee combat. While his physical prowess had been significantly lowered in exchange for having more magical energy, a servant's strength and speed are just inherently superior to that of a human. Still, not to mention he'd most certainly retained his instincts as a high-class fighter. Her master, however, did not relent. He did not show signs of frustration or weariness as the caster avoided his blows with a haughty smirk, as though mocking his efforts. In fact, the master's movement was slowly but surely keeping up with the caster's defensive maneuvers, as though he was adapting with the servant's movements. No, it's not that he's adapting, although that could have easily been the case. It more so seemed like he was predicting the caster's movement to some degree. In mere moments, the human's barrage of blows went from completely ineffective to effectively trouncing caster's defense. All this, achieved with his left arm unused. He mainly relied on his right arm and kicks for his martial arts. Even so, it was a martial art discipline of which she was unfamiliar with. It seemed to rely more on snapping and overwhelming speed employed with precise accuracy, rather than bone-shattering blows. The sort of martial arts that would have been perfect with the use of a light single-edged sword. Soon enough, the caster's smile had melted as he kept up with the barrage of blows. While it was clear he wasn't struggling still, he'd certainly not expected for his opponent to have that kind of fighting prowess. Artoria managed to smile when a feinting punch to caster's left side left his midsection open for a brief instance. Yet, that was enough for her master to exploit, landing a ferocious kick to the caster's stomach which sent the servant flying back. The blow was such that it had created a gust of wind strong enough to send some rocks flying and left the caster with a slight frown of pain. Landing 10 or so meters back, the caster soon regained his footing and assuming a stance, wielding his staff like a spearman would a spear. The servant's synapses proved itself not inferior to the master's speed, as immediately he perceived and blocked the young man's jumping axe kick by raising his staff and letting it absorb the blow. The master performed a quick backflip just as the caster waved his staff to push him off of it. Then the barrage continued. The caster was simply content with blocking and dodging his attacks, sometimes with the use of minor defensive runic spells. Then it happened again. Artoria observed her master as the trajectory of his blows simply changed course, away from where the caster would have blocked them, even before caster could do it. It was as though her master would predict where the caster would block his attacks, and simply adapt to that prediction. When he performs a kick, caster would naturally block it in the direction where he thinks it would come. But even before he would perform the kick, the master would already know where and in which body part his opponent would likely block to fend off the attack. This allowed her master to effectively change the trajectory in the direction of his blows, making his style erratic and supremely unpredictable to defend against, even to servants. Even more than that, it's as if her master was predicting his opponent based on the slightest muscle tension in his body to act accordingly. It was almost precognitive of sorts. As a result, the caster would suffer blow after blow, slipping past his guard. Kuchulain had already sustained several blows to the face and a handful of kicks to the stomach and chest area, as well as the ribs. He'd shrugged them off, of course. They weren't the kind of blows that normal humans should be able to do, but it would take stronger attacks than that to harm a servant, especially a servant of great renown. Even still, her master had shown her a far better performance than she'd expected. He possessed great talents in combat, and possessed battle acumen few humans in this era could attain. Her master was a diamond in the rough. No, he was a polished diamond that has become weary and brittle with time. To think there was a master like this in this era. How fascinating, indeed. Eventually, after taking the 23rd punch to the face, the caster had decided he had enough. He slammed the butt end of his staff to the ground, conjuring intense flames all around him, effectively halting the master's relentless attacks and forcing him to jump back to avoid the scorching flames. The caster twirled his staff, summoning a wave of fire, conjured from a large runic circle. The stream of extreme heat sped towards the master, like a river of lava. It was faster than it looked, having crossed the distance separating them in what seemed like a few seconds at most. The caster observed as his mock battle opponent started performing a series of one-handed hand signs, like what he did before. This time, however, the signs seemed to not match the order he performed earlier. Kuchulain watched in curiosity and fascination as the lad slammed his hand onto the ground, from which a thick wall of earth arose from. It was sufficiently sturdy, enough to completely mitigate and disperse his flames. The stream of magical fire lasted for several seconds, during which the wall of earth he'd conjured held strong. By the end of it, the ground was charred and melted. The earthen wall he'd conjured also showed some charring, but it wasn't nearly as much damage as the caster expected. The wall then crumbled thereafter as it served its purpose. Expecting to see the young man behind the wall after it collapsed, the caster widened his eyes when he saw that the master was missing from his spot, as though he'd simply vanished from sight. He couldn't have moved from the sides, as he would have seen him attempting to do so, and his fire would have reached him had he tried doing that. The child of light looked up, inspecting the empty space above him for any trace of the kid. Maybe he'd missed him jumping up amidst the streaking fire. Nothing, still. Just more of the ash, smoke, and the depressingly reddish skies. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet rumbled, until the surface had taken up webbings of cracks. The caster had thought of jumping away, but it was too late. The master burst out from the ground, just directly in front of him, fist traveling towards his exposed chin in an uppercut. Unimpeded and unhindered, the fist sailed upwards right towards his head. The hit clattered the servant's mandible as his fist landed at the body part with the force of a baseball in full swing. The caster's head snapped upwards, the hit pushing him of the ground. Ugh! The caster grunted, not so much because of the pain, which he felt little of, but the initial surprise itself. He'd not expected any sort of attacks employing the use of the ground beneath them, at all. The attack forced him into the air, propelled by the force. The caster attempted to regain focus, reclaiming his momentum. But as soon as he regained control over his head movements, he was struck yet again, in the same spot no less. The master had performed a straight kick which effectively flung him further into the air. Following up the audacious move, the master jumped after him, tracing the trajectory of his body whilst it was suspended in the air. Moments after, just as he'd gotten rid of the initial surprise from having been caught off guard, the master's leg was already speeding towards his midsection. Oof! A kick to the abdomen sent the caster hurtling towards the ground. Following the move, the master spun, performing 2 more spinning kicks, both of which landed squarely on the caster's stomach area. The second kick slammed the caster back towards the ground with a grunt of pain. Just when he thought it was over, the kid came at him with a final descending kick to the body as he laid there in the dirt. Lion's Barrage. Cuchulain heard his mock battle opponent as the last blow of the combo kicked up a sizable explosion of rubble and dirt. With a small, but satisfied smirk, the former ninja jumped away from the impact point, waiting for the dust and smoke settle. Sasuke didn't expect for that kind of attack to have any effect on a servant, especially one who's apparently quite strong in his own right. But that should be enough to test the waters. He'd applied huge quantities of chakra into those blows, but there was a massive gap of potency between his past self and his current incarnation who was born in this world. That's why he had no reservations to go all out on that one. If a normal human had been the recipient for such an attack, he would have already died to the blow that rendered his body flying in the air. By the last blow, his body would have been horrifically mangled and disfigured. It was truly a testament to how durable these beings called servants are, that Castor's body was very likely whole and unbroken throughout the process. Ow, ow, ow. The caster muttered complainingly. When the dust and smoke finally settled, swept by the air, Sasuke saw his opponent. He was sitting there and rubbing his midsection, as though his attacks gave him nothing more than mild bodily sores. The servant shook his head for a little bit, then stood up as if nothing had happened. He was completely and utterly unaffected, and his form, clothing and all, was undamaged despite the dust and dirt that covered him. Castor faced him. A smile of satisfaction graced his features. Not bad. Not bad at all, he told him, as he casually walked out from the small crater created from the impact, before stretching his neck. I'm impressed. Didn't think you'd be that good, honestly. Cuchulain said as he walked towards the master. His form and mannerisms denoted his unwillingness to continue the fight further. He'd gotten what he asked for, after all. That's enough. We're done. The last Uchiha relaxed himself and immediately deactivated his Jujutsu, turning red and purple eyes into their usual onyx color. Feeling the strain of using his Sharingan to that extent, Sasuke wobbled for a bit before Mash quickly held on to him. Ah, senpai. Are you okay? Mash asked in concern, to which Sasuke nodded in response. I'm fine. Don't worry. He told her reassuringly, even as she supported his entire body with an arm around his chest. Just a bit dizzy, is all. Feeling the encroaching headache subside after a few seconds, Sasuke straightened himself with Mash's help. Still, that was amazing, senpai. Mash said to him, her voice brimming with excitement, that martial arts and element-based magecraft, not to mention that final attack you did when kicked Castor's butt. Hey, Now, the girl wasn't listening. However, you're really amazing, senpai. You even made Mr. Kuchulin acknowledge you. She thought her master was amazing then, but she was seeing him at an even brighter light right now. To think he would give Castor a fight. As far as she'd read in Chaldea's database on servants and masters, the strongest human is far weaker than even the weakest of servants. To be fair, Castor wasn't actively trying to kill him, as that was just sparring of some sort. But even that in and of itself was already quite impressive, surviving against a servant, that is. Even servants who were merely playing around could accidentally kill a human opponent in a mock fight. And from what she could sense of Castor's attacks, they definitely packed enough power to kill a human. Servants were simply too strong compared to humans. The gap between a human and a servant was akin to an untraversable abyssal trench. But her senpai was different. She'd known so since earlier. But now, she was convinced he was something special. That combo he did during the final moments of the fight particularly stuck out in her mind. The Lion's Barrage, as her master called it. The way her master's movement fluidly and smoothly transitioned from one action to another, the way his blows were clearly measured and calculated, the way it ended the way it did. Everything about it was just marvelous to behold. It was clearly a technique that her master had practiced countless times. The way her master employed those elemental magecraft to create a fireball and to conjure a wall of earth as a defensive measure, she'd gotten the impression that he was a highly skilled magus. The way he conducted himself during that battle, the way he calmly assessed, observed, and acted accordingly made her think he was a distinguished fighter. And how there's an unexplained energy that linked between them, that empowered her beyond her normal capacity. All of these just makes her master's ignorance towards magecraft in general all the more perplexing. Even more so when, based on Chaldea's measurements, her master's magic circuits are not special. Simply put, even third-rate mages have far better circuits than him. And yet he operates at an amazingly higher level than even veteran mages. At least, when it came to fighting. And those eyes. She wasn't knowledgeable on them, per se, but she was pretty sure her master possessed mystic eyes. And both eyes, at that. Her master had so much going for him it's almost overwhelming. Sasuke's lips curved up slightly in a small smile as his first servant gushed at him. It's nothing, really. Mash vehemently shook her head at his words. That's not true, senpai. Not everyone can boast about being acknowledged by a servant. Isn't that right, Artoria? The Lancer came up to them, the clattering of hooves lingering in his ears. Indeed, it was a marvelous display of your competence as a fighter. The king complimented, but do keep in mind that your competence as a commander is at many a times more important. Do not neglect your duty as a commander. Sasuke nodded at the royalty in acknowledgement, agreeing with her words. The caster shook his head, amused. Well, don't get ahead of yourself, lad. I acknowledged you, but that didn't mean I couldn't have killed you any time during that fight. I simply allowed you to do what you did out of curiosity. Hell, I barely felt your attacks. He told him, expecting to get a rise out of him. I know, was the kid's response instead. He'd have thought the kid was simply shy and humble, but that isn't the case. The kid had as much pride as anybody else. He's just open to accepting facts and willing to recognize his faults and shortcomings. Truly, this kid impressed him more and more. Well, that aside, you still did great. Way better than I expected. Castor told him, inspecting his form. Although it seemed that mystic eyes of yours drains you, huh? He took the kid's silence for confirmation. And you're still only using your right hand. For that matter, if I was some other servant, I'd have thought you were underestimating me and I would have killed you immediately. Mash sent him a disconcerted look. Oh, that's right. I noticed that too. You really should stop doing that, senpai. It could end up badly for you. His first servant gently admonished. Her worry and concern were warranted. It's a dangerous predicament he had found himself in, filled to the brim with the unknown. But still, the master sighed. Let's just say that doing it like this is important to me. He simply stated, let's leave it at that. For now. I see. Mash muttered, still deathly concerned for her senpai's safety, but she could understand if it was something personal. It motivated her, though, to train and get stronger so her master wouldn't have to be on the front lines as much. At the very least, it wasn't just some irresponsible reason like it being a habit, right? So then, not using your arm is something important to you, and not just some habit? She asked. Sasuke stared at her for a good 3 seconds. Well, honestly, it's a bit of both. Castor shrugged his shoulders. Fine. If it's important to you, then I'll lay off. Just know that some decisions could lead to disastrous consequences. He preached. Well then, let's rest for now. Just until you've rested up a bit. The battle up ahead ain't a walk in the park, you know. Tiredness can and will get you killed. Fine. he said gruffly, before slowly sitting on the ground to rest up and closing his eyes to recharge. Mash followed suit, sitting beside him. And the king simply stayed on her mount, wordlessly awaiting until her master had rested up. Awaiting the inevitable battle against the King Arthur of the Holy Sword. It had been a good 15 minutes of rest when his watch lighted up, the screen popping up in front of them. Okay, we're good, Director. Romani's voice was heard, although static and laggy. Huh, finally. Olga Marie exclaimed impatiently. She inspected those present, seeing the master safe and unharmed. The young director relaxed on her seat. Good to see you in one piece. The master was silent, deep in meditation. Ah, Senpai is resting right now, Director. It seemed he drained his energy a bit during Castor's sparring session. Castor suggested he rest up before proceeding ahead for the battle. Mash told her, to which the director hummed in affirmation. I see. That's fine then. The white-haired animosphere nodded. Romani, scan him for any injury, just in case. On it. He's fine physically. He just needs a bit of rest. Good. She looked at Mash. I expect you to include the mock battle in your report, Mash. Do not leave any details. Is that understood? Yes, Director. Mash responded dutifully. And you? She turned to look at the resident Castor servant. So, did you get what you wanted out of that pointless mock battle of yours? Castor raised an eyebrow at her. First off, it wasn't pointless. Secondly, yes, I did get what I wanted to see. He responded. Curious. The director leaned in. Oh? And what was it that you wanted to see with regards to him? Castor mulled over for a moment, before a smirk stretched across his face. That's a secret. The young director fumed. You. Suddenly, a sharp, shrill sound of a speeding projectile moving at supersonic speeds was heard, like the whisper of imminent death. All servants in the area were instantly on guard, aware of the looming danger that sought to make them its prey. Mash was the first to act, hoisting her large shield up and jumping up to meet the wayward attack head-on in an attempt to intercept it. The caster had already set up a runic force field shield all around them, being the one who was most familiar with the projectile. And the king had assumed a combat stance. Her predatory gaze scanned the area outside of their immediate vicinity in search for the impertinent attacker. The arrow of death streaked through space, warping the very air around it. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. The loud, ear-piercing sound of metal meeting metal exploded in the area, reverberating throughout the vicinity. It had been so loud that Sasuke had been pushed out of his meditative trance. GUH. The shielder grunted in pain as the projectile made contact with the surface of her shield. The speed of which it had traveled produced enough force to rattle the magically enhanced bones in her body as it bounced off harmlessly after the impact, or so she thought. It had been so strong that she'd been flung backwards, and the arm that held the shield had been rendered numb. Upon closer inspection, in that brief instance when it had bounced off from her shield, she saw the projectile clearly. It didn't look like the sort of projectile that an archer would be able to fire from a bow. It was a sword. No, more like a drill of sorts. Reconditioned into the form of a slim arrow-like projectile. The drill-like projectile emitted a glowing light. Mash widened her eyes, recognizing the danger she was in. Luckily, a tree-like appendage went in and fetched her from the air, encircled itself around her waist, and pulled her inside the shield which the caster had set in. Bang! It exploded. A circular crimson energy of death and destruction. The energies being released utterly decimated every solid matter in its reach. Buildings, both collapsed and standing, were vaporized instantly. The sheer intensity of the blast had dug dozens of meters into the ground, as it vaporized the very earth beneath them to nothing. To the former ninja, it almost seemed like being in the epicenter of a variation of the tailed beast bomb. The Child of Light had to reinforce his shield multiple times when many cracks had started to manifest on the runic force field. They waited for the explosion to die out, as it dominated anything and everything outside the magic shield. When the last remnants of the blast had gone down, only then did the caster deactivated the spell. That we are, indeed. The Irishman answered calmly. More importantly, is everyone all right? Answer me. It was Mash who responded. Yes, everyone's safe and accounted for, Director. It's thanks to Caster's shield that we're still alive and well. I see. That's good. The young director slumped down on her seat and massaged her temples. The caster whistled, impressed at the power of the faux noble phantasm. They had discovered that their surrounding area had been reduced to a large circular crater, with the ground they were standing on remaining like a tall, thin pillar in the center of it. That archer really doesn't mess around. Caster uselessly commented as he walked towards the edge of their makeshift platform, inspecting the depth of the recently created crater. He turned to face them. This right here? This is a taste of what's to come. He told them, gesturing towards the destruction brought upon by the attack. Now get ready. It's about time we paid them a visit. Sasuke walked forward, willing to return the favor. Mash, Artoria, let's go. Let's stick to the plan. He looked at his first servant, holy shield at the ready. I want you to protect Castor as much as you can. Make sure he doesn't take any fatal blows to his person. It shall be done, master. Lancer Artoria responded. Her voice was regal and true. It permeated with conviction and confidence and the promise of victory. Her master had asked for it, and so it shall be done. She shall bring victory to her master, just as she had once brought victory to her kingdom and people against the Saxons. In that, there can be no doubt. Our mission is to defeat Archer and Saber, take the Greater Grail from Saber's keep, as well as to uncover the secrets behind this singularity. The master declared. Let's move. Chapter 4, Grand Order. The cave had been weird to Sasuke. It looked like a natural cave, but yet man-made. Like it had been modified somehow. There were clear pathways that looked completely natural, and yet seemed to be deliberately made to be actual pathways for someone to navigate the complex cavern systems. He could also faintly sense some energy around them. Magical energy, he surmised. They walked at a steady pace inside the dimly lit cave, in one of the numerous pathways there. It was dark, stones and minerals had acted like natural light sources, illuminating their surroundings to some degree. Still, Sasuke had asked for Artoria to make her holy lance glow to serve as a glorified torch. The servant was understandably a bit hesitant about reducing her lance to such an insipid and mundane task, but she acquiesced not long after. She rode her mount slightly ahead of them to illuminate their path. Now with a fairly reliable light source in the form of a deadly, sacred lance, the group of servants plus master trudged forward, until they arrived at a section of the cave that's wide and spacious enough to be a park. Why was there a space like this inside a cave? It looked like it had been meticulously made that way for a specific purpose. They continued walking, trudging through wet mud and uneven, stony surfaces. All servants were on high alert, aware of the dangers their position posed. They were in the heart of the enemy's territory, surrounded by near-complete darkness from all sides and subject to all manner of ambushes. The fact that their adversary was an archer made things that much more dangerous. The caster peeked forward. The Greater Grail should be back here. It's further back, so don't get lost. He told the party as they continued on their path. Mash gingerly turned her head left and right, observing her surroundings while stretching her awareness towards the darkness for any sudden attacks. This looks like a natural cave. Did this always exist in Fuyuki? She asked as her eyes landed on some stalactites overhead, dripping cold water down to the cave floor. Sasuke's watch pinged, Chaldea's screen materializing, HM. As I see it, it's probably half natural, half man-made. The director said as her amber-colored eyes scanned the area. Olga Marie's expression displayed her familiarity with this type of caves, likely due to past experiences. It's an underground workshop expanded by mages over a number of years. She explained in a matter-of-factly tone. She'd know this because she was a magus who'd had to modify a number of caves as her temporary workshops as well. Caves were usually the #1 go-to workshop for magi, as they were almost always safe, solitary, and unlikely to be discovered. Clang! Exclamation point. The master widened his eyes beneath his glasses as Artoria's glowing lance swiped sideways, deflecting a sword that was meant for his head. It would have succeeded too, had Artoria not been there, as his perception speed evidently couldn't keep up with servants at his current state. The party was immediately in a combat stance, sensing imminent battle. A man appeared in front of them. He was covered in cursed miasma, like an aura of sorts, similar to the previous servants they fought. But his was especially thick and unnerving. The man sported white hair, tan skin, and held a dark bow almost as tall as he was. He wore reddish pants and a form-fitting black-colored armor over his upper body. The man frowned at the sight of them as he magically conjured another sword. A faux noble phantasm, a shadow of the true weapon. Hey, Archer! Olga Marie shouted fearfully. All right, I'll leave this to you. You better be safe and sound when I contact you later. You hear me? Without even waiting for a response, she cut off the connection. The Child of Light conjured a number of fire runes and sent them overhead to function as torches. Fighting an archer, and especially this archer, in dim places would be the end of them. And their own King of Knights was to fight her own battle, leaving them without her glowy stick. A few fire runes wouldn't be as bright as the Lancer's weapon, but they should do. And he couldn't afford to make more and maintain them, so they stayed materialized. Those things were pretty mana-heavy, and him running out of magical energy in the middle of battle would be disastrous. Kuchulin kept a level stare at the enemy servant, as he brandished his newly traced sword in the air in a not-so-subtle threatening manner. So you finally decided to show yourself, huh? He said confidently, "I was worried we'd end up scouring this whole cave just to look for you, Mr. Faithful Follower." The caster provoked, silently chanting a number of offensive Celtic runes under his breath. The archer servant seemed to take offense to that, face contorting in displeasure. "Humph, I don't remember being anyone's follower. I'm just here to chase any unwanted visitor," he stated, notching the sword into his bow. Sasuke had mentally noted how absurd it was to use swords as arrows. But if he could make it work, it's likely going to be way more powerful than regular arrows. "In other words, you're a gatekeeper." The caster retorted, "I don't know why you're protecting Saber, but this ends here." Kuchulin turned his head to look at the master at his side. "Go on with your lancer, kid. Saber should be up ahead. We'll take it from here." Sasuke nodded. "Then I'll leave him to you." He looked at his shielder. "Take care of yourself, Mash," he told her, eliciting a small but hopeful smile from the girl. Yes, master." She responded with energy. "Take care as well, master." The former ninja nodded, before jumping to mount Dunstallion at the small space behind Artoria. "Hiya!" the king exclaimed, a wordless command to her trusty mount. With a mighty neigh, the proud and regal stallion moved, immediately traversing past the archer's position and into the deeper sections of the cavern ahead, where the corrupted king of knights stood tall and awaiting their arrival. Caster eyed him suspiciously, seeing him unusually behaved even as the lancer iteration of the king of knights moved towards where the corrupted king was stationed. Merely training his gaze towards the caster and the shielder, his eyes like that of a raptor to a cornered prey. "What? You're not even going to stop them? I thought you're King Arthur's protector or something." An annoyed grunt escaped the red archer. "I thought I told you. I'm not anyone's follower. And besides, King Arthur can handle herself." His eyes narrowed at them. "Enough chatter. Defend yourselves." With a billow of destructive winds, the archer fired, a streak of light that promised death. It's chosen the caster as its first victim, speeding towards his head with fatal intentions. Clang. True to her loyalty to her master, the shielder had prevented the projectile from reaching its target. The girl grunted, feeling the sword's impact vibrate through her limb like electricity. Thanks for that, girlie. Now just keep doing that until I bring him down." Smirking, he told her. "Why, yes," she responded, hoisting her shield up. Unbeknownst to the archer, the caster had been conjuring a number of runic spells throughout the battlefield. A few of such spells were directly underneath the ground. A rune spell activated beneath the archer's feet, as magical roots emerged from it and latched itself onto his shins and thighs, preventing him from moving. Exclamation point. The red-clad warrior looked down to find himself binded with earthen magecraft, undoubtedly conjured by the Celt. He pushed his feet against the ground in an effort to free himself, but it didn't even budge, not even with magical enhancement. No, it's draining his energy. Archer traced 3 varying sorts. Noble phantasms that were mere reflections of the originals in power and legend, yet just as formidable in battle. He fired them towards the caster, not to dispatch him, but as a distraction. As soon as the arrow fired, projectiles left his bow. His dark bow disappeared from his grasp, replaced by a white blade. His other hand conjured a black blade as well. They were identical in appearance, differing only in color. Blades that were meant to be swung together. The black and white married blades, Concho and Bakuya. Archer twirled them for a bit before swinging them several times towards his lower body, immediately slicing the roots that were binding him. Clang, clang, clang. The 3 swords bounced off the girl's shield harmlessly, shattering upon impact. The caster fired roughly a dozen fireballs at the red archer, which were easily avoided and dodged. Kuchulin cursed internally. He'd forgotten this archer was a speed demon. The rune circles he'd masterfully placed all around the battlefield activated, emerging from them some wooden magecraft that sped towards the archer from all angles. The archer jumped in the air, expertly weaving through the Celt's magics. The shield tracked him as best she could as he moved and glided through caster's spells, only to blink in confusion as the archer disappeared in plain sight. The shield maiden only had the time to widen her eyes and turn her head to the side as the archer reappeared beside her. Caught off guard, she never had the chance to move her shield to block the preceding attack on her blind spot. A quick roundhouse kick to the ribs stunned the girl, buckling under the sheer physical power the blow had contained within. Ack! The shielder cried out in pain, as the kick sent her towards the far side of the cave, away from the caster. Meeting a particular sturdy cavern wall brimming stalagmites that promptly violently shattered upon her body, impacting it. Caster frowned, seeing his protector being sent to the wayside, and likely not getting up any time soon from that nasty blow. He'll have to rely on himself for protection until the girl gets up. Although he'd reckoned he won't long against this archer as a caster. This matchup was just totally unfortunate. Stalling it is then. You know she was just a kid, right? Castor voiced out playfully. The smile on his face was strained. Did you have to be that hard on her? In response, the archer streaked towards him, his twin swords at his sides, ready to rip the accursed Castor asunder. The black blade traveled to sever Castor's neck from his body in an arching swing. Fortunately, he wasn't totally bereft of his physical gifts, and whatever he had left of them as a caster was enough for him to not die instantaneously against Archer's melee-ranged combat. Castor raised his staff, which did admirably in preventing the black blade from separating his head from his torso. He jumped when, expectedly enough, the white blade went in for the kill. It aimed to slice through his ribcage. Had it succeeded, it would have utterly collapsed his internal workings. While in the air, Castor remotely activated a rune directly below the archer, which he had set up earlier, predicting the archer's actions. The rune glowed orange for a second, before it exploded into a fiery inferno. The flames ate up Archer's form as it blazed like a furnace. TCH. Archer grunted as heat wafted through his senses, overloading his graph. He jumped away from the fountain of fire with some burn damage, but otherwise nothing that would remotely put him out of commission. Smoke covered his body, and he was smelling his own burnt flesh as he landed a distance away from the rune. He scowled at the opposing servant, a baleful glare filled to the brim with vitriol and the promise of retribution. Castor's danger bells rang when the archer raised his slightly singed arm in the air. Sword barrel, full projection, continuous layer shooting. Immediately after uttering those words, the whole cavern section was filled with oppressive magical energy, barreling towards the caster like a tsunami. Kuchulain looked up to see dozens upon dozens of weapons floating in the air. Swords, axes, glaives, spears, all manner of weaponry from across all of time. Encircling the caster overhead, their edge pointed at him. Of course, they weren't merely regular weapons. They were copies of legendary weaponry from all sorts of legends and myths across history. Mere imitations, holding an infinitesimal fraction of the original's power, but yet still enough power to render him to shreds. This was bad. He'd encountered this particular move during the Holy Grail War proper, but was lucky enough to escape with the use of some bait. That bait being another enemy servant. He didn't have the same luck right now, however. When Castor touched the ground, he instantly prepped a defensive spell, slamming his staff to the cave floor and conjuring an intricate rune spell. It's not likely going to hold for longer than several seconds at most. But anything's better than nothing. A moment had passed without any incident until the inevitable happened. Archer willed his mastery of the weapons, pouring them down towards the caster. He only wished the little miss was awake right about now. Dunstallion jumped up several large mounds of rocky terrain and navigated the interior of the cave as they sped towards Saber's Keep. It wasn't long until they, with Dunstallion's innate speed, arrived at a particularly spacious section of the cave. There was a hill ahead of them, and a peculiar pillar of magical light directly behind it. The place had been extremely unnatural to the former ninja. It even had some sort of purplish sky in the background, like they'd unwittingly walked into another world. He'd found it hard to believe that such a place was inside a cave that's beneath an unsuspecting hill. The Greater Grail. It's an ultra-superior magical reactor. What's it doing on this island nation in the Far East? Olga Marie questioned, her eyes scanning the area. Chaldea's machines were picking up an enormous amount of magical energy all around. According to our data, it was built by an eminent family of alchemists called the Einsburns, though apparently they didn't belong to the Mages Association and were solely made up of homunculi. Romani explained. Before the doctor could continue talking, there was a brief wave of magical energy that cut their connection to Chaldea. A warning to those that dare intrude in her keep. Sasuke focused ahead, atop the hill. There, he saw a figure. A blackened figure of an armored person, standing in the middle-most part of the hill. The figure, platinum blonde, was the most palpable detail he took notice after the black armor, was holding a blackened sword, oozing with malevolence. Her gauntlet hands settled on the sword's hilt. As the sword was placed in front of her, its tip lodged on the ground. The figure was majestic and imposing, but in a drastically different sense than his own Lancer. They both exude quite a daunting aura. Their sheer presence alone announced their strength and power. But in contrast to Lancer, Saber exuded a chilling presence, declaring her unmerciful conduct towards those that dared to cross her. Appearance-wise, she was noticeably smaller and perhaps less mature, or less developed than his Lancer. She looked like she was in her early or mid-teens, though that in itself was mostly irrelevant when strength and skill came to mind. By simply looking at both incarnations of Artoria, one can immediately identify them as superpowered beings beyond the realm of humanity. Although the figure ahead, Saber, was giving out a smog of unrelenting evil. Her royal visage corrupted and twisted into a form of malice and enmity. "Be at ease, master. Nothing untoward shall befall upon you." I am here, Lancer reassured her master. And as much as he hated to admit it, her voice actually made him relax, like a comforting melody. He hadn't even been aware that he was nervous or anxious, perhaps. He couldn't quite tell. It had been an extremely long time since he'd faced similarly powerful beings, after all. Saber turned to look at them, regarding them with apparent hostility, holding her corrupted Excalibur with one hand. Dunstallion stopped some distance away from the hill as Sasuke dismounted. Unexpectedly, Artoria jumped down from her mount as well. She whispered some words to her mount, caressing his mane, before turning to look at her master. "Stay there with Dunstallion, my master," she told him, as she waved her sacred lance, seemingly to loosen her joints. She then focused her sights on the saber iteration of her, a corrupted king of knights, unworthy of the majesty and prestige of said title. "I shall emerge victorious." With Sasuke's wordless approval, she walked forward, her hand gripped at her lance tightly. Her eyes were glued to the figure ahead of her, even as she brandished her sacred lance in a threatening manner. She was a better fighter while mounted, but just to prove of her overwhelming superiority towards her saber counterpart, she'll be fighting on foot to make things fair for her adversary. She was an unparalleled warrior with the lance, with or without Dunstallion, possessing the power and skills to crush entire armies and fortresses single-handedly, just as easily as one would crush a tomato with their hand. And what better way to prove her strength than about to the death against her saber incarnation? The corrupted saber glared at the Lancer, her eyes tracking her every move like that of a hawk, assessing every minute detail on her form. I see." She nodded in understanding, seeing her enemy. A familiar sacred lance in hand, that power, that posture, that armor. It was her, a version of her, summoned as a Lancer, wielding the spear that holds the world together, Rangaminiad. Interesting. This one's presence was most unwelcome. This will be a hard-fought battle, but she shall prevail. Your presence is unexpected. Saber started, her unemotional, but yet cruel, pale yellow eyes stared intently at the Lancer below. The King of Knights of the Lance stopped walking, her helmeted head turned towards the saber. She remained silent as the saber spoke to her, as if not acknowledging her words. "An iteration of me or not, you shall be destroyed. Stand down, or die," Saber told her, emphasizing on that last part. She'd meant what she said. Death shall come to those who oppose her, it matters not who they were. There shall be no other path but oblivion delivered through her blackened sword of victory. The Lancer Artoria seemed to scoff at her saber incarnation, swinging her lance as a form of provocation. "I've no time for your pathetic, arrogant mewling. Enough prattle, have it you." The challenge was issued, which earned a small, indignant smirk from the saber as a response. "I was hoping you'd say that." The saber with the blackened armor quite literally disappeared from her spot, leaving behind an explosion of rubble and stone as her legs propelled her towards her challenger at superhuman speeds, leaving behind a crater in the process. She reappeared right in front of the Lancer, preferring to fight toe-to-toe. No trickery, no underhanded tactics, just pure skill and might. Sword against lance. Divine versus divine. Clang. The first blow was from the saber. She swung her sword with such strength that it colliding with the lance kicked up a powerful wave of destructive winds in all directions, creating a massive crater beneath the Lancer's feet. Deep fissures spread throughout the ground. As she stood there casually, lance locked against the sword. His Artoria retracted her lance, just as the other Artoria did the same for her sword. This time, the Lancer was faster. With the strength that could topple entire castles in one blow, she shoved her lance towards the saber, particularly aiming for her head. The speed from which the attack was delivered created swirling winds all around the lance, as it danced along the surface of the divine weapon. Clang. Artoria wasn't expecting for the fight to end so soon, of course. She was mightier, but that didn't mean this saber incarnation of her would go down so easily. The lance was blocked, the blackened sword of victory stopping the blow dead in its tracks, just a small distance away from the saber's still stoic face. And again, Lancer Artoria retracted her lance, only to aim it towards the unhelmeted head of the saber. Same strength, same intensity, same speed. Which were all casual feats, mind you. Clang. And again, the corrupted sword interrupted its course. The lance didn't relent. Clang. 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 The sound of two divine iron meeting in a fierce duel reverberated in the area, like explosions of meteors and stars from the heavens as it crashed into the earth. Each and every meeting of steel created extremely powerful vacuums of oppressive winds and energy that Sasuke actually had to back away to keep himself out of potential harm's way. A single wave of wind generated from just one clash of their weapons decimated large boulders from tens of meters away, and the cavern floor was getting progressively demolished and broken with every blow. Each individual clash of their weapons caused intense tremors that spread all around the vast cavern floors. The battle was so overwhelming that he was afraid the cave system might collapse on them sooner or later. This was truly a clash of two revered, legendary warrior kings of old. After her sword had taken dozens of blows meant for her flesh, the saber had finally decided to reverse the status quo. As another strike of the lance had landed, Saber parried it to the side. The lance went sideways, leaving the lancer's armored body unprotected. Her sword would cleave right through her paltry armor with ease. Flesh, armor, it didn't make any difference before her mighty blade. It shall be rent apart. This time, the saber was the one on the offensive. She moved forward, inside the lance's swinging distance, as she raised her blackened blade in the air, getting ready to tear this pretender asunder. What she didn't expect, however, was her opponent's speed. The lancer, recognizing the fact that her defense was compromised, casually jumped away after anticipating the attack. The saber quickly chased after her, not wanting for her opponent to have any breathing room. The lancer defended herself from a mighty jumping downward slash, raising her lance to meet the attack. The saber backpedaled, assumed a combat stance, and then charged in what seemed to be less than a second. At least, in the time it took for Sasuke to blink. This time, the corrupted king deemed it fit to use her sword's power, coating the sword with dark magical energies. Soaking the divine weapon with corrupted power, effectively amplifying the sword's effectiveness tenfold. Lancer acknowledged the potential dangers in clashing against such power, so she lifted two seals from her lance, allowing a small portion of the lance's sacred power to surface. The power seeped out of the pattern, green turning golden, as motes of magical light started to cover the weapon from tip to handle. Clang! The energies resulting from both powers meeting shook the entire cavern section, generating massive earthquakes and threatening the cavern ceiling to collapse on them. It's not going to be long now until they'd be forced to leave or be buried alive. The collision of their respective powers had produced waves upon waves of dark and light energies, intermingling and fighting for supremacy. They were evenly matched at first. The lancer would briefly come out on top, her sacred energies overwhelming the darker flames produced by the blackened blade. But then the saber would push through, the obsidian energies of her sword consuming the golden light emitted from the lance, burning and eating it. It almost seemed like a war of attrition. Sasuke assessed the fighters, seeing that the lancer was, while exerting some effort into the fight, was far from using her full might. The same may be said about the saber. Although it's clear she was significantly pouring in more aggression and intent, and every swing of her sword looked like they were meant to kill, not merely to test her enemy. The saber swiped her sword towards the lancer in a barrage of sword swings imbued with unholy energies, each one meeting the golden-tipped lance, neutralizing every attempt at ending the duel. After a few exchanges, the saber decided to kick the battle up a notch. A particularly powerful beam burst out from the blackened sword, extending the sword's reach and multiplying its potency. Acting on pure instinct, the lancer jumped backwards, out of the swing's way as it soared sideways to bisect her in two. The sword's path was semi-horizontal, and the dark beam's length reached the master's position. Sasuke had thought of jumping to avoid the attack, but Dunstallion simply raised a magical shield, deflecting the beam completely. To follow up her powerful attack, that fortunately missed its mark, the corrupted saber swung her sword downwards, firing off a beam of unholy energy that threatened to reduce the lancer's entire being, graph and all, to nothing, promising oblivion to those unfortunate enough to be caught in its reach. Landing solidly on the cavern floors, the lancer aimed her golden glowing lance towards the saber, or more accurately, towards the speeding beam of impending doom. The sacred lance shot out a thin streaking beam of holy energy to counteract the darker and much larger beam. The golden light streak could almost be mistaken for a laser as it met the beam of corruption and promptly overpowered it, sending blackened tendrils of corrupted magical energy out of its path, deflected out of its course as the golden beam sped, almost unimpeded, towards the saber. The corrupted saber widened her eyes as the streaking holy light emerged out of the blackened beam of energy. And by the time she thought of dodging the attack, it had already traveled too close. She had only the time to raise her blackened Excalibur over her head in an attempt to defend herself. Boom! A large spherical explosion of golden light rocked the entire cavern section as stalactites fell from the ceiling and cavern walls collapsed one after another. The lancer looked on with narrowed eyes, her lance laid low at her side. She waited, as calmly as she had started the battle, waiting until the explosion of light had dissipated, eager to see to what extent her attack had affected the false king. Artoria wasn't expecting for the battle to end there. However, the beam had not been weak. She had a much larger energy pool to fetch on, courtesy of her master. And that meant she had the luxury of applying more magical energy into her attacks without worrying about getting deprived of it sooner than later. Artoria of the Lance quickly assumed a combat stance when the saber emerged from the resulting smoke, already on the offense. The saber had emerged with significant damage to her person. Her armor had taken a major blow. Her breastplate had been deprived of almost all parts towards the upper left of the armor. The left pauldron was nowhere to be seen, exposing her pale shoulders and the damaged dark-colored dress she wore underneath the blackened plates as a result. Her skirt had been reduced in some parts, partly exposing some of her legs and thighs. Red liquid poured down from her nostril, and parts of her right cheek, forehead, and lips had taken noticeable burn damage. The damage she had physically sustained hadn't done much to weaken the corrupted saber's fervor for battle, the master observed. "Yeah." The saber roared, arriving at the lancer's position in what seemed to be an instant, her sword in a two-handed grip and raised in the air in preparation for an attack. The lancer took a few steps back as she gathered momentum for a mighty thrust of her lance. When the blackened king was almost at her space, the uncorrupted king of knights unleashed a devastating forward attack that could reduce entire fortresses to rubble and pierce even the most durable of divine or demonic armors. To her surprise, the saber merely ducked under the path of Artoria's lance, piercing through her offense and effectively her defense, with movement alone. Following up her audacious move, the sword-wielding knight plunged the flat pommel of her weapon into Lancer's side, before proceeding to utterly demolish the woman with a crushing strike of her plated knee, sending the knight of the lance staggering back. Now unimpeded, the saber raised her sword over her adversary's disoriented form. She scowled in disappointment as her corrupted sword carved a swath through the air, sailing downwards to her foe's head. Her lancer counterpart had been undoubtedly powerful, but she had expected more from an incarnation of her, branched from another possibility of her origins and legends. She had resolved to end the duel right then and there, aiming to drive her sword from the foe's head, through her body, and down to her crotch area. So self-assured, so confident of her victory. Unfortunately for the corrupted saber, the king of the lance was much, much harder to put down compared to most foes. She propped herself up with the lance to stabilize herself before instinctively bringing up her gauntlet arm to intercept the sword strike, letting the sword's edge embed itself onto her protected arm. The blackened king was at a loss for words when she saw the lancer's arm endure a blow that could bisect servant flesh and armor alike without any visible reaction. Right then, despite her shock, she was able to instantly assess that the lancer's armor was stronger than she'd initially judged. Similarly, her lancer counterpart was also blessed with an inexplicably durable physique, more than a regular servant should have. Then she'd sensed it, an energy unknown, coursing through her opponent's body, strengthening her grasp, and thereby amplifying her endurance and durability. How peculiar could it be? The saber thought, her curious eyes landing towards the master. With some effort, the saber dislodged her sword from her foe's gauntlet and quickly tried to attack a second time, but the corrupted king was interrupted when Artoria backhanded her with such force that the strike drew blood and knocked her off her feet. With her face to the dank, muddy ground, the blackened knight flipped herself over and roughly wiped the blood trailing from her mouth. She leered at the lancer, scowling venomously at her adversary as she collected herself. She took notice of the small stream of blood that dripped down from the lancer's gauntlet, but other than that, she seemed almost undamaged, unharmed, unscathed, even. This fact served to anger her. She could bear the fact that another warrior may defeat her, but somehow, for some reason, being defeated by another version of her offended her to her core. It was as if she couldn't stand such an idea. The idea that the sword, however corrupted it was, could not triumph over the lance made her blood rise to the boiling point. "I tire of this." The saber spoke. Her voice was calm and stoic, but the underlying tone was undeniably furious. "Time to end you." The saber jumped back, retreating at a safe distance. She raised the corrupted sword of promised victory overhead, gripping the weapon in a two-handed style. Immediately, the lancer had felt an overwhelming amount of magical energy gather and coalesce into the blackened sword. Artoria recognized the action. She was to unleash the strongest attack in her arsenal, her noble phantasm. The blade started emitting intense corrupted energy, taking up the form of unrepentant, vengeful flames, until the dark energy that coated her blade exploded, like a fountain of pitch-black energy. In response, the lancer held her lance in front of her, releasing an additional 3 more seals. With her consent and acknowledgement, Ragamini had transformed. The almost tapestry-like green pattern on the surface of the lance melted from reality, replaced by an intensely burning, otherworldly energy. A golden torrent of light that shone brighter than even the brightest star in the night sky. The bright energies twirled and circled around the lance, like a parade of fireflies. Her lance, which was previously akin to a jousting lance in appearance, had now taken up the form of a tornado of golden light. A light so pure, so holy, that all evil was compelled to bow and tremble before it, before the power inevitably consumed them. For this one final clash, where only one of them shall leave the battlefield, she deemed it a respectful gesture towards her mighty adversary to show her face. With a single hand, she easily pried her helmet off her head as it disappeared into motes of golden light. Her blonde hair swayed and danced against the intense winds generated by the power of the lance. Her emerald gaze stayed impassive, even as the saber had finished charging her final attack. Saber took one step forward as she prepared to fire off her noble phantasm. There was an extremely palpable feeling of massive amounts of magical energy being gathered into a single point. Evil energies consolidating into a dense, potent magical mass. The ground beneath the saber's feet had begun breaking apart as the sheer weight and density of the power gathered into the sword had reached completion and exceeded that level of power. Excalibur. The space around the corrupted king of knights warped and twisted, adhering to the might of the sword. Morgan. With a mighty yell, the darkened sword was swung down with all of the wielder's remaining strength. Out of the sword's tip came a massive destructive beam of corrupted power. An impure, unholy energy that consumes all things. A power so dark, so desolate, so hungry, so empty, yet so powerful. The righteous king of the land sighed the massive destruction brought upon by the saber, and without a single word, without hesitation, propelled herself into the beam. The lancer jumped forward to meet the attack, and with full intention to tackle it head-on. It would have looked foolish and suicidal to anyone else, especially to the one who unleashed it. But one thing's for certain was that a fighter of her caliber and prestige was not so foolish as to dive headfirst into the abyss without a plan. When she approached the beam, Lancer Artoria ran her sacred lance forward. The tip of the golden lance meeting with the malevolent force. A grunt of effort escaped her lips as she pushed herself through the abyssal darkness, her form meeting with significant protest. The light of the lance pierced through the stream of corruption, a lone light in a stretch of corruption, in an expanse of darkness. Despite the beam utterly swallowing the entirety of Lancer's body, not a single speck of the corrupted Excalibur's power so much as touched, or even reached her skin and armor. The lance's light repudiating darkness and evil. The battlefield had taken a worrying amount of damage before, but now it was ready to go down on them. The energies that were being deflected by the sacred lance didn't just vanish, it was swept to the side. Dozens of dark magical energy escaped from the clash and found new targets in their surroundings, effectively demolishing everything inside the cave it touched. In response to this, Dunstallion had once again emitted a holy aura, acting as a shield which had been successful in deflecting some wayward corrupted power that would have reached their position. A few moments passed, and the Lancer had successfully conquered the corrupted Excalibur's beam, completely untouched. She swiped her lance in a diagonal slash, completely diverting the very last remnants of the beam and effectively nullifying it. By the end of it, the light in her lance was just as pure, just as holy, just as powerful as when it had first materialized. The intensity of the lance's light gave no indication that the clash had negatively affected its power in any capacity. It was all that she needed for confirmation that the lance was indeed superior to the corrupted sword. Wah! Saber confusedly muttered under her breath. Artoria locked on towards her target, who wore a gobsmacked expression, befuddled by what she just witnessed. Shocked and caught off guard, the saber had no time to process what just happened as the sacred lance homed in on her. Rongo. The lancer started, her body like a speeding bullet, her lance like a meteorite from the skies. Miniat. Desperation filled her mind as the saber brought up her sword in a defensive stance, deprived of any sort of plan or defensive contingency against such an attack. Boom. The lance crashed into the saber, the collision of which created a gigantic, golden explosion of light that shook the entire cave system. The deafening sound of thunder exploded in his ears. Sasuke winced as he covered his eyes with his forearm as the light that resulted from Lancer's noble phantasm threatened his sense of sight. Dunstallion's magical aura shielded them from the excess magical energy that flooded that section of the cavern, as well as from the massive chunks of boulders and rocks that were thrown away at fatal speeds in all directions. The ground shook violently beneath their feet, to the point he had to apply some chakra to the soles of his feet to stabilize himself. The destruction brought upon by the offensive noble phantasm had pushed the cavern's foundations to its limits, and was actively on the verge of crumbling down with them still inside. The massive dome of light had died down relatively quickly, revealing one figure still standing. The other was an injured heap on the ground, but impressively still alive. Her armor reduced to scraps, her dress singed in many parts, burn marks and wounds littered her petite body. Her sword was no longer in her grasp, as it lay flat on the singed ground next to her. She clung to life, her insane willpower preventing herself from going back to the throne even as her graph had been broken beyond repair. She laid on the ground, useless, helpless, and unfit to fight. The war has been won. Yeah. Mash roared. The barrage of magical steel rained down on them. The weapons were fired at speeds beyond bullet speed, but bounced off harmlessly as the shield's magic activated. The shielder had arrived just in time to protect the caster from the rain of steel. Her holy relic conjuring protective magical light over their heads, a lesser application of her noble phantasm. Caster sighed in relief, before sending the girl a grateful smirk. Great timing, girly, he told her, as he quickly activated several runes. Just keep it up. A rune towards the right side above the archer materialized, firing off extremely potent projectiles of fire. The archer had been unaware enough that one of the fireballs had hit him directly. The red-clad warrior gnashed his teeth as Celtic flames consumed his flesh. In the midst of being burnt alive in torturous flames, the archer had willed himself to jump away to dodge the subsequent flaming projectile attacks. 2, 3, 6 projectiles he dodged, until a rune to his side materialized and blindsided him. The rune fired off a fireball that successfully made its mark on the archer's body. Arg! The bowman screamed in pain as he endured flames that contained enough intensity and power to burn regular servants to ash. Pain clouded the corrupted archer's mind as he tried his best to shake the fires off of him. Despite the immense pain that covered his body, despite the horrid smell of his own flesh melting and being cooked, he was still lucid enough to assess the situation. With the way things were going, death was an inevitability. His conclusion was to get up close and personal. Still, that girl with the shield was a prominent problem. If she was present, no harm would befall on the caster, no matter how much he tried. He needed to get rid of her, and fast. Concho and Bakuya in hand, Archer rushed in to bisect his enemy in 4 different sections. With a harsh, pained grunt, the archer swung his weapon. The shielder widened her eyes, but was fast enough to prop her shield up in front of her as he went in. Clang. Concho met the shield first, ineffectively bouncing off of the shield's surface. Then came Bakuya, which did a bit more than Concho, as it caused the shielder to stagger backwards. But she held strong, her will unbroken. After several moments of the twin blades wailing harmlessly at the shield, the archer decided it was time to change tactics. Overcoming the shield's durability was a lost cause. Its endurance was stellar, and no weapon in his internal forge may pierce such a steel. With blinding speed, the archer fluidly navigated towards the girl's right side, taking advantage of her blind spot. The corrupted servant smirked triumphantly when the girl hadn't so much as noticed him disappearing in front of her. Concho sped towards the girl's side, intent on driving itself deep within her internals and causing a swift, but painful death. Unfortunately for the archer, several runes strategically placed around their position had activated. A rune beneath their feet summoned roots that bound the archer's arm that held Concho, stopping it dead. A rune behind him had latched onto his torso. And a rune to his left side had bound his other arm, holding Bakuya. What? The confused sound came from Archer's lips as he inspected the roots that stretched across the length of his arm. Wadash. Mash whipped her head to the side to see the archer being bound, one of his blades in a position that looked about a second away from killing her. Without Caster's runes, she would have been dead, even before she could protect her master in full. Knowing she was this close to dying was a disturbing thought, one she made an effort to suppress. Her shock had been promptly forced down, as she quickly hoisted her shield to face the enemy. "Missy, get away from there," the caster announced to her, finishing his rune chant. Wordlessly, she complied. Mash stepped away from Archer's position, stopping when she was beside the caster. As soon as she was out of range, the caster willed his runes to transfer themselves into the archer's body. The corrupted servant watched in panic as the runes inscribed themselves onto him. Mentally, he'd already reinforced his body's durability, expecting intense flames to consume him yet again. But fortune had been on his side just then. A massive, powerful earthquake rocked the cave, wobbling the 2 servants ahead. The caster's concentration had been broken for the briefest of moments, his attention lapsed for an instant as his mind regarded the tremors. It was all the archer needed. He traced a particularly powerful copy of a legendary sword and quickly fired it. The sword was of special variety in that it adjusts its trajectory upon firing, capable of curving around objects, such as the girl's shield, to pierce the target behind them. The caster only had time to widen his eyes in alarm and push the girl away before the sword came and lopped his arm off. A better outcome than the little Missy's head popping up like a watermelon, but it still hurt like hell. Mash recollected herself, just in time to see a sword cleanly slice through Caster's arm. Wadash. "Caster, Eyes ahead, little miss. Fight's not done yet, he warned, as he casually wrapped his bleeding stump with a white cloth he had on his person, as though merely patching up a trivial scratch wound. That had not been what the archer had in mind, but that'll do. Least is free, and the caster was without an arm. The roots around his arms and body had vanished, and Archer was allowed some time to recover. He didn't know if it was caused by the injury the caster had sustained or when his concentration was interrupted, but the runes on his clothes were gone as well. The moment of calm was promptly broken when the caster manually conjured a wooden hand behind the archer, which he hoped would go unnoticed. The archer was blessed with keen sensing, however, and jumped away as the hand grabbed nothing but air. Clang, clang, clang. 3 weapons meant to bifurcate the caster bounced off the shield, shattering upon contact. They were nothing but merely distractions, as the archer was at their throat in the next moment. The shielder tried her best to keep up with the archer's physical speed, but found herself too slow at every turn. She could do nothing but raise her shield up in defense. Even then, she was full of blind spots and weaknesses that the archer could exploit, as he'd demonstrated earlier. All the more dangerous when coupled with his speed. She'd had a much easier time defending against his projectiles than defending against his physical onslaught. A sideways slash meant to send her shield off kilter, opened her right side up for an attack. Another slash meant to gut her open was intercepted by the caster's staff, and he took over the exchange for her. Despite being a caster, he was highly skilled in close quarters combat, deftly avoiding the attacks from the archer's twin swords, weaving and maneuvering at every step as death sailed repeatedly towards him. Sometimes, the caster would employ the use of his absurdly durable staff to block some strikes that would otherwise be impossible to dodge. When the opportunity presents itself, the caster would surge, striking the archer with his staff, utilizing his expertise with the spear. Ultimately, the staff made for a poor makeshift spear, and he would return to being the one who's had to defend. Every now and again, a rune would materialize to shoot fireballs at the archer at odd angles. Although the archer was much more aware of them, allowing him to consistently avoid them. Likewise, the archer would conjure multiple swords to shoot down at the caster, although the shielder would be there to meet them before they arrived at their target. After an entire minute of exchange, the archer had grown tired of the battle and simply wanted for it to end. The blades locked against the staff. Both servants glared fiercely at each other. The caster sported a more cocky, confident attitude, in contrast to the archer, who scowled in annoyance. It's about time to end this, Archer told the caster, his voice rough and tired, but determined to end the battle. Caster smirked in response. Could have said it better myself. He agreed, mirroring the archer's willingness to end the fight in kind. His haughty smirk quickly vanished into a confused grimace when the archer responded with his own smirk. His alarm bells rang when the archer pointed his twin blades at him. Before he could follow his instincts and get away, it had been too late. Concho and Bakuya suddenly grew in length, transforming from relatively short and simple-looking blades to long and brutal blades of murder. With the use of reinforcements being applied on the blades, Concho and Bakuya evolved. Overedge, as he called it. Arg, Caster cried out, as the twin long swords pierced his body. Ku Chulin coughed up blood as the black sword pierced a lung and destroyed a few ribs as it went through. The white one destroyed a kidney and made a blade-shaped hole through his liver. It was a tremendously painful experience, and one he didn't wish to experience again in future summons. Had he been a lesser man, he would have collapsed dead instantly. But he was Ireland's child of light. He had more fight in him than most men or servants alike. "This is the end for you, Caster," Archer told him, his face contorting in mockery. And while he couldn't particularly disagree with the archer's boastful assessment of the matter, he wasn't going to go down that easy. If he did, he'd have died the moment he fought Scathach. Even as blood continued to drench his druidic robes, escaping from the lesions caused by the blades, he remained true and firm to his legends by remaining on his feet, whilst experiencing agony that would be considered unbearable by most men. Instead of succumbing to the pain, he summoned his energy for his remaining hand to grip at Archer's forearm with surprising strength, preventing the corrupted warrior from escaping the hold. Caster forced himself to smile triumphantly, even as rivers of lifeblood flowed freely from the corners of his mouth, even as he tasted iron from his own ichor. "It may be the end for me. But you go first," he said, prompting the archer to look at him quizzically. "HAA." A female voice roared behind him. Before he could turn his head back to investigate, iron had emerged out of his chest. "What?" Archer managed to utter through the pain. His eyes lingered down towards the dark-colored steel that pierced him, recognizing it as the bottom-most part of the shielder girl's shield. It had been so thoroughly plunged into his back that it pierced through his body and went out of his chest. Based on the pain he was feeling, he'd concluded that the wide shape of the steel had completely severed his spine, splintered most of his ribs, and crushed some of his organs essential for sustaining life. Blood poured out from the massive wound like a waterfall, pooling on the ground beneath his feet. He'd lost. Not bad. He complimented, as particles of golden light started to cover his being. As he disappeared, the caster was fairly sure he'd seen the archer sporting a rather satisfied smile. What a puzzling guy he was. The caster had to lean on his staff, not wanting to lay down just yet. The shielder retracted her shield as she watched the congregation of spiritual light disperse in the air. Good job, little miss. Though bloodied and in intense pain, he told her. She was truly worthy of his praise. And there have been very few people he'd deemed worthy of praise in life. I'm proud of you. I mean that. Now go, and make sure to protect Sasuke. Mash looked at him with a sorrowful expression. Yes, I will. She responded, seeing spiritual particles gather around him. The shielder tried her best to suppress her tears. Thank you so much, caster. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have unleashed my noble phantasm. The caster weakly waved her off, a smile remaining on his features even as he started disappearing from the world. Nonsense. Believe me when I tell you that it was all you. And I'm proud of you for that. Caster's smile strained when he saw his newest student almost shed tears for him. He sheepishly scratched the back of his head with his remaining hand. Oh, and don't grieve for me, will you? I'm a servant, remember? We'll see each other sooner or later, perhaps in Chaldea. That I can tell you with certainty. As the last of his being disappeared, he gave her a half-hearted wave. See ya, little miss. Say goodbye to your master for me. And with that he disappeared completely, returning to the place beyond time and space, beyond creation itself. Sasuke's watch pinged, Chaldea's screen materializing in front. Report, Sasuke. What has happened? The white-haired director commanded, as she sat on her seat anxiously. She started to get noticeable bags under her eyes, Sasuke observed. The girl needs some rest. Sasuke regarded the girl, turning to look at the projected screen. Saber has been neutralized. Archer's status is unknown. Caster and Mash are currently engaging him. I see, she muttered, accompanied by a relieved sigh, like a boulder had just been lifted from her shoulder. Well, it was to be expected. She did a quick once-over on him. And what about you? Are you fine? Any injuries? Mana deprivations? Exhaustion, perhaps? I'm fine. Romani, a quick physical scan on Sasuke, would you? Olga Marie ordered. Copy that. The doctor's voice sounded at the corner, although he was just out of view. He's fine. He's not quite in perfect shape, but nothing a good rest can't fix. I see. That's good. She looked at the master. That said, I'm impressed you had the judgment not to interfere with their battle. The master raised an eyebrow at her. What gave you that impression? He asked, slightly curious. The director smiled at him, a bit haughtily. Because you're still intact and alive. Sasuke smirked at that, amused. True enough. As he was at this moment, he deemed fighting against a servant as extremely dangerous and risky. And fighting against the likes of King Arthur would be tantamount to suicide. He needed to grow stronger, awaken his old powers. If that were possible, he hoped it was possible. Initially, he'd wanted to be a normal human, not wanting to have anything to do with fighting. But things had drastically changed. His first priority now was to grow stronger if he wanted to survive. Just then, Mash arrived, her shield in tow. She came at running speed, emerging from the shadows from the path they took earlier to get to Saber's keep. She stopped to face her master. If she was here, that bodes well for their battle. Although Caster's absence was a telling evidence that their battle had been hard fought. Master, director, she greeted, seeing her master conversing with the grumpy Chaldean director. Good to see you're safe, Mash. Sasuke greeted back with a nod. The girl briefly smiled, but it quickly fell into a saddened expression. Yes, you too, master. But Caster is. Sasuke didn't need more information to assume what had happened. His absence and Mash's disposition spoke clearly. I see. So Caster's dead. The Uchiha maintained a neutral expression as Mash confirmed. Yes. He told me to say goodbye to you for him. Sasuke cracked a small smile at that. He rested a hand on her bare shoulder, a comforting gesture. Good job, Mash. He told her, which prompted the girl to smile dazzlingly. Yes. Thank you, Master. I see. So, Archer has been defeated at the cost of Castor's life, huh? The Chaldean director spoke, looking over towards the shielder. Well, don't think about that too much. It happens during servant battles often, as grim as that sounds. We'll be able to summon him at some point. Mash nodded. Yes. The servant and master duo, alongside Chaldea's screen projection, regrouped with the Lancer as she loomed over the saber's defeated form. Her sacred lance had returned back to its regular, tapestry-like appearance. She turned to look at her master as she heard their footsteps. The battle is finished, Master, she reported. Without her helmet, he could see her features in detail. Artoria very much looked like the saber, although more mature and less paler. Green eyes stared at him, almost glowing, brimming with power. Sporting long, blonde lashes. Blonde hair swayed at her every movement, braided at the back, and decorated by an immaculate golden crown. Sasuke nodded to her. In the end, she never actually needed his assistance at any point of that battle. Part of him wished he'd have remained with the fight against Archer. He would have been far more useful there. Then again, he wouldn't have been able to witness a battle between two supposedly high-ranking servants. It had been highly valuable information on his part, after all. Well fought, Artoria, he complimented. Sasuke looked down towards her gauntlet, stained by her blood. Raise your arm, Artoria. She did as ordered. Can you take off your gauntlet? Sasuke requested as he inspected the damage on the piece of armor. The Lancer nodded, the damaged gauntlet disappearing in motes of golden light at her will. As expected, her wound had been deep. A few inches more, and the sword would cleave right through the limb. The sword had reached halfway through her bone. Sasuke hovered a hand on the wound, employing high-level medical ninjutsu. He wasn't sure how shinobi healing techniques would interact with spiritual beings like servants, though. Thankfully, the green glow of his chakra being converted into healing energies did wonders for the Lancer. Sasuke observed as flesh reattached and skin reknitted, until there was no sign of the injury at all, not even a scar. Satisfied, Sasuke deactivated the technique. His finger traced along the skin where the wound had been, as the Lancer twitched lightly at his touch. My thanks, Master, Lancer told him, rematerializing the blood-stained gauntlet after the process. Sasuke nodded to her, as his attention hovered over towards the saber. The defeated servant had climbed up to a kneeling position, weakly propping herself up with a hand. To think I'd be defeated by the Lancer incarnation of myself. How troubling. Saber said with loathing and regret, to no one in particular. Although everyone present heard her. It was not as though I had stayed my hand, or that my tenacity had wavered. I suppose I might have gotten weaker. She weakly looked up, towards the Master. Although sufficiently defeated, her face remained a stoic mask. Your tribulations start here, Master of Chaldea. Grand Order, the battle to collect the Holy Grails has only just begun. Having said that, she disappeared in a dispersion of spiritual particles, thereby concluding Singularity F's Holy Grail War. In the end, no one really won the war. Though he guessed Saber technically won it, considering she was the one to go last. Confirming Saber's servant reading has vanished. Great job, everyone. Romani said through the comms, this concludes the Holy Grail War. All we need to do is collect the Greater Grail, and everything should go back to normal. Grand Order. How did that servant know that name? Is something the matter, Director? Huh? No. Nothing. Several points are still unclear, but let's call this mission a success. Good job, Sasuke, Mash, King Arthur. Olga Marie said, though it was clear there was a lot in her mind. Mysteries unsolved, questions unanswered. First, I want you to retrieve the crystal. It's the reason Saber became abnormal. It's clearly the reason why Fuyuki became a singularity. The director ordered. Mash nodded in compliance. Yes, an immediate retrieval. What? Sasuke felt a chilling presence, like a wave of pure evil. He looked up to see a familiar face atop the hill, looking down on them. The green clothing, paired with the green top hat, and that long mane. It was Lev Laner, Chaldea's top engineer and technician. So what he sensed in him back in Chaldea wasn't a farce after all. Well now, I certainly didn't expect you'd get this far. His voice came, cold and mocking. Beyond my plan's expectations and tolerances. The man seemed to regard the Master, though it's difficult to know for sure, considering the man's eyes remained shut. Master Candidate number 48, it was my mistake to naively overlook you as an improbable child. I should have recognized your potential and got rid of you back in Chaldea. Oh, how foolish of me. Lev Laner took one look at the royal Lancer servant. You even summoned your own King Arthur there. How absurdly fortunate of you. You, Sasuke said. Professor Lev, wide-eyed and shocked, Mash exclaimed. Mash's expression was understandably confused as he beheld the man in front of them. His aura had now drastically changed. It was cold, like a chilling storm. This wasn't the Lev they knew back in Chaldea anymore. Lancer Artoria walked in front of him protectively, recognizing the sheer evil and malice the man in front was exuding. The Shielder did the same, following the king's actions. Lev? Professor Lev, you say? You mean he's there right now? Romani inquired, puzzled. The man's ear twitched. Is that Romani I hear? So, you survived the explosion as well, he said. His voice was remarkably disappointed. I told you to come to the command room immediately, but it seems you weren't listening. Honestly, trash who can't follow orders. Just the mere sight of it makes me want to throw up. The man's voice had quickly devolved from being disappointed to unadulterated hate in mere moments. Why is it that humans always try to avoid their preordained destinies? The green-clad man grinned hauntingly, displaying sharpened teeth ill-suited for humans. Mash stared at the Chaldean technician, or the man that used to be the technician. Her face was conflicted, appalled, confused, and disturbed all rolled into one. That person is not the Lev we know. He's dangerous. I can feel it. Lev? Oh, Lev, you're alive. The Chaldean director exclaimed, her eyes firmly locked onto the man atop the hill, leering at them with utter distaste. Thank goodness. Without you, I don't know if I'm even able to protect Chaldea. The poor girl was rife with ignorance, sporting an immensely relieved expression at the sight of her respected subordinate. Mash looked at the director incredulously. Director, that person isn't. Oh, Leviticus. What a relief to see you. You should return with them as soon as the singularity is fixed. Olga Marie said, interrupting the Shielder. Unbeknownst to the truth at hand. The man that used to be Lev Laner assumed his regular Chaldean expression, that of a mild-mannered smiling man with perpetually closed eyes. Oh, is that Olga Marie? Hi there, Director. You seem well enough. Though it looks like you had a rough time too, huh? Yes. That's right, Leviticus. The command room blew up. Chaldea's manpower has been reduced to merely 20%, and all of Team A are currently in cryostasis due to their injuries. What's worse, most potential master candidates have died, and almost all of our tools are compromised. We have barely enough sustenance and medical supplies as of this moment. Chaldea needs you, Lev. Olga Marie explained pleadingly, feelings of desperation at the situation at hand surfacing. Lev adopted a bored, almost annoyed expression. That sounds rough, indeed. Right. I'm going crazy from all these unforeseen complications. But with you here, everything should be fine, right? That's always how it's been, right? You'll help me this time too, won't you? The man's face took up a cruel, sadistic expression. A facade of loathing and contempt. Heh. Of course, I will. Olga Marie's face bubbled up with hope. I mean, honestly, all these complications have irritated me to no end, too. But the biggest complication here is you, Olga Marie. He told her, his face akin to a person looking down on a cockroach. Pure disgust. The Chaldean director's face fell. What are you saying, Lev? The man's face contorted in rage, marring the face of the man once called Lev. I set the bomb directly underneath your feet, yet you still live. Olga Marie's face became unnaturally pale, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? Lev? What's that supposed to mean? Lev Laner collected himself, preferring to present himself in a calm persona. His signature faux good-natured smile plastered haphazardly on his face. I mean what I said, Olga. I set the bombs under you. By all means, you should be dead. Vaporized, in pieces, reduced to tiny chunks of wretched human meat. And yet you are therein. Chaldea, alive and well. Explain to me how that's even possible, would you, dear director? Just then, Olga Marie must have understood what had happened then. Remembering the events during the command room incident. Her eyes lighting up in realization, she almost robotically turned to look at Sasuke. It had been an extremely tiring and hectic situation, and she'd wanted nothing more than to forget that event and move on. But one thing that just wouldn't leave her mind was Sasuke carrying her in his arms when the explosion had occurred. A tired, exasperated sigh escaped the green-clad man's lips. Well, no matter. You don't have to explain. I can always come around to finish you off at a later date. No, I'll finish you off along with Chaldea. With a wide, toothy grin, he declared to the increasingly crestfallen director. Now that that's out of the way, let me show you something, O Chaldeans. The future of Chaldea that you've devoted your life to, Lev said, as he willed a golden grail into existence. It glowed, and the next thing they knew, they were at a familiar place. Inside Chaldea's command room, where the fatal blast had taken place, Sasuke observed his surroundings and spread his chakra throughout, concluding that the scene before them wasn't just an illusion. What they're seeing was most definitely real. Like he'd just opened a gateway to Chaldea from this singularity. What? We're in Chaldea? He heard Mash say beside him as she took in the room. Lancer had stayed silent, keeping her eyes at the adversary. Located in the middle of the room was a reddened globe. The Chaldea's was completely red, like it had been burned completely. What is that? Chaldea's is bright red. The director said, auburn eyes reflecting the orange from the globe. It's a lie, right? It's just an illusion, right, Lev? The smile on Lev's face was positively venomous. Oh, it's real. I've connected the dimensions for you. With the Grail, I can do such things. In fact, you can confirm it for yourselves. Since you're in Chaldea, operating from a spare computer room, you may go to the destroyed command room and see it for yourselves. Olga Marie quickly barked orders for someone to check Chaldea's in the command room. Now behold, descendant of the Animusphere, behold Chaldea, behold your folly. Not a sliver of blue representing human survival. Nothing but burning, bright, red flames. That is the outcome of this mission. But that's not all. The Grail in his hand glowed once again, projecting in scenes from various parts of the world in front of them. New York, Tokyo, Shanghai, Berlin, Paris, Sydney. All burned to the ground with not a single sign of life in sight. Buildings, houses, markets, parks, all brought to ruin by an ever-present flame. So, this was the destruction the machine predicted? Sasuke thought to himself, realizing the implication of such an event. All of Earth's population was wiped out. His new friends at school, his new family that gave him a second chance in this world. Gone. That is a grim prospect. Sasuke tasted bile in his mouth. All of humanity has fallen. Well, all but you Chaldeans, of course. Isn't it wonderful, Olga Marie? Once again, your incompetence has brought forth tragedy. Lev Laner mocked. Utterly distraught, the Chaldean director refused to accept such an outcome. Wishing for it to be a nightmare that would go away in the morning. Don't be so absurd. I'm not responsible. I haven't failed yet. The girl's expression did a 180, going from utterly crushed to furious, fixing an accusatory glare at the man known as Lev. You're not Leviticus. Who are you? What have you done to my Chaldeas? The man adopted an incredulous expression. It's not your Chaldeas. Honestly, what an annoying girl you are. He shook his head in a disappointed manner. It's unfortunate that I couldn't kill you for some inane reasons that escapes me. But just you wait. I'll deliver you to the land of the dead soon enough, along with your precious Chaldea. The dimensional connection had closed as the Grail in his hand vanished. The man regarded them. Before I go, let me reintroduce myself. My true name is Lev Laner Floros, in charge of the year 2017, sent to dispose of you humans. Are you listening, Dr. Romani? As a friend who studied magecraft with you, let me give you some final advice. Chaldea is finished. You humans have reached the moment of your destruction. Chaldea's screen displayed the doctor, instead of the director, Professor Leviticus. No, Lev Laner. What do you mean? Is it related to us not being able to see 2019? The man smiled, amused. It's not related. It's the reality that this is the end. Unable to see the future. You babbled that it had disappeared. That was truly wishful thinking. The future didn't merely disappear, it was incinerated. The moment Chaldea's was dyed crimson. He explained, the sharp, toothy grin never leaving his face. Your end is certain. Your era no longer exists. Sasuke took in the information with a frown. Assuming all he said was true, what's happened here was basically the equivalent of the ninja world being caught in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Though at least with that, life may yet still flourish and evolve. And infinite Tsukuyomi at least gave its victims an illusory lifetime of blissful dreams. The incineration of humanity had taken everything. Every possibility for life to exist. Every individual and holistic futures, and the future of humanity itself, were stolen from under their noses. It was a conceptual destruction, incinerating the concept of human survival and humanity's future itself. And they were helpless, utterly powerless to stop it. Reveling in his audience's expressions of hopelessness and defeat, the green-clad man continued, Chaldea's magnetic field may protect Chaldea, but any outside of it will face the same end as Fuyuki City. Roman frowned in contemplation. So that was it. We didn't lose contact with the outside world due to interference, we simply lost the outside world itself. Humph, you really are perceptive. A shame I couldn't kill you immediately. He sneered at the screen, before recollecting himself. But that too is futile resistance. If the time within Chaldea passes 2018, it will be wiped from this universe. Sasuke's frown went deeper. That meant their time in Chaldea was temporary, and unless they fix the incineration of humanity within the given time, that is before 2018 goes away, they'd cease to exist. It follows that they need to fix everything in a year or so. That seemed quite a tall order. Almost impossible when he thought about it deeply. But there was no way he was going to lose this life. That much was certain. No one can change this outcome now. This is a rejection of humanity by human history. Humanity didn't perish because of your inability to evolve, nor did you perish due to a war with a foreign species. Rather, it was your own foolishness, your own incompetence. Because you lost the grace of our king. King? Sasuke repeated in his mind. Like a bunch of worthless scraps of papers, you'll be burned without a trace. They felt a soft tremor, which immediately turned into a powerful earthquake. The cave was crumbling on them. The man looked around, as their surroundings fell and shattered. The earth quaked without any sign of stopping. Ah, is the singularity at its limit? Curse Saber, if you'd just been stronger, you'd have been allowed to live. Even when given the Holy Grail, she caused trouble by wanting to sustain this era. In the end, she was vanquished by a different iteration of herself. How's that for an insult? The man gave them one final look, the usual fake smile returning. Farewell to you, Romani, Mash, the king of the lance. And to you, candidate number 48. Believe it or not, I have other businesses to attend to. My enjoyment of your destruction regrettably ends here. Now be swallowed by the dimensional warp. The green-clad man casually walked into a dimensional gateway, disappearing from sight. His overwhelmingly evil presence disappearing along with him. The underground caverns collapsing. No, it was never stable in the first place, Mash said, her tone sufficiently panicked. Doctor, we need to save Senpai. This is bad. Romani, perform a forced ray shift on them immediately. The director commanded. Romani quickly tinkered on some gadgetry he was ill-familiar with, already doing it now, but the singularity may collapse faster than I can transfer them. He faced towards Mash and the Master. If it does, then do what you can on your side. I'm pretty sure we can survive in space for a few dozen seconds, right? The shield's eye twitched. Sorry, Doctor, but please shut up. I'm so angry I'm about to lose my cool. Just hold on to your consciousness. If we don't lose that, I might be able to salvage. The connection to Chaldea was cut off. We won't make it, the shielder said defeatedly, as the cavern's ceiling started collapsing, and the ground had fissured into large cracks, promising deep abyss below. Fortunately for them, the king had gotten a hold of the Master, as she mounted Dun Stallion. Mash. Sasuke extended his hand towards the girl, and the shielder grabbed it, just in time for the ground beneath them to collapse completely, and Dun Stallion to perform a mighty leap upwards. Then Sasuke felt it. A warm, but overwhelming light washing over them, and then the feeling of being sucked into a black hole as his mind went blank. Chaldea's ray shift had been successful. Chaldea, 2017. A blonde woman gracefully walked down the halls of Chaldea. She stalked the pathways, carefully navigating the hallways to reach her destination, not wanting anyone to see her. The woman seemed to be in her late 20s to early 30s. A woman of Caucasian descent, hailing from a certain American city. A highly sophisticated person, possessing intelligence and ingenuity that very few people could boast of having. Some say she was just shy of being a full-fledged genius. She was considered a stunning beauty in her circles and in her workplace, attracting the admirations of men and women alike. She was one of Chaldea's more prominent technicians, and one of the more fortunate ones who happened to be absent from the command room when the incident occurred a day prior. Upon discovering that her respected mentor in the field of engineering was a villain who strived to end humanity, she had been appalled at his deception and angry that much of her knowledge and expertise came from the man. And upon knowing of the truth of the outside world, she had been inconsolable for much of yesterday, thinking about her daughters, her family. She forced her emotions down and continued her work to get her mind off of much darker thoughts. When Mash Kirilight and the Master had arrived back from Singularity F, she'd since wanted to visit the young man, Chaldea's final master. It was currently her break time when she walked down the Chaldean halls, towards the Master's room. Apparently, the Master was unconscious when he returned, and has been receiving treatment inside the safety of his own room, and supervised by Dr. Romani Archamon himself. The woman pushed her glasses up when she arrived at his door. Hesitantly, she reached her hand towards the handle slowly. She racked her mind up on what to say to him if he was awake, and what sort of topics she'd wanted to talk about with him. Personal topics, such as his life growing up, his hobbies, his pastimes, his father. She shook her head and tried to grip at the handle. Part of her hoped he was still asleep. Kaya. She squealed in surprise when the doctor suddenly opened the door for her as he was getting out of the room, and immediately covered her mouth out of embarrassment. The man jumped from the shrill sound she let out, before facing towards her with mild confusion. Oh, Olivia-san, was it? The doctor recognized her. One of Lev's previous students, a staff of Chaldea. Though he never really interacted with her. What brings you here? he asked, taking note of the unrelaxed state the woman was in. She seemed somewhat anxious about something. Did you want to visit the master? The woman hesitated. And no, it's fine. She cleared her throat. How is he? The doctor blinked confusedly. Well, he's fine. Just a little magical energy deprivation coupled with ray-shift sickness. He should be up and about when he wakes up. The woman nodded. I see. That's good to hear. I'll go back to work, she said, before turning back in a hurry. He looked at her in curiosity. What does this woman have to do with Sasuke-kun? What's her relationship with him? Before she could go, the doctor asked, Why do you ask? Surely it's not because he's simply Chaldea's only master, right? She stopped, reluctantly turning towards the doctor. Yes, it's much deeper than that. Do you want to talk about it? I'd be willing to lend an ear, It's part of being Chaldea's medical head, Romani offered. The woman contemplated for a short while, before facing him with a determined expression. Okay, doctor. If possible, I would like to seek your counsel. I'd also prefer that this remain private. Romani nodded. The woman proceeded to tell him a rather personal story. She talked about her relationships and her meetings, about her falling in love with a man, and then leaving that man for someone more powerful in order to climb the corporate ladder. She told him about her family and about how she had come to work in Chaldea. He listened on and waited for the moment she'll reconcile her story with Sasuke-kun. How did her story relate or connect to the master? Eventually, the story did reach that point, and he was given an answer. Romani kept calm as the woman finished talking. Her expression had been downcast and ashamed the whole time she recounted her memories. So you're his? Yes. The woman answered simply. I see. The woman peeked at her wristwatch. I'll ask for your opinions at a later date, doctor. For now, it's time I went back to work. She bowed respectfully before turning to leave, leaving Romani with a new pile of information to think about. Things he had no business nor part in. Romani stood there in deliberation before finally sighing deeply and returning to his room. He needed a drink. Sasuke awoke with a tired groan, immediately feeling the soft, comfortable mattress beneath his body and the cotton blanket. He sat up and opened his eyes and quickly shut it close as light flooded his eyes. He sat up on his bed, flooding his chakra across his body as a means to detect any abnormalities in his system. He found none, thankfully. There. What an adorable little cutie you are. The master heard a female voice and was immediately aware that he wasn't alone in the room. He rubbed his eyes lightly to shake off the blurriness as he tried focusing his sights on the person. I'm not entirely sure if you're a cat or a squirrel, but that's okay. You're still pretty cute. Foe. The small animal chirped. The unknown woman turned to look at him as the white animal jumped down from her arms. Looks like the hero is finally waking up. She said, Good morning, Sasuke-kun. Are you fully conscious now? I am. Who are you? Sasuke's eyes narrowed in suspicion. That hurt, To think that you would be suspicious of such an impossibly beautiful person as I. The woman joked, although he determined it wasn't as much of a joke as she made it sound. Sasuke only gave her a flat look as a response. The Uchiha had never been a liar. He was a terrible liar at worst. He could admit to truths when they lay bare in front of him. That's why he could fully admit the woman in front of him was quite beautiful. Soft, long brown hair that seemed to sparkle under light. Perfectly statuesque body with curves on the right places, underneath a regally designed dress that seemed wholly outdated in this day and age. The woman also sported some mechanized arm of some sort, which held her intricately designed staff. He'd assumed she was a caster. The woman sent him a beatific smile, leaving that aside for now. I'm Da Vinci, the unparalleled genius from the Renaissance. I'm currently acting as Chaldea's collaborator, or perhaps Chaldea's third summoned heroic spirit. His eye twitched at her introduction. Da Vinci? Shouldn't Da Vinci be an old man with quite a large beard, no less? Then he remembered Mash's explanation about servants and genders and wisely left the topic unanswered, his thoughts never leaving his mouth. I see. So you finally realized that you're in the presence of an amazingly great and beautiful person? I understand. I'm quite used to it. Thank you. This woman was a headache. Anyway, let's talk later. Go to the command room. Someone's waiting for you. She told him, scooping Foe back in her arms. Sasuke looked confused. Isn't the command room in ruins right now? Oh, that. The command room's been rebuilt and refurbished by yours truly. Now go. Your heroines are waiting for you. Heroines? She smiled warmly at him. Time to go, Sasuke-kun. From here on, you'll be the center of this story. The choices you make will probably save us all. Just like the multitudes of brave souls who weren't remembered by history as they saved humanity. You've been given a role to fight. not as a hero, but as a human who walks in a path preordained by the stars. Sasuke nodded. Walking in a preordained path was probably what he does best, anyhow. And he didn't want glory nor fame. Anonymity was a good thing to him. I see. Without another word, he got up and put on his Chaldean uniform, forgoing to zip the clothing down the middle. As he walked inside the room, it was hard to miss the bright orange glow of the Chaldeas way beyond their position. Good morning, Senpai. I'm glad to see that you're okay. Mash smiled sweetly at him as he walked towards the middle of the command room. The girl was back to her Chaldean uniform outfit, the armor and the shield nowhere to be seen. He acknowledged, nodding towards the girl. I wanted to thank you, Senpai. Because of you, I was able to cling to my consciousness. Sasuke wasn't quite sure what she meant, so he settled on nodding curtly at her. His eyes settled towards the king of the lance, currently dismounted from her mount. She locked eyes with him from beneath her immaculate helmet. They settled for a quick nod as a mutual greeting. Good, you're here. We can start the meeting. The director offhandedly commented as she briefly glanced at him, then turning her attention to her tablet and tapping on it. Upon closer look, it was plainly clear that the girl had been crying. If the bags under her eyes weren't an indicator, then the redness of her eyes were. He could understand. It's quite difficult to accept the person you most respect and look up to come up and reveal themselves to be evil. He'd experienced the same thing, after all. Though his experience differed vastly in the context, being done out of love, not out of spiteful hate. Romani clapped his hands once, ahem, your attention here please. First of all, congratulations on solving the mission and surviving Singularity F, Sasuke-kun. Well done, truly. While the situation was forced on you, you faced the challenges and overcame them. That earned mine and the director's respect and appreciation. Isn't that right, director? Olga Marie huffed, her arms crossed as she examined him with that perpetually judging eyes of hers. Humph. Yes, sure. It's thanks to your efforts that Chaldea and Mash were saved. Sasuke shook his head lightly. I didn't do anything. If you wanted to thank someone, that'd be Mash and Artoria. He refuted. At least, that was what he thought anyway. He didn't do anything but watch during the events of the final battle. And they were unjustly giving him the credit, which he couldn't accept. The director's gaze softened, almost amused to a point. And the doctor merely smiled. Wow, didn't peg you to be such a humble man, Mr. Candidate number 48. Call me Sasuke. He insisted. The Animusphere heiress rolled her eyes. You were the one who summoned King Arthur of the Lance, yes? At his silence, she continued speaking, and you were providing your servants with magical energy, which helped them greatly during their respective battles. As a master, that's what you're expected to do, aside from issuing commands to your servants, of course. The girl regarded him with skepticism. In fact, you're quite exceptional, Sasuke. Most other masters would have died after providing such massive reserves of magical energy to multiple servants. But you've done that, while providing for a high-class servant like King Arthur, and suffering no tangible consequences by the end. How odd. Sasuke gave her a knowing look. I'm sure I have no clue what you're talking about. Olga Marie, in turn, sent him a flat stare. Of course you don't. Romani watched the interaction with mirth. At any rate, I've read the report from Mash about the crystal, and what Lev said was true. Currently, we have no means to contact the outside world. The staff that was tasked outside Chaldea haven't returned. I fear humanity has already been destroyed. The director closed her eyes. That does seem to be the case. Chaldea seems to be the only place outside of the normal timeline. I theorize it stayed in the timeline before it collapsed. Think of us like a colony floating in space. The doctor said, the outside world is dead until we do something about it. If it's already been done, can we reverse it? Sasuke asked. It was a completely valid question. After all, if it was done already, then nothing short of time travel could reverse something like that. It was the director who answered. It's not exactly reversing it, but there is something we can do. First, I want you to take a look at this. We tried scanning Earth with the resurrected Shiba. It's the Earth of the past, not the future. The Fuyuki singularity was destroyed thanks to you, but we hypothesized that the future was unchanged due to another cause. The result being, the orange glow of Chaldea's disappeared as Shiba's lens activated. The director continued, this distorted world map, a newly discovered dimensional disturbance which Fuyuki pales in comparison. Olga Marie explained. She operated on a computer as Shiba's lens moved. The glow on the globe becoming more static, before it displayed 7 red spots on different parts of the globe. Shiba's lens was pointing towards France. One may change the future by changing the past, but one cannot overwrite the future by slightly altering the past. History in itself has the power to heal itself. You might be able to save a person or two, but the end of that era. It will still end with the definitive result unchanged. These singularities are different, however. These are humanity's turning points. Significant events in human history, so to speak. What if this war never ended? What if this naval voyage wasn't successful? What if this discovery was wrong? What if this country couldn't become independent? The ultimate decision point to determine the state of humanity. Destroying them is akin to destroying the foundations of human history. That's what these 7 singularities are. The future has already been decided when these 7 singularities were formed. Romani continued for the director, as Lev said, humanity doesn't make it in 2019. Chaldea is unique. We're still yet to reach that future. The director looked at him pointedly. Do you understand? Only we can fix this mistake. Now we have the chance to return these singularities to normal. The girl puffed her chest and straightened herself, giving the image of a dignified leader. So here's my command to you, Master of Chaldea. I want you to ray-shift into these 7 singularities and get history back to the way it was, the way it's always been before it went haywire. It's the only way to save humanity as it stands right now. Sasuke nodded in understanding. Seemed straightforward enough. Romani was the one to speak next. That said, we're still quite powerless. All other master candidates are either in cryostasis or dead. Mash and Artoria are the only servants we have. He spared a glance towards the mounted knight. Lancer Artoria is immensely strong, but we can't keep relying on her forever. I realize we're essentially forcing you into this role, but I'm gonna say it anyway. Allow me, Romani. The director interrupted, to which the doctor nodded in response. The white-haired Chaldean leader faced him, her expression one of authority. Master candidate number 48, Sasuke Uchiha. If you want to save humanity, if you wish to have a future beyond 2018, then you alone may face these 7 singularities stationed at various points in human history. She paused for a second, auburn orb staring straight at his onyx eyes. Are you prepared to do this? Can you shoulder the burden of Chaldea and humanity's future? Sasuke closed his eyes for but a moment, and in that brief instance, memories flooded into him. Memories of a war, of decisive battles against enemies they were ill-prepared to face. A war against a legend long past. A war against a goddess, a war to defend the ninja world. A war to secure humanity's future. He may not be exactly the same man that fought those wars, but this incarnation of him was still the same one that overcame the curse of hatred and the same one that inherited the will of fire, the will to protect. This world was his second home, just as flawed and corrupt as the ninja world. But it was a world that willingly gave him a second chance, a chance to correct his wrongs. And he'll protect it all the same. The Uchiha subtly smiled. It was a bit surreal to think it was his second time doing this. You didn't need to ask that, he answered, prompting Olga Marie, Romani, and Mash to smile. Then allow me to officially welcome you, Master of Chaldea. The director held out a hand to him. Welcome to Chaldea, Master Sasuke. Let us save humanity together. With a rare smile of his own, Sasuke reached out and gently but firmly shook it. Gladly. Thank you, Sasuke. With that decision, our fate has been decided. The director said, we shall now carry out the preservation of humanity as laid out by yours truly, the director of Chaldea. Our objective is the protection and recovery of human history. Our search target will be each era's relic and grail. Our opponent is history itself. Many great heroic spirits and legends will stand against you. Challenging them is an act of blasphemy against the past. To save humanity, we must defy human history itself. Remember, this is the only way to take back the future we lost. I declare, as Chaldea's director, that our mission, Grand Order, shall henceforth commence. They celebrated after that. His induction party, as Romani had called it. He ate and drank some, but most of the food they managed to make were sweets. So the staff probably ate more than him, even though it was his party, supposedly. When Chaldean time struck 11 p.m. in the evening, he'd return to his room to retire for the night, bidding Mash and Artoria good night as they went to their rooms. As he approached his room closer, Olga Marie was there, leaning against the wall outside his room. He could only assume she was waiting for him, wanting to talk. She straightened herself at the sight of him. Director? The Animusphere heiress looked at him with a conflicted expression. I hope I'm not much trouble. I just want to talk a bit, if it's all right. She told him, a hand rubbing unconsciously at her arm. Sasuke, on his part, was a bit weirded out. What are you saying, acting all nice and shy all of a sudden? It really doesn't suit you. As blunt as a hammer, he told her, with absolutely no regard or considerations for her feelings. A vein materialized on Olga Marie's forehead. And for a second there, she'd seriously considered shoving a full-powered gander down this disrespectful lout's throat. Grr, you. She forced her to calm down as she cleared her throat. Ahem. Your lack of delicacy aside, I just want for something to be clear. She looked at him, anger evaporating and replaced by an emotion he couldn't quite pinpoint. Sasuke, you saved me from the explosion, am I correct? I did. Sasuke confirmed, as Olga's lips quivered with emotion. I see. And what made you do it? What made you want to save me? Sasuke pondered for a moment. I guess you could say my body just moved on its own. The white-haired heiress was taken aback by his answer, eyes widening ever so slightly. Is that really it? That can't be it, right? No. That's all there is to it. I wanted to save you, so I did. I see. Tears streamed down her cheeks as emotions poured. She forced herself to smile. As seriously, what's with that? That's so lackluster. Couldn't you have come up with a better reason? She rubbed her cheeks dry with a sleeve. But still, thank you, Sasuke. Thank you so much. Because of you, I'm still here with my precious Chaldea. 2M. I'm still here. I'm alive. Tears continued to run down her face as she tried and failed to dry them with her sleeves. Sasuke let her. It was healthier to let out some pent-up emotion rather than to keep them locked. God knows she needed this. Realizing she was at death's door just then, and would have died if it wasn't for him, must have been a major wake-up call. On top of that, she was also betrayed by someone she respected. It was one dam being broken right after another. She was an extraordinary girl, to say the least. Anyone her age would have succumbed and crumbled down had they experienced something remotely similar. It was several moments of awkward waiting when the girl finally calmed down. He took a handkerchief from his breast pocket and offered it to her. The girl stared at it for a second before reluctantly but gratefully accepting the gesture. Sniff, thank you. Sniff. I don't know how to console someone. Eh? The girl looked up to him still teary-faced, bewildered. But I do know this. I'm glad I saved you. I'm sure you'll do great. The girl smiled. I know I already said this, but thank you, Sasuke. I wholeheartedly mean it. Sasuke offered a nod before opening his door to retire for the night. Ah, Sasuke, wait. The girl hurriedly called out. Sasuke stopped, turning around. Olga Marie tapped the handkerchief at the corners of her eyes before composing herself completely. Romani told me earlier that a person related to you is here in Chaldea right now. She informed, eliciting an expression of utter confusion on the master's face. Someone related to me? Who in the world could that possibly be? Romani talked to this person earlier, too. Romani said she told him that she's your family. What? Sasuke inadvertently uttered. The Uchiha processed the information, racking his mind on who it could be. It couldn't possibly be someone from the previous world, could they? That's completely impossible, so it must be someone who he's related to in this world. More accurately, she told Romani that she's your mother. I realize this must be personal, Sasuke. But do you happen to have a mother? No, I don't. But what I do know is that she abandoned me when I was little to build her own family. My old man didn't want anything to do with me, so I've lived on my own as soon as I was able. Sasuke told her, without any hint of emotion in his face. Like it didn't matter to him at all. I see. So, it's like that, huh? Well, I'd best be off. Thank you for sparing some time to talk to me, Sasuke. If you ever want to talk about something, I'd be glad to lend you my ears in turn. Sasuke watched as the girl walked away, until she disappeared at a pathway to the left, before closing his door. The Uchiha washed his face, took off his uniform, and lazily plopped down on his bed. There was a whole lot to think about. About the mission, servants, singularities, holy grails, humanity's future. But, my mother, small world.
Thank you so much for taking the time to listen. I truly appreciate your support. If you enjoyed this content and want to see more, don't forget to hit that subscribe button and stay tuned for future updates. Your support means the world to me.